Chapter 632, 249 Jiangjing's Ceiling, A Chance Encounter. Underscore 2 Then he surveyed the entire class and spoke directly, Bai Lian, would you come up and introduce yourself? Upon hearing the name, Bai Lian, some were quite unfamiliar with it, but some from Jiangjing-affiliated middle school knew it very well and began to whisper among themselves. Although Bai Lian had been reading, she was always good at multitasking. Hearing the instructor's voice, she stood up from her seat, wearing a beige cotton and linen dress, with her dark hair simply half-tied with a jade hairpin. Her eyebrows had just been groomed by Pu Xiaohan in the afternoon, trimmed a bit too fine, which added a touch of delicate classical beauty to her originally lazy, pretty, and slightly wild look. Taking up the chalk, she introduced herself in a leisurely manner and methodically wrote her name on the blackboard, Bai Lian. All of a sudden, the usually languid theoretical physics class became lively. Damn, isn't this the sister who went viral on the Jiang University forum this afternoon? I even came across her thread, which has hundreds of layers. A male student recognized her and whispered to his neighbor, and she's in our theoretical physics major. The students of class 302 discussed this among themselves. The instructor didn't stop them. He just cocked his head to look at the girl standing straight beside him, clicked his tongue, and thought, let them discuss. In a few days, she probably wouldn't belong to their theoretical major anymore. Wuxia World. Sight outside. A professor in an oversized t-shirt passed by room 302 and, hearing the noise inside, couldn't help but turn his head. Which class is this? They have so much energy. Professor Zhou, these are students taught by teacher Xia, from the theoretical physics major, the assistant beside him replied. Theoretical physics was known as a major with relatively lower entrance scores within the physics department. Zhou Wenxing was the instructor in charge of the Tongfeng class this year, as well as a doctoral advisor. He glanced at room 302, walked past this class without saying anything else. The assistant handed a list to him. Professor Zhou, erased the list of candidates who applied for the Tongfeng class, 67 in total, with the exam scheduled for Saturday morning at 8 in the Golden Report Hall. The Tongfeng class was made up mostly of students from the national team. In the past, not many high school graduates applied for the Tongfeng class, a maximum of 10, and after finalizing the results, only 4 or 5 would be admitted, entirely based on scores, sometimes admitting only 1 or 2 applicants. This year, the number of applicants far exceeded previous years, increasing by 7 or 8 times. After the new students had finished their self-introductions, Bai Lian headed to the library with her books. Yang Lin had already saved seats for them. Sun Qian didn't continue to the library that evening. Kong Wei returned to room 407 with Sun Qian. You and Bai Lian are really working too hard. School has just started, and you're already studying so intensively. I've basically given up already, Sun Qian said as she looked at the casual hairpin in Kong Wei's bangs. So soon? The topic this year is hard, and it's not my strongest suit. Sun Qian withdrew her gaze. Kong Wei wasn't familiar with the Tongfeng class exam questions. She chatted with Sun Qian while searching on her phone for Jiang University's and the University Town's forums. She only knew Jiangjing University's official BBS, where most of the posts were official announcements. It was only after hearing a tip from the students in the theoretical physics class that evening that she found out about Jiangjing University's forum. The forum had been created by the computer science department's top talents and was also managed by them. Kong Wei found out the forum address from her classmates and eventually found her community. There weren't any advertisements on the forum, but there were many posts about physics, accounting, postgraduate entrance exam past papers, and the like. Aside from those, there were also a few hot posts marked in red. I heard there are a lot of people applying for the Tongfeng class this year. What's going on? These godly battles had nothing to do with them, mere mortals. The freshers in the finance department are not bad this year. There are a few good-looking juniors and sophomores. And another. Who still remembers the sister who passed by Jiang University last year? She has become our junior this year. Kong Wei clicked in and saw 2 anchor images. The first was a profile picture of a girl wearing a white tunic with her hands in her pockets, standing nonchalantly under a tree, a strand of black hair lazily hanging over her chest, with her almond-shaped eyes half closed, much like a cat lazily basking in the sun under a tree on a winter day. The other image was of a photo taken earlier that afternoon at the West Gate. Kong Wei slowly scrolled down, noticing that the posters were all seniors and juniors as per their forum rankings. Why isn't she from our chemistry department? Why isn't she from our chemistry department? Why isn't she from our chemistry department? 100 yuan reward for the freshman's phone number and WeChat. Latest news, seems like she's a fresher in the physics department. Chapter 633, 249 Jiangjing's Ceiling, A Chance Encounter. Under SKU, ID say she's the beauty standard for this year's freshman, and nobody would argue, right? The gossiping ability of the students at the school should not be underestimated. They quickly dug up Bai Lian's name. Kong Wei even saw a picture of Bai Lian's back as she wrote her name. It must have been sent out by someone in her class. Kong Wei browsed the posts, and she wasn't the only new student who had learned the address of the unofficial forum. Under this hot post, gradually, additional content began to appear. Still a newbie, Wang Su. Bai Lian, isn't she pretty? Isn't her name nice? Didn't any freshman feel breathless seeing that name? A fellow freshman, how could I not recognize her? The moment I saw her photo, I knew it was her. Luckily, she's gone to study physics, not our math department. Chemistry seniors, please spare us, sobbing. What is this situation? Surf-loving upperclassmen took an interest and dug deeper. Wuxia World. Site Wuxia World. Said Ko, Bai Lian. She exceeded Liang Wuyu with a perfect score on this year's national exam, becoming the top scorer. Erase her score, screenshot. And also, she and Liang Wuyu both registered for the Tongfeng class exams this year, registration screenshot. Because of this last reply, the post completely blew up. Bai Lian wasn't aware of any of this. She was carrying her books and laptop to the library, located between Rose District and Nanmei District. There were quite a few students on the road at this time. Not far away, members of the Song family and Bai Qiming were still on campus. They were currently escorting Song Min and Bai Xiaoqi back to their dormitory. Bai Qiming and Mr. Yin walked side by side, discussing business matters. Bai Qiming's mood had somewhat improved recently. Hearing that Bai Xiaoqi was favorably regarded by Dr. Zhua, he didn't dwell on Bai Lian so much anymore. Still, occasionally he would wake up in the middle of the night, remembering her. Mrs. Song walked behind, conversing with Bai Xiaoqi. For the new students' party, are you going to play the guzheng? Bai Xiaoqi nodded. I've heard that the college leaders will also be there to watch. Both upperclassmen and classmates have asked me to perform. Her video account had always been popular on social media. She brought her own popularity and was very good at socializing. For the past few days in the finance department, she had already become quite well known. Song Min's grades were not as good as Bai Lian's, but he had been involved with the Song family and Mr. Yin's business from a young age and was a hotshot in the financial world. Among the new students in the finance department, his popularity was no less than that of Bai Xiaoqi. Along the way, they greeted many from the finance department who recognized Bai Xiaoqi and Song Min. Is your dean coming? Dean Feng is the chair of the Jiangjing Federation of Industry and Commerce. Mr. Yin overheard these conversations and turned his head back. He was there specifically to accompany Bai Qiming to see Bai Xiaoqi today. They had just finished eating with Bai Xiaoqi and were escorting him to the library. I don't know, Song Min shook his head. I only heard the upperclassmen say that several leaders will come. Mr. Yin advised, try to secure an offer from your finance department student council. Mr. Yin accompanied the two to the school not only because of Bai Xiaoqi but also due to Bai Xiaoqi and Song Min's relationship. While they were walking, Song Min suddenly stopped, his gaze fixed ahead. Mrs. Song was a bit puzzled and lifted her head just in time to see the girl wearing Bluetooth earphones. She was slightly bowing her head, her long lashes casting a shadow, exuding a languid and casual demeanor, yet steady and restrained, walking towards the library. That was Bai Lian. Bai Qiming also stopped. Looking at the girl approaching, it seemed as if he was transported back 2 months. Over these 2 months, Bai Lian's name had been mentioned countless times by the people in the Bai family ancestral hall. Mr. Yin didn't recognize Bai Lian and just thought that Jiang University's students this year were really good-looking. Mrs. Song's smile faltered slightly as she began. Bai Lian? Bai Lian nonchalantly tapped through her English reading material on the page, glancing over the group in front of her. Beside them, the middle-aged man, hearing a familiar name, couldn't help but stop and greeted Bai Lian with a relieved smile. Bai Lian, good to see you. Bai Lian also recognized the man. She took off her earphones and passed by the line of Bai Qiming and Mr. Yin on her way up the stairs, greeting the man politely. Dean Shu. Coming to the library so late? Dean Shu stood on the steps, noting the laptop and books in her hand with some understanding. Going for the Tongfeng class? Bai Lian put away her Bluetooth earphones and took out her school card. Yes. Confident. Bai Lian's fingers idly tapped the school card, and upon hearing the question, she raised an eyebrow. Dean Shu expressed understanding. He smiled with a sigh. Of course, I would still hope you'd come to our school. After their brief exchange, Bai Lian swiped her school card to enter the library, and Dean Shu naturally wouldn't greet strangers. He passed by Bai Qiming and the others and left. It was the first time Bai Qiming had heard of Tongfeng class, and watching Bai Lian's retreating figure he hadn't snapped out of it yet. What's Tongfeng class? Isn't there a saying? To find a genius in China, look at Jiang University. At Jiang University, look for the Tongfeng class. Tongfeng class is the pinnacle of Jiang University. Their resources are incomparable to ordinary students. From freshman year, they can apply to work in labs, Mr. Yin remarked on the side, suddenly remembering something, and he asked Mrs. Song, that girl who is going for the Tongfeng class, do you know her? Chapter 634. 250 good people come to Beijing. Where did these two pop up from? _1 When Mr. Yin made this statement, no one else in the room said a word. Bai Kaiming's gaze fell once again on the entrance of the library, where he watched Bai Lian's retreating figure. She looked nothing like the person he remembered. Clad in a long dress, she was in deep conversation with someone who appeared to be the dean. Under the library's outdoor lights, she exuded confidence and composure, warmth without lacking strength, and an indomitable spirit seemed to permeate her every word and gesture. Before laying eyes on Bai Lian today, Bai Qiming had been comforting himself with the thought that Bai Shaoke was already exceptionally good. As a member of the Bai family, he should have been content. Yet now that Bai Lian had appeared, he felt as though both Bai Shaoke and Bai Shaoqi were lacking something. He shifted his gaze away and continued his conversation with Mr. Yin, but Mr. Yin could tell that Bai Kaiming's mind was elsewhere. Lady Song gently patted Bai Shaoqi on the shoulder and asked in a soft voice, have you chosen your performance dress yet? Do you have time this week? I could take you to look at dresses. Bai Shaoqi's expression remained unchanged as she walked forward with Lady Song. Auntie, let's go on Saturday then, I don't have classes. Having sent Bai Shaoqi back to her dorm, Song Min returned to the male dormitory on his own. Bai Qiming stayed at a hotel in Chang'an district and did not reside with the Yin family. After he left, Mr. Yin asked Lady Song about the matter concerning Bai Lian. Bai Lian, she is the one who was previously engaged to Amin. Outside the west gate of Jiang University, the driver opened the car door. Lady Song and Mr. Yin sat in the car as she began to share the story of Bai Lian. You know, Amin has always been proud and high-spirited, and her topping the exams was a significant pressure on him. Wuxia world. Sight after hearing Lady Song out, Mr. Yin exclaimed in shock. So, she is Bai Kaiming's other daughter? What were you all thinking? Lady Song had already lost the ability to listen further. Back when Bai Lian had not yet left Beijing, their relationship was fairly good. They could talk comfortably when Bai Lian came to Beijing to cancel her residency registration. Recalling the time she took Song Min to Xiangqing to retrieve the jade pendant from Bai Lian, she had still been weighing the pros and cons, feeling that Bai Lian was in no way a match for Song Min in any aspect. Whoever would have imagined that in less than a year, Bai Lian had left Bai Shaoqi and Song Min far behind. When the marriage agreement with Bai Lian was initially made, Song Min had always been indifferent about it. It wasn't until Gui Yueqing brought Bai Shaoqi into the picture, and Bai Shaoqi, being smart enough to hold a conversation with Song Min, especially excelled in mathematical logic, Song Min enjoyed interacting with such individuals. Highly intelligent people have always attracted Song Min. Lady Song lowered the car window, gazing at the fading silhouette of Jiang University, and somewhere inside her, a faint feeling emerged. Bai Lian was the epitome of this type of person. When Bai Lian returned to room 407 from the library, the three people in the room had not yet gone to sleep. To the left, Kong Wei had earphones in, scrolling through a variety show. Most of Jiang University's students were gifted, including her. She balanced her studies with dramas and games without falling behind and still managed to earn a place at Jiang University. Hearing the noise, she paused the variety show and turned to look at Bai Lian. Yu Min was already in bed, though she hadn't fallen asleep, merely peeking out from above her covers. Sun Qian was watching a lecture video by a professor but wasn't focusing. Noticing the sound of the door, she looked back as well. Having three pairs of eyes upon her didn't seem to bother Bai Lian, who casually closed the door behind her. She went to her own desk, pulled open the wardrobe, and looked for pajamas to change into for her bath. Ultimately, it was Kong Wei who couldn't hold back first. She took off her earphones, swiveled her chair toward Bai Lian, and propped her arm on the armrest. "Are you this year's top scorer?" "Yes," Bai Lian replied calmly, pulling out a towel. "Have you been going to the library also because you've signed up for the Tongfeng class?" Having gathered her clothes, Bai Lian walked to the washroom door, resting her hand on the doorknob and contemplated for a moment, more or less. "Any other questions?" Kong Wei shook her head. "No, that's it." "Okay," Bai Lian said, and then pushed open the door to the washroom and entered. Once again, the dormitory fell silent for a moment. Kong Wei pulled out her phone and started browsing the forum again. The post she had been reading earlier had now gained prominence on the homepage. Besides that, there were several other threads about the new students this year. These two cover photos really have a sense of destiny. Liang Wuyu, Bai Lian, this year's freshmen seem very impressive. Come, place your bets. How many do you think will pass the Tongfeng class test this year? Objectively speaking, there are 39 national team members in this year's Tongfeng class, which generally only accepts 40 students. I've looked at the grades of these freshmen, and 67 people are competing for that one spot. Of course, it's possible Tongfeng class might make an exception and admit one more. Other than Bai Lian and Liang Wuyu, is there any other controversy? Chapter 635. 250 good people come to Beijing. Where did these two pop up from? Under Skuru. At most, we could add a Su Jiyue, but I don't think anyone else will have a chance. Because of Bai Lian, the Tongfeng class second enrollment, which usually didn't get much attention from freshmen, was especially popular this year. Is it that hard to get in? Kong Wei looked at the promotional material for the Tongfeng class. Of course, no one in the dormitory knew better than Sun Qian about its difficulty. The Tongfeng class is full of national competition participants. We spent 3 years in high school studying, while they were always training for the national team, taught by a group of professorial superstars. The selection process is very tough. These were all top-notch science warriors. They couldn't outperform Bai Lian and Liang Wuyu in the college entrance exam. But in their fields of specialty, they were the benchmarks. That's why not many people try for the Tongfeng class each year, as even top scholars from the college entrance exam felt intimidated by these national contestants, so there were rarely participants for the second trial in previous years. After finishing her shower, Bai Lian came out, casually drying her hair. She didn't use a hairdryer, waiting for her hair to air dry naturally as she checked her phone and saw a message from Jiang Fulai sent 10 minutes earlier, to which she replied. In less than a minute, Jiang Fulai called her. Bai Lian put on her Bluetooth headset, resting her wrist on the blue desk. Is Jiang Xiaoniao asleep? She fell asleep downstairs. Jiang Fulai was in Bai Lian's study. He stood by the windowsill, looking at the dim lights below, his voice sounding slightly idle, as he guessed the time she took to shower. You didn't blow-dry your hair? Source: web novel. Com. Updated on Omicron New Omicron. Her hair was long now and hard to dry with just a towel. And because she usually studied late into the night, she would shower very late, so her hair would hardly be dry by the time she went to sleep. Bai Lian picked up a basic music theory book and flipped through it at ease. Responding without changing her expression, I did. She now had a general understanding of modern musical notation, but still preferred using shorthand notation when writing down music. Jiang Fulai didn't speak. Instead, he ended the call. The next second, a WeChat video call rang out. Bai Lian. She calmly hung up. Teacher Jiang sent a poignant full stop. Bai Lian replied with a comma. Then she stood up, took the hairdryer from the wardrobe, and walked back to the bathroom unconcernedly to blow-dry her hair for 2 minutes. The next day, 9 o'clock in the morning, Yen Lu arrived in Xiangqing. She was wearing a white trench coat, black skinny jeans, a mask, and a fisherman's hat on top, stopping in front of a florist to pick up a bouquet the owner had wrapped for her. Then she turned around, looking at Xiao Tian and A Huang, who were standing behind her. You two go back to Jiangjing first. I'm giving you 2 days off. Has Xinjie told you about it already? She has. As Xiaoyan looked at the flowers in Yen Lu's hands, he didn't dare ask who they were for. Then, Sister Lu, are you okay on your own? I'll be fine by myself. Yen Lu held her phone, calling a taxi. Heading to Xiangqing prison. The blue taxi drove away, and Xiao Tian exchanged glances with A Huang. Who is Sister Lu going to see? It's not going to cause any trouble, right? A Huang looked at the receding car. Yen Lu was now a celebrity with a huge fan following, including many obsessive fans. Xiao Tian looked at Xinji's reply, put away his phone. Xinjie said it's fine. Let's go. 10 o'clock, the sun shone brightly. Inside the prison, a guard handed a package to Zhang Xiais, patting him on the shoulder with a force. Go change into your own clothes and make sure you live a good life after getting out. Inside the package were clothes that the Zhang family had brought for Zhang Xiais. Zhang Xiais took the package to the changing room, changed into his own clothes, and accompanied by the guard, he approached the heavy iron gate. The guards on both sides took out their keys and opened the gate. Outside the iron gate, the sky was a brilliant blue. Zhang's father and mother stood side by side, with tears in Zhang's mother's eyes. Zhang Xiais quickened his step and reached out to embrace them. Dad, Mom. After the family spoke, Zhang Xiais looked up to see Yen Lu on his left. She had cut her hair short, shoulder length, with a lock of hair tucked behind one ear, holding a large bouquet of white iris flowers in her arms. Under the sun, they glittered brightly. As Zhang Xiais looked at her, she handed him the iris flowers. Fortunately, I made it on time. Zhang Xiais took the flowers. The past year had not diminished his vibrant spirit. Standing under the morning sun, he was radiant and elegant, his deep brown eyes hiding a rebellious streak. He held the flowers, laughed once, still as spirited as ever. Sister Yen. Saturday. Today was the selection competition for the Tongfeng class candidates. 6 o'clock in the morning, Bai Lian got up as usual, while the others in the dorm were still asleep. At 6:30, Sun Qian woke up to find Bai Lian quietly reading a book below. She glanced back and saw that Bai Lian wasn't solving problems but flipping through a basic music theory book. Sun Qian, who had just woken up and was curious about what the study god was learning. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 636. 250 good people come to Beijing. Where did these two pop up from? _3 Sun Qian had essentially given up on the second test for the Tongfeng class, but still went with Bai Lian to participate in the exam at the Golden Report Hall. At 7:40 in the morning, the two arrived at the entrance of the Golden Report Hall. Tang Ming and Ning Xiao were waiting to enter with her. Bai Lian stood at the entrance, quietly looking at the Golden Report Hall. The lecture hall was quite ancient. The gateway had been renovated, with 4 golden characters inscribed above, Master of the World. Those 4 very familiar characters had endured for 1,000 years, and having been renovated countless times, one could faintly see an old man with a book rolled up and strapped to his back, stroking his beard with one hand as he slowly walked up to her. That kind of sensation of meeting and parting. Tang Ming saw her from a distance. Lianjia, the Golden Report Hall, was previously where Liang Zuan lectured, said to be opened only for the seminars of academicians. He also wanted to discuss Zhang Xiais, who had arrived in Jiangjing this morning. Seeing that Bai Lian seemed a bit silent, he immediately shut up and greeted Sun Qian, who was by Bai Lian's side. "Hi, I'm Tang Ming, Lian Jie's high school classmate. This is Ning Shui." "Ning Xiao, huh? Beauty don't mind, he's always been cool like that." So cool to the point of not speaking, expecting him to stand there looking foolish, right? Source: web novel. Com, updated on Omicron New. 1 week into the semester at Jiang University, most freshmen had heated up, like Bai Lian, like Liang Wu and Su Jiyue, and this year's finance department, Gemini Stars, Bai Shaoqi and Song Min Sun Qian had not heard of Tang Ming and Ning Xiao before. As she was usually slow to warm up to people, she merely introduced herself, Sun Qian. Sun Qian was just surprised that all of Bai Lian's friends had managed to get into Jiang University. The lecture hall was very spacious, with every row seating 5 people, but only 2 people sat in each row. Bai Lian sat at the very back. Of the 67 examinees, most knew Bai Lian and Liang Wu. The arrival of both attracted the attention of the other candidates in the lecture hall. The chief examiner was Zhou Wenqing and a professor from the physics department, and the professor involved in setting the paper quickly fixed his eyes on Bai Lian, murmuring, "Look, that's the student who scored full marks in the college entrance physics exam." Zhou Wenqing's gaze fell on the last row, where a window in front was closed, and the sunlight shined through the glass, making the dust visible in the light beam. The girl had brought nothing but a pen, and at that moment, she was calmly uncapping the black pen lid. Quite perceptive, why didn't she join the national team? Zhou Wenqing's voice was very soft. Lacking 3 years of training, she would fall far behind others, which was a bit of a pity. 8 o'clock. The professor distributed 2 exam papers, 4 questions for mathematics and 4 for physics, with the exam time from 8 o'clock to 12 o'clock. A total of 8 questions, given 4 hours to them, was sufficient to indicate the difficulty of these questions. Picking up the paper, Bai Lian first glanced down. The second selection test for the Tongfeng class had completely departed from high school knowledge, with the first major math question being about definite integrals, a very short formula. The numbers inside were only 0 and 1, everything else was arctanks. Computations like this had no other method, and had to be slogged through. Just unfolding this integral used up half a page, followed by the harder integrals that involved differentiation with respect to a parameter. Bai Lian proceeded to write down each question. Her handwriting was neat and pleasant. Zhou Wenqing came around to the last row several times to look, but he didn't see much, and he didn't want to affect the students' emotions. 11 o'clock. Bai Lian capped her black pen, handing in the 4 sheets of answer paper. Next to her was Sun Qian, who still had 1 mathematics question undone and was calculating the 3rd physics problem. The calculations this time were overwhelmingly extensive, with 1 question essentially requiring an hour to complete, so seeing Bai Lian hand in her paper at 11 didn't faze Sun Qian, and even Liang Wu, who sat in the back row on the right side, lifted her head. Zhou Wenqing, sitting at the front, watched her hand in the answer sheet and then calmly walked out the front door. Bai Lian walked out of the lecture hall, and didn't immediately leave, standing instead at the entrance and looking back up at the inscription in the sunlight, where the handwriting reflected a cold glare. After looking for quite a while, she finally took out her phone, which showed a missed call. It was from Yan Lu. She called back, and it was picked up after just 1 ring by Yan Lu. "Miss Bai," Yan Lu's voice was as usual, only today it carried a cheerier tone. "We've arrived." Yan Lu had come with the Zhang family. "All right." Bai Lian's hand rested on her forehead, blocking the light as she estimated the time. "Ning Xiao and his group will need another half hour." Inside the lecture hall. 11:20. Ning Xiao stood up and handed in his paper. Another person submitted early, and like the other examinees, Sun Qian looked up and was stunned to see it was Ning Xiao, whom she recognized as Bai Lian's high school classmate. 11:30. Tang Ming stood up to hand in his paper. The questions produced by the Tongfeng class aimed to make this group of current-year college entrance examinees unable to finish, to feel Tongfeng class pressure in advance. In previous years, even when the questions weren't as difficult, no one would hand in their papers early, as this was more important to them than the college entrance exam. It was bad enough for this year's freshmen to be so audaciously handing in their papers early, but how come there were 3 of them right off the bat? The numerous academic gods in the exam room began to feel disordered. Zhou Wenqing looked at the 3 answer sheets in his hands, the answers written densely across them, and he couldn't help looking for the other 2 students' names, Ning Xiao, Tang Ming. No, who are these 2 popping out of nowhere? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 637, 251 Epic Gathering, Part 2, _1 Liang Wuyu and Bai Lian, as soon as they enrolled, caught the attention of the physics department. Both of them were frequently mentioned by the professors of the physics department. Although Liang Wuyu was not in the Tongfeng class, he had already started working in the lab. Bai Lian's perfect score on the college entrance examination's science comprehensive section was also unexpectedly impressive. If you say she turned in her test early today, that's somewhat acceptable. But Ning Xiao and Tang Ming, the professors haven't even heard of them? Zhou Wenqing pushed his glasses up and looked down at Tang Ming's exam paper. This handwriting, it's too messy. He shook his head, criticizing the handwriting. Zhou Wenqing had barely set down Bai Lian's answer sheet, and as soon as the professor took it to look at Bai Lian's answers, he heard this and went to look at Tang Ming's paper. The handwriting of science students is often squeezed together, and many teachers have to look in the gaps to find the answers. Although Tang Ming's handwriting had not been specially trained, it had become fairly neat under Bai Lian's influence over the year, much neater than that of most science students. Zhou Wenqing, after spending half an hour on Bai Lian's paper, had already begun to disdain other handwriting. The professor thought about his own illegible writing. Forget it, he didn't echo Zhou Wenqing's remark. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Omicron New. Jiang University Affiliated Hospital. Ji Mulan had undergone major surgery and had a special blood type. The baby was still in the incubator, and it was going to be several days before discharge. Su and went to handle work matters, and only the old Madame Su and 2 nannies hired by the Su family remained in the hospital room. These past 2 days, old Madame Su had been watching the baby closely, almost never leaving its side, often going to the incubator for a look. After hearing from the butler that Ji Xiaojun had come to see Ji Mulan, old Madame Su turned and went to the hospital room. She had been much more polite to the Ji family members lately. Upon entering the hospital room, she saw Ji Xiaojun, Shen Qing and an old man sitting in the small living room of the hospital room. This is... The old lady leaned on her cane and looked toward the butler with graying hair. Ji Xiaojun stood up and said to the old lady, "A distant uncle from our family." The butler gave a friendly nod to old Madame Su, who warmly invited him. "Next month is the baby's full-month celebration, you must come." They didn't stay long, and after seeing Ji Mulan, the butler went with Ji Xiaojun to the Shanghai apartment. A single room, Xiao Jia was waiting outside for them. When the butler came out, he was somewhat surprised. It seems that Mr. Ji's sister lives much better than Mr. Ji does. As the butler approached the elevator, he didn't speak. Xiao Jia knew he must be thinking about Bai Lian, so he did not disturb him further. Shanghai apartment. First floor, 103. As the butler and Xiao Jia passed by the elevator, they both hesitated. Xiao Jia remembered the last encounter at the elevator door with Shun Yu and suddenly thought of something. "Do you think, last time Principal Shi, was he there to visit Miss Bai?" The butler did not answer, only followed Ji Xiaojun into 103. When they entered, Ji Heng was chopping large bones. As Ji Xiaojun and Shun Qing took over to help, Shun Qing smiled and invited the butler. "Butler, Xiao Jia, would you like to have lunch here?" Usually, the butler would have declined. But today the butler didn't refuse. As Ji Xiaojun and Shun Qing took over, Ji Heng didn't crowd the kitchen. He put down his knife and came out, pulled out his pipe, and glanced at Jiang He. A sun umbrella was set up in the yard outside, but since the sun was strong today, Jiang He wasn't playing outside. He was sitting on the carpet by the glass door at the entrance to the yard, with a small table in front of him. On the table was a chessboard. The butler glanced at the living room. Apart from a delicately featured child, there was no one else. His gaze fell on the chessboard with an incomplete game of Gamoku, and he didn't continue to look. Where is Miss Bai? The butler had been sitting on the sofa for a while and finally couldn't resist asking. He hadn't seen Bai Lian since Mu Yining returned the last time. Today is Saturday, and Jiang University just started the semester. The freshmen should have no classes. With Ji Xiaojun and Shun Qing both present, and Shanghai apartments so close to the school, Bai Lian should not be staying on campus. Ji Heng opened the glass door and stood at the entrance, looking down to light his pipe. She had an exam this morning, went to lunch with a friend, and will be back after lunch. An exam in the first week of school? On the road next to the entrance of Jiang University, Ning Xiao and Tang Ming received a message from Bai Lian to look for Jiang Fulai's car. He drove the Jiang family's business car today, with a license plate from Xinjiang district that started with an A and ended with a 1. It was easy to find. When the two got into the car, Yang Lin was already in the back seat. Bai Lian sat in the passenger seat without rolling down the window, her elbow resting on the window ledge, her posture relaxed. She raised an eyebrow at them as they entered the car. Tang Ming, upon seeing that the driver was not Ming Dongheng but Jiang Fulai, cautiously perched on the edge of the seat. If Ming Dongheng were driving, his first choice would have been the passenger seat. Jiang Fulai's cool eyes glanced at the rearview mirror, his slender fingertips resting on the steering wheel. His tone was casual and lacking warmth. How did your test go? With such a cold tone, it was definitely not a question for Bai Lian. Ning Xiao instinctively sat up straight, his dark, cropped hair falling over his brow. I've gone over similar questions during the summer. I finished all the ones I knew how to do. His knowledge was not as broad as Bai Lian's, and he had yet to learn certain things. Tang Ming sat next to Ning Xiao, quietly raising his hand. I did the same. Jiang Fulai's pale eyes swept over Tang Ming, and he started the car towards Yunxiao district. The Zhang family had reserved a private room at the Yunxiao Hotel. Upon arrival at the hotel, Jiang Fulai parked the car at the entrance, and he got out of the driver's seat. The valet at the Yunxiao Hotel hurriedly came over to collect the keys. The valet took his place in the driver's seat, having driven countless luxury cars at the Yunxiao Hotel, yet he seldom drove ones with such distinctive plates. Just as he parked the car and returned to the main entrance, another car pulled up, this time a government vehicle. The valet looked surprised at the car. Was there some VIP holding a banquet at the hotel today? He hadn't heard of it. The general manager of the hotel came out from inside and startled upon seeing the person who alighted from the car. Qi Lu, what brings you here? Qi Yundai often frequented Xinjiang district and seldom appeared in public, so few people knew him. Qi Yundai handed the keys to the valet, seemingly in a good mood. Just some business. Private room on the 28th floor. Pu Xiaohan was already inside, chatting with Zhang's mom. She was supposed to have military training today, but she had asked for the afternoon off from her instructor. She patted Zhang Shi's chest. You seem to have grown taller. What happened? It's a pity Bei isn't here, or he could compare heights with you and see who's taller. Zhang Shi's eyes had been out of touch with society for a while. Rubbing his bald nape, he asked, Bei? Pu Xiaohan paused for a second before laughing. Yeah, it's like that with Wang Qi. The two young people put their heads together as Pu Xiaohan explained the origin of Wang Qi's nickname and then scrolled through her phone to show him the video she had saved. Meanwhile, Yan Lu placed her fisherman's hat aside, sitting with Zhang's mom. As the two schoolmates conversed, Yan Lu didn't interrupt their conversation with Zhang's dad and mom. Pu Xiaohan, halfway through her story, suddenly remembered, Yan Lu, could you give me 2 autographs later? My roommate is a fan of yours. Sure. Yan Lu had been with the Zhang family for the past few days and hadn't brought any photos with her. She looked down and sent a message to Xiao Tian, asking her to bring a few photos over. Just at that moment, someone knocked on the door of the private room. Zhang Shi's, who was sitting on the sofa, sprang up. It must be Sister Lian and the rest. He rushed to the door and opened it. Outside stood Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai. Zhang Shi's, who hadn't seen the sun in a long time, had a pale complexion and a buzz cut. Seeing Bai Lian, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, he beamed with joy. Sister Lian. Brother Jiang. Bai Lian was in the front, wearing a simple white t-shirt, her dark almond eyes slightly squinting as she listened to his voice. She reached out to pat his shoulder, much like she did the first time she stepped through the door of Class 15, as if looking at her 1,000 riders under her command, and let out a soft chuckle. Congratulations, Zhang Xiais. Tang Ming squeezed into chat with Zhang Xiais while Jiang Fulai stood aside quietly observing their reunion. No one would stay in the valley forever, and neither would Zhang Xiais. The people from Xiangqing finally gathered at the Yunshao Hotel on September 6th. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 638. 252 strong subordinates have no weak soldiers. Oppressive feeling. First update. _1 Jiang Fulai still stood lazily to one side, holding Bai Lian's book in one hand, which he casually rolled up, his face as calm and downcast as ever. He didn't interrupt the gathering of the few of them. I don't have anything good to give you. Tang Ming handed his own high school-era collection to Zhang Xiais. Here, this is the empire that I built for you. Zhang Xiais took over the heavy empire. Yang Lin handed Zhang Xiais a fresh lily, still covered with dewdrops. Receiving a gift from the class genius, colder than the front desk, Zhang Xiais felt surprisingly flattered. As he took the two gifts, his gaze suddenly drifted to Jiang Fulai, standing indifferently to the side. Brother Jiang, Jiang Fulai, with one hand in his pocket, heard him and glanced over with his pale eyes. Tang Ming got startled by Zhang Xiais, the kid. Sure enough, someone who had spent a year in jail was different, daring to stir up trouble over teacher Jiang's head. He quickly hugged Zhang Shi's arm. Come on, tell us about your legendary year. How did you get several months off? It's all thanks to Brother Xing, Zhang Xiai smiled. But there's one thing I still can't figure out. Why he, Tang Ming said casually. Don't worry, if you can't figure it out now, there's no rush. You'll forget it in a few days anyway. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Omicron New. Kai Yundai hadn't arrived yet, and these young people were sitting on the sofa chatting. Bai Lian sat on the far left of the sofa, leaning gently against it with her legs casually bent. The sofa was small, so Jiang Fulai didn't squeeze in with them, merely leaning on the armrest next to Bai Lian, his right hand gracefully propped behind her, his appearance cool and haughty, his posture lazy yet stretched out. Next to Bai Lian was Yang Lin, followed by Pu Xiaohan, Ning Xiao, Tang Ming. Zhang Xiais was sitting on the opposite seat, looking at the group across from him, puzzled. So you're at Jiang University, you're at Jiang University, and you're at Jiang University too? His eyes finally landed on Pu Xiaohan. And you're at Media University? Pu Xiaohan had already heard some things and consoled him. Don't feel inferior, good man Zhang. Aren't you also going to apply to University of Political Science and Law? Ah, Zhang Xiais was somewhat bewildered. 10 years? What 10 years? There was a knock on the door from outside. Zhang's parents had only invited a few familiar people over. The visitor was Qi Yundai. Today was Saturday, and he had a public lecture, having just finished speaking to the freshmen, still dressed in formal attire. Qi Yundai greeted Zhang's parents and Jiang Fulai and Bai Lian before he leisurely turned his attention to Zhang Xiais. Zhang Xiais stood up from the coffee table, looking somewhat more restrained than before. Mr. Qi, Qi Yundai responded. Considering Zhang Shi's parents were there, he didn't ask those questions about how he was doing with his studies. Yang Lin also stood up, her bangs a bit long, half covering her pair of black, cold eyes. Mr. Qi Yundai looked at Yang Lin, slightly surprised. I heard you also got into Jiang University, congratulations. In Xiangqing, it was already impressive for someone to make it to Jiang University. Qi Yundai hadn't expected the girl working part-time at the milk tea shop, deeply entrenched in difficulties, to have also made it to Jiang University. As the small gathering of people carried on, Zhang's parents continued drinking with Qi Yundai. Meanwhile, Pu Xiaohan, Tang Ming, and the others sat with Zhang Xiais, discussing roughly what had happened over the year. To Zhang's family, Bai Lian, Jiang Fulai, and Qi Yundai were Zhang Shi's great benefactors. If it weren't for them, Zhang's mother might not have been able to wait for Zhang Xiai's to return. Bai Lian sat beside Jiang Fulai, picking up her chopsticks in an unhurried manner. Next to her, Pu Xiaohan complained to Bai Lian and Yang Lin, "It hasn't rained a single day, and I still have 9 days left of military training, and I've turned a whole shade darker already." She lifted her sleeve to show the two of them. Indeed, the color of her arms differed from her face. Bai Lian hadn't experienced military training, but she recalled from her memories the mechanical marching and crawling from Miss Bai's freshman military training. She lowered her eyebrows, curious, and glanced at Jiang Fulai next to her. Jiang Fulai, who always ate little, held a white porcelain spoon, tapped the spoon with his fingertips, and raised his eyebrows. Bai Lian picked up some vegetables with her chopsticks, asking lazily, "Have you ever done military training?" "Not military training, it was field training." Jiang Fulai's tone was leisurely, "And you will too when the time comes." Field training? Bai Lian could roughly understand what it was from the literal meaning. After dinner, the main group was headed back to Shanghai apartment. Shen Qing had already mentioned to Bai Lian that she had stewed soup for these few children. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 639. 252 strong subordinates have no weak soldiers. Oppressive feeling. First update. _2 It was mainly Tang Ming and Ning Xiao. Qi Yundai walked at the back, glancing at Zhang Xiai's standing beside. The defiant, bloodshot-eyed yet unyielding appearance of Zhang Xiai's during their first encounter in detention was vivid in his mind. "Are you starting school tomorrow?" Qi Yundai asked him. Zhang Xiai's nodded, then asked Qi Yundai in a low voice, "Do you think I can now get into the University of Political Science and Law?" The two had already stepped out of the Yunxiao Hotel. The sun shone obliquely through the gap between the Yunxiao Hotel and the surrounding buildings, casting a hazy glow on the youth's figure. Despite everything had been through that year, his sharpness remained unblunted. Having gone through so much, Zhang Shi's mentality remained stable, a testament to his strong psyche. Qi Yundai was silent for a moment. "I believe in you." This sudden praise baffled Zhang Xiai's, making him think that Teacher Qi had drunk too much. So he turned around and went to talk with Bai Lian and Ning Xiao. Having drunk alcohol, Qi Yundai did not drive but stood waiting for the designated driver to arrive. His gaze followed the group including Bai Lian and Zhang Xiai's. He knew Zhang's background well, how he had scraped by indifferently with abysmal grades for many years. Zhang Xiai's was not like the prodigies Qi Yundai had met before. He was like someone wielding a rust-covered longsword, reluctantly blundering through life. Source: Web novel. Com. Updated on New Omicron. Most people would perish on this nameless journey. But Zhang Xiai's, Qi Yundai watched the girl in the white t-shirt next to him, who lazily listened to Zhang Xiai's speaking. With someone to guide him, Zhang Xiai's would eventually shed the rust from his longsword. The designated driver arrived, and Qi Yundai got into the back seat. He watched the group in the rearview mirror. From Yen Lu, who was initially surrounded by negative publicity, to Yang Lin, this was the first time Qi Yundai had such a direct realization of the energy of Bai Lian's core team, these young people. No one was holding them back, not even Zhang Xiai's, who seemed the most out of step. Shanghai apartment. Xinjie was already downstairs waiting 5 minutes ahead of time. She held a stack of photos of Yen Lu, standing downstairs with a Huang beside her, surveying the nearby scenery. "Does Sister Lu's friend live here?" As the two had walked over, they encountered quite a few Jiang University students, which made a Huang feel pressured. Xinjie nodded, her gaze fixed on the end of the road. Soon, 2 cars arrived one after the other, a van and a Volkswagen. Xinjie immediately noticed Bai Lian getting out of the van's passenger seat and took a step forward to greet her first. "Miss Bai." From the driver's seat, Jiang Fulai pulled out the car keys and bent over to get out. He had a carefree air about him. Xinjie instinctively stood up straight and greeted him. "Yen Lu asked us to deliver the photographs," Xinjie said as she flipped through the stack of photos. "Sister Lu is so nice. Pu Xiaohan hopped down from the back seat and explained to Bai Lian, I asked Sister Lu for 2 signed photos because both my roommates are hardcore fans of hers. How popular was Yen Lu now? Even at Jiang University, pick any 10 people, and 5 of them would be casual fans of hers. Bai Lian nodded, glancing at the photos in Xinji's hands, and thought to herself that later she should get one for Kong Wei and Yu Simin too, as both of them were hardcore fans of Yen Lu. The kind who would curse at Jiang University's internet for not getting her album. The list of nominees for the Hua Chu Award came out. Seeing Bai Lian, Xinjie naturally brought up this topic. For Best Composer, Lyricist, Arranger, several songs are shortlisted. Have you spoken with Dean Jian about it? She looked at Bai Lian. The organizers surely hoped that both Bai Lian and Dean Jian would attend. The influence of the Hua Chu Music Award isn't as great as it used to be, but if someone like Dean Jian, an industry titan, appeared alongside the composition god who arranged music personally, their combined influence certainly wouldn't be any less than Yen Lu's, and could also set off a new trend in the Chinese music scene. Xinjie couldn't help but think that such a scene would be a rare spectacle in the entertainment industry. I don't know, Bai Lian said lazily as she looked at the sun umbrella in Ji Heng's courtyard. Well, see about the timing. Nowadays, there were hardly any outsiders in the building where Bai Lian lived. Yen Lu got out of the car wearing a long coat and a fisherman's hat, which didn't attract anyone else's attention. In this group of Bai Lians, her presence wasn't the most outstanding. Not to mention Bai Lian and Zhang Fulai, even Ning Xiao had a unique charm. The aura of academic elites was too strong among them. Especially Zhang Fulai, just as Zhang Xiais had described long ago, just one look at him could make you doubt your own intellect. Zhang Xiais himself was once the heartthrob of Xiangqing No. 1 High School, and the year's experience had honed a noticeable aura around him. Okay. Xinjie sighed as she watched them. She chose not to follow them in and disturb them. It wasn't until after they had entered the building that a Huang dared to speak up. Xinjie, who's that guy who was walking next to Lu Jie? Quite handsome. Is he a new face entering the entertainment industry? He had seen Bai Lian and Zhang Fulai before, but this was his first time seeing Zhang Xiais. He didn't dare to ask one thing. It seemed like he saw Yen Lu walking very close to that guy. A newcomer? I wish I could sign him. Xinjie got back in the car and, upon hearing this, laughed. But to vie with the University of Political Science and Law for talent, Qi Lu is probably not going to let our entertainment industry off the hook that easily. After "Come here, friend," Qi Yundai rapidly became popular online. Even if he didn't show up in public, netizens dug up his impressive achievements on their own. The International Lawyers Group was led by Qi Yundai. His law firm was in a league of its own. A Huang got into the driver's seat and started the car, still confused. What does this have to do with Qi Lu? Xinjie leaned back in her seat and spoke at an unhurried pace. That's the apprentice Qi Lu has his eye on. A Huang. He looked in the rearview mirror. Are they all that incredible? More than that. Xinjie inwardly clicked her tongue. The group included 4 high-achieving students from Jiang University and 1 from Media University who secretly had 60 million followers and countless official collaborations on their accounts. In the office of the physics building at Jiang University, several professors were grading the morning exam papers. Zhou Wenqing stood to the side with a teacup, waiting for them to produce the results. The matter of Tongfeng class quota was not to be taken lightly. They had to discuss the performance outcomes each year before finalizing the quotas. This year was no exception. He taught general physics, and he wasn't sure about most of the questions, so he just stood there watching the professors discuss the scores. Math and physics combined had 8 problems, each worth 50 points, totaling 400. Most students scored around 240, with the occasional 290 considered a high score. Zhou Wenqing watched the scores being written down. Math 171? Over 150, let me see. Liang Wuyu, I knew it was him. With physics, he should be over 300. When they heard 171, several professors came over to look. As expected of someone admitted to the lab in advance, 171, that's about the score the Tongfeng class kids get. What about Bai Lian? Where's her paper? Someone else remembered another student with high expectations. A few people around began to look. Across the way, A professor grading calculus stared at the answer sheet in his hand, slightly stunned. The handwriting was neat, the exam sheet clean and attractive. He had been grading this question for a while and knew the steps and logic very well. A quick glance was enough to tell that the student had made no mistakes. Despite the orderly handwriting, he felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 640, 253 attended the welcome party, Yen Lu signed. Second update, _1 by Lien had been the one to enlighten Jiang Fulai in modern mathematical logic. However, Jiang Fulai's way of solving problems was very direct and aggressive, hardly spending time on an answer that was immediately apparent to him, unlike Bai Lien, who excelled in analysis. Through these words, the professor seemed to see a gentle and humble student narrating to him through the text. In his many years of teaching, the professor had never had such a strange feeling. He flipped over the papers, looking down to find the name of this examinee, Bai Lien. Indeed, just as he had expected. Hey, this student got 182 in math? Another professor, after adding up the points of the last problem, pushed his glasses up in surprise. Let me see who it is. Ning Xiao? Upon hearing the name Ning Xiao, Zhou Wenqing walked over directly. He had asked the HR department to check on Ning Xiao and Tang Ming during lunch. They were both from Xiangqing. Tang Ming's results were not noteworthy, but Ning Xiao was in the top 10 in the national examination. He had some impression of him. And this 170, Tang Ming? Unfamiliar. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Omicron 0. Another name he hadn't heard of. The quiet office of the physics department suddenly became lively. The teacher holding Bai Lien's answer sheet put down the papers and said, Professor Zhou, I think her logic fits our Brilliance class very well. Nonsense, Zhou Wenqing said, pressing down on the papers in his hand. That's simply preposterous. Shanghai apartment. 303. Ning Xiao and Tang Ming were in the study, receiving a mental baptism from young Master Jiang. You've written the Galois group as an inverse limit. If L ranges over all finite extensions of K, GK becomes a non-Hausdorff space that's not totally disconnected. Jiang Fulai leaned against the desk with his tall figure, speaking while looking at Bai Lien's desk. Her desk was cluttered with many things. Directly in front of him was a rather large building block, hiding all the small pendulum balls behind it. Jiang Fulai paused mid-sentence. He reached out and calmly moved the large water wheel blocks to the back, then slowly moved his own pendulum balls in front. Tang Ming was frantically recording on his phone. Outside. In the living room. When Zhang Xiais came down with his luggage, Pu Xiaohan had already been getting Yen Lu to sign autographs, while Yang Lin and Yen Lu played Gamoku on the white jade board on the balcony. Jiang He was alone, lounging on Bai Lien's sofa, leisurely twisting a new Rubik's Cube in his hand. It had been a long time since Zhang Xiais had seen Jiang He. Glancing down, he noticed that Jiang He's cube had changed, no longer the extravagant spherical one but a much smaller cubic Rubik's Cube. Bro, you finally increased the difficulty, huh? Zhang Xiais laughed upon seeing that Jiang He's cube was no longer extravagant but as small as a standard 3x3 cube. The TV was still on. At Zhang Shi's comment, Jiang He just looked up at him without saying a word. Inside the study, Tang Ming came out and heard Zhang Xiais bragging, so he squatted next to Jiang He. Bird bro, let him try the cube. Zhang Xiais took the cube. Just as he tried to twist it randomly, he found it didn't move. He paused, looking down. How come the cube, which appeared to be the size of a standard 3x3, had small pieces that were square, rectangular, and even triangular? Was this really a legitimate Rubik's Cube? This is an SQ1, good man. Tang Ming patted Zhang Shi's shoulder. SQ1? Zhang Xiais had no idea what an SQ1 was, but he felt like what he was holding in his hand was his IQ. Tang Ming handed the cube back to Jiang He and had Zhang Xiais sit down at a table nearby. The study god still hasn't figured out one problem. Let me see how you're doing with your studies. Bai Lien was on the phone with Yi Jingxian. Junior, Sun Qian has already agreed. Yi Jingxian, finding room 407 empty, called Bai Lian directly, we can't lose face if we lose the competition, Junior. Junior, I didn't even ask you to join the student council. As the Minister of External Relations for the Students' Union, Yi Jingxian had her own way of being persistent. The performance list has to be submitted this week. Bai Lian, with her right hand resting on the balcony rail, let her red ribbon dangle down, her wrist pale as jade against the light and ribbon, said simply, "Okay then." Yi Jingxian kept talking. Suddenly hearing Bai Lian agree, she exclaimed, "Ah? Junior, you agreed? Great, great." Her voice becoming tender. "Let's just sing a simple song and make an appearance." Downstairs, Shen Qing had washed 2 large plates of purple grapes and was about to leave with a bag of cherries. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 641. 253 attended the welcome party, Yen Lu signed. Second update, _2. The dormitory butler actually knew that Bai Lian had just returned, but since Ji Heng hadn't come upstairs, he couldn't find a reason to go up there. Seeing Shen Qing leaving, he grabbed his cane and followed her. Where to? Delivering fruit to them, Shen Qing was still reserved toward the dormitory butler, in bringing them some fruit. The dormitory butler nodded and followed her to the elevator entrance. "I'll go with you to take a look." Shen Qing thought the dormitory butler was rather odd today, but she didn't ask any questions. This was the dormitory butler's second visit to room 303. There were quite a number of people in 303, both in the living room and on the balcony. The dormitory butler's gaze went directly to the balcony, sweeping past the chessboard that was identical to the one downstairs, and settled on Bai Lian, who was standing against the balcony rail. The other person's right hand rested on the half-open windowsill, his slender figure leaning slightly, with a red ribbon fluttering in the wind and his back as ever, inconspicuous and low-key. Feeling the gaze upon him, Bai Lian turned his head in a leisurely manner. His dark apricot eyes swept over the dormitory butler, giving off a very relaxed sense of ease. Source: Web novel. Calm. Updated on Omicron New Omicron. 0 without bringing in any subjective emotions, the dormitory butler could finally sense the pride behind that ease. "You're still studying, huh?" Shen Qing, not quite aware of Zhang Shi's situation, just put the fruit on the table and lowered her voice. "Have some fruit first, and Xiaoying, come down with Ning Xiao for some soup later. The exam today must have been tough." "There was an exam today?" Zhang Shi eyes thanked Shen Qing before asking Tang Ming, "Is Jiang University always this intense?" "Not really." Tang Ming picked up a cherry and bit into it. "It's just the second round of recruitment for the Tongfeng class, and the questions are really twisted." "If you say it's twisted, then it must be really twisted." Shen Qing put down the fruit and took a few more cherries to Jiang He, who was wrestling with a Rubik's Cube on the sofa. Not wanting to disturb the group of students any longer, she stepped out of the room. By the door, the dormitory butler followed Shen Qing out. Once the door to room 303 was shut, Shen Qing pressed the elevator button. Ding! The sound of the elevator arriving echoed. Only then did the dormitory butler snap back to reality. "Is Miss Bei's friend at Jiang University too?" "Yes." Shen Qing nodded. "Xiao Tang, Ning Xiao, and Xiaolin are all at Jiang University." The dormitory butler walked into the elevator, and in the second before the doors closed, his gaze lingered on the door of room 303. First floor. Xiaojie was waiting for the dormitory butler at the elevator entrance. Seeing him emerge from the lift, he came over. "Dormitory butler." The dormitory butler followed him outside. "Let's go back first." Xiaojie, holding the car keys, heard the dormitory butler's voice sounding a bit heavy. "What's wrong, dormitory butler? Didn't you see Miss Bai?" "No." The dormitory butler shook his head. He had heard that Bai Lian had been taking the Tongfeng class exam that morning. Sunday evening. Kong Wei and Yu Simin got involved in the student union by association with the other 2 roommates from their dormitory, and were busy with the student council's recruitment, which was essentially over. Now they were preoccupied with the orientation party at the end of the month. The school auditorium. When Kong Wei and Yu Simin arrived, they saw a crowd forming a circle around the center. Kong Wei looked through the crowd and faintly saw Bai Shaoqi's figure. "Hey, what are they doing over there?" Standing beside him was the class president of the theoretical physics class, Luan Jing, who had joined the student council just like Kong Wei. "I've just arrived and am not clear on the situation," he replied. As he spoke, he quietly turned his head, searching for Bai Lian. "Kong Wei, have you heard that Bai Lian is going to participate in the welcome party?" Bai Lian was the hot topic on Jiang University's Wild Forum these 2 days. Everyone was waiting for next week's spots in the Tongfeng class. "Yeah, she seems to be singing," Kong Wei explained to him, and upon seeing Yi Jingxian coming out from backstage, he called out to her, "Senior, what's happening up front?" "That new student, Song Min, just got a big sponsorship for the Finance College's External Relations Department." Yi Jingxian had more news than they had. "Bai Shaoqi has a teacher from Jiangyin, right? This morning when I went to Jiangyin for class, I saw Yen Lu, and all these people are asking her about Yen Lu." Yen Lu was returning to Jiangjing this weekend, although it wasn't an official trip. But with Jiangyin starting school, as soon as she went to Jiangjing Music Academy, she was immediately captured by fans, and now major video websites are still featuring the hot search, "Yen Lu spotted in Jiangyin." Yen Lu. As soon as Kong Wei and Yu Simin heard about Yen Lu, their gazes swooshed and focused on the group of people in the middle. In the crowd, Bai Shaoqi, holding on to her guzheng, said goodbye to them. "If there is a chance to see Yen Lu at Jiangyin next time, I will definitely take more photos for you guys." She left with Song Min. When they passed by Kong Wei and the others, she stopped, remembering that this was Bai Lian's roommate. "Hello, we'll have dinner with people from the finance department and your physics student council tonight. Do you want to join us?" "No thanks." Kong Wei thought about the last encounter between her and Bai Lian that seemed a bit off. The two coincidentally shared the last name, Bai, and he was cautious. "I have things to attend to later on." "All right then." Bai Shaoqi felt somewhat disappointed. "Let's make plans another time." After Bai Shaoqi left, Yu Simin and Luan Jing looked at Kong Wei, especially Yu Simin. "Kong Wei, are you out of your mind? Such a good opportunity and you're not going? You might even meet a few big shots." Song Min had secured such a big deal upon arrival. This combined dinner didn't sound like a simple affair. "I heard our president will be there too," Yi Jingxian chimed in, stroking her chin. "All that's not important, there's Yen Lu." Yu Simin silently stared at Kong Wei. As they were talking, Kong Wei's phone rang. It was a call from Bai Lian. As soon as the call connected, Bai Lian's somewhat languid voice came through. "I won't be coming back tonight. I had someone bring you and Yu Simin milk tea. It's made by my aunt." "But you're not in the dorm?" "I'm at the auditorium," Kong Wei answered. "Oh, all right, I'll have him deliver it to the auditorium," Bai Lian said casually. "Deliver it to the auditorium? What milk tea? Coming here?" Yi Jingxian looked at the two of them. "Your junior sure is nice to you, but does the school have delivery services to the auditorium?" Kong Wei and Yu Simin were unaware. The dorms weren't very far from the auditorium. 5 minutes later, Kong Wei and Yu Simin received a message from Bai Lian. They exchanged glances and walked out of the auditorium. Outside the auditorium doors, a black car was parked at the entrance. Next to the car stood a tall, aloof man dressed in a black t-shirt, holding 2 white plastic bags in his hand. Passers-by dared not get too close. His eyes swept over each person like a hawk, finally settling on Kong Wei and Yu Simin. He strode over and handed them the bags. "Classmates, Miss Bai asked me to give these to you." Kong Wei and Yu Simin were still wondering whether cars were allowed to drive into Jiang University so casually, and then they were startled by the man. She took the bags and noticed that they contained not only milk tea but also seemed to have a postcard inside. Asking for a monthly ticket for Sister Bai, let's strive and duck. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 642, 254 Break Out of the Encirclement, Part 1, _1 Yu Simin and Kong Wei had never seen Ming Dongheng before, but at this moment, Yu Simin could handle things better than Kong Wei. She thanked Ming Dongheng. Thank you. Ming Dongheng gave a slight nod to them and then turned to head for the lab building. His visit to Jiang University was not just to deliver milk tea but also to bring a document for Jiang Fulai. But first, he helped Bai Lian deliver milk tea to her roommate. The black car drove away. It was then that Kong Wei dared to speak to Yu Simin, holding the plastic bag in her hand. Yu Simin, that guy just now seemed like a gangster from a TV drama. Ming Dongheng, having been around Jiang Fulai for a long time and specially trained, had truly seen blood. His presence was very noticeable, setting him apart from the nearby university students. Yu Simin stood next to Kong Wei, watching the car move away, gazing at the rear license plate for a long time, seemingly lost in thought. There were still tasks waiting for them in the auditorium. Yi Jingxian had just moved a chair out when she saw the two. What milk tea did Bai Lian's junior bring for you two? The mention of Bai Lian made everyone else look over. Source: web novel. Com. Updated on Omicron New. Omicron, it's made by her aunt, Kong Wei said with a smile, pulling out the milk tea, which was in a plain paper cup sealed with tape on top and a compostable straw on the side. Still thinking about that stranger, she inserted the straw and took a sip. A unique tea fragrance that Kong Wei had never tasted at any other milk tea place. Kong Wei immediately sent a message to Bai Lian telling her how delicious the milk tea was. What's this? Luan Jing picked up a registration form, his tasks for the day done, ready to have a meal with his dorm mates when he noticed postcards packed separately in a bag beside him. It came with the milk tea. Yu Simin reached out and took 2 postcards from the bag, feeling they were probably labels of some sort. Bai Lian's aunt's milk tea is really good. She was cut off mid-sentence when she saw the cover of a postcard. It was a signed photo of a woman with misty blue short hair, dressed in a white tank top, with a leather jacket draped over her, turned sideways to the camera, with all her blue hair slicked back behind her ears. Golden marker flourished around the edge of the blue hair, signing the name Yen Lu. Damn, Lun Jing exclaimed, looking at the signed photo. A Yen Lu autograph? Everyone knew the impact of a blockbuster drama, especially since Yen Lu had personally endorsed it, and now the name Yen Lu was stamped with Bai Xiangjin's label. Any mention of this historical figure first brought Yen Lu to mind. The appearance of the Yen Lu autograph caught the attention of the boys and girls present. A crowd from the student council gathered around. Yu Simin and Kong Wei realized what was happening and each clutched a postcard close to their chests. You two are so stingy? A girl squeezed over. Let me see my wife's autograph. Is it really real? Where did you two get these? After the crowd caused a commotion, Yi Jingxian saw Yu Simin pulling the signed photo out of the bag. The milk tea had been sent over by Bai Lian. So, the junior sent each of you a signed photo? Yi Jingxian clutched her chest. Kong Wei gasped. Yes, the first time we met was at a scramble for an album. She knows I and Yu Simin are fans of Sister Lu. Yi Jingxian forced her eyes away. She rose wearily to go backstage. I don't feel quite right, going out first. Yu Simin Kong Wei. Senior sister, it's the body. But the milk tea was really good. The two of them bowed their heads and took another sip. At Shanghai apartment, when Ming Dongheng returned to report, he looked expressionless at the old Banjiang tea base Shen Qing was stewing for the milk tea. Xiaoming, would you like some? Shen Qing held out the last cup of milk tea to Ming Dongheng. Ming Dongheng took it. Thank you. Shen Qing couldn't tell good tea from bad, so she didn't know that Bai Lian's regular dwelling was especially pricier old Banjiang tea for the past year. Old Banjiang tea had doubled in price over the past year, and Jiang Fulai was largely to blame. Ming Dongheng thought it was best not to let Shen Qing know just how much good tea he had managed to take advantage of. Upstairs. Jiang Fulai was sitting in Bai Lian's study, wearing comfortable home clothes, leaning slightly against the chair back, the study light harshly illuminating his features. He wore a Bluetooth earphone, tapping a light-colored graphite pencil between his fingers unhurriedly, using its top end to adjust his glasses on his nose bridge, briefing the team members. So, none have been confirmed? Jiang University online meeting. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 643, 254 Break Out of the Encirclement, Part 1, _2 The utmost dedicated research group, consisting of 12 people online, including He-1, didn't dare to speak. Their eyelashes hung low, and even through the screen, the others could feel the piercing chill emanating from behind young Master Jiang's light-colored eyes shielded by his glasses. When Bai Lian entered, Jiang Fulai was cleansing the laboratory with ruthlessness. He paused at the sight of the figure outside the door. He pressed the mute button, his hand resting on the desk as he slowly lifted his head. What is this? Bai Lian placed the milk tea Shen Qing had given to him beside him, knowing he had turned off the mute at his speaking. Aunt made the milk tea, give it a try. Okay. The indifference on his face slightly softened as Jiang Fulai's fingers touched the milk tea cup. Do Ning Xiao and the others have any issues? No, Bai Lian shook her head. You go on with your meeting. She closed the door of the study and left. Jiang Fulai languidly turned off the mute button again, his slender fingers holding the white porcelain cup. His eyelashes raised slightly as he spoke calmly and unhurriedly to his team members. This graph, the ton scale sensitivity at 10 GeV, if enhanced from 10 to the -40 to 10 to the -50, would basically confirm the mass of the WIWP and the size of its interaction cross-section with ordinary particles. On the other side of the computer, He-Wen's expression remained unchanged as his hands busily sent a message to Bai Lian. Thanks with flowers. T303 The Lobby. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Omicron News 0. Bai Lian sent a 1 to He-Wen and continued scrolling. It was a message from Dean Huang. Dean Huang, this is the list we've just discussed. Dean Huang. Congratulations, this is the schedule for the Tongfeng class. Dean Huang. Tongfeng class is in Physics Building 307, the last lecture hall. Dean Huang. Classes start formally tomorrow. The Tongfeng class had its own dedicated classroom, and the Tongfeng specialized courses had no large-sized classes. Normally, such information should be notified by the monitor of Tongfeng class or the counselor, but Dean Huang had personally informed Bai Lian ahead of time. Bai Lian opened the two images sent by Dean Huang. One was the class schedule, and the other was the list of admitted students to the Tongfeng class. In these past few days, Jiang University's forum was filled with speculation about this year's Tongfeng class admissions quota. At the networking event of the School of Finance and Physics, Ba Shiming was drinking with the president of the School of Finance, and when others mentioned the matter, he couldn't help but look up. If they are admitting two, it's probably those two, there's no suspense about it. Hearing this, the president of the Finance Students Union remarked with admiration, "Your school is really lucky this year, holding the first, second, and third places in the national rankings. Your School of Finance isn't too shabby either, with juniors like Song Min and Bai Xiaoqi." Ba Shiming politely toasted to the duo across from him on the sofa. Will Bai Xiaoqi perform in the freshman show? Next to him, Gu Xiaoge was scrolling through the forum on his phone. Hey, the forum has announced the quotas. Seems like it's a bit different from what we expected. As soon as the 8 spots were revealed, insiders leaked the information. While Gu Xiaoge spoke, many people took out their phones to refresh the forum. Song Min remained unmoved, but Bai Xiaoqi beside her lowered her head to check her phone, her voice dropping. Sister must have made it into the Tongfeng class. Song Min did not respond, only swirling her drink in her glass. Bai Xiaoqi had already clicked into the forum. The first post on the homepage was marked with the word hot. I can only say that after the allocation for the Tongfeng class was announced, professors in the physics department were shocked. Without further ado, he erased the screenshot. Bai Xiaoqi didn't want Bai Lian to qualify, knowing that if Bai Lian got into the Tongfeng class, her and her brother's path ahead would be even more challenging. While thinking this, she clicked on the post. Upon entering, she saw a neatly organized list. Bai Lianing Xiaoyang Wutang Mingsu Jiue, 5 people. Bai Lian, Liang Wuyu, Su Jiue, these were anticipated by netizens, and no one was surprised, but, Ning Xiao? Let's not talk about Ning Xiao, I could still find him in the top 10, But where did Tang Ming pop up from? My goodness, my grandma, my coat, my jacket. Good, I'm relieved seeing this. We in Beijing went through the same thing. Who understands, I was peacefully staying in second place in Beijing, my family even prepared a banquet for the second top scholar, but after the college entrance exam, guess what, I dropped to 6th overnight. Luckily, there's someone surnamed Yang not on the list. This is terrifying, folks. Did anyone notice? All 3 of them are from Xiangqing? Damn, Xiangqing. Speaking of which, I still haven't gotten a high-speed train ticket. Haven't even seen Wallow Street or the Xingyi Martial Arts School. What's wrong? Song Min saw by Xiaoqi's lack of reaction for a long time and looked over. She caught sight of the list at a glance. Ning Xiao, Tang Ming. They were once her teammates at the Boyun base and friends of Bai Lian. This past week, Bai Lian stormed to fame throughout Jiangjing University City with those 2 anchoring images. And following the Tongfeng class examination, Ning Xiao and Tang Ming surged into the sight of all Jiang University, in a way no one could have imagined. The next day, Monday. Bai Lian dressed in a white, mandarin collared shirt and black skirt, composedly coiling her hair. She finally picked up the blue badge of Jiangjing University laying beside her and pinned it on the left side of her chest. In that instant, the identity of being part of Jiang University etched itself into her heart. Below Building 11. Zhang Xiais was reciting from a book while waiting with Ning Xiao and the others for Yang Lin and Bai Lian to come downstairs. As the 2 joined them, he straightened up. Sister Bai, I'm reporting to the affiliated high school today. I can probably only return on the weekend. Sure, Bai Lian replied, holding her laptop as they left the residence together. It was just past 6, the sun had not yet fully risen. Zhang Xiais took the bus to the high school while Bai Lian and the others headed for Jiang University for classes. Outside the quaint gate of Jiang University, Bai Lian lifted her head slightly to behold the powerfully inscribed characters, Jiangjing University, and murmured with a gentle smile, "Let's go." The sun quietly peeked out. 1,000 years passed, the last descendant of the Bai family went on behalf of his elder brother to Xiangqing, where he was buried with its people. As a border town, Xiangqing saw nearly no development. Today, this scion of the Bai family returned to Jiang University, breaking out with the students of Xiangqing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 644, 255 Versatile Alien, Second Update, _1 Jiang University's 3 special classes have access to the best resources of the university, especially the Tongfeng class and the Buyuan class. Even the classrooms are fixed. The Tongfeng class is located in room 307 of the physics building, a large, multifunctional tiered classroom with 10 seats in the middle row and 5 seats on each side. By the time Bai Lian, Ning Xiao, and Tang Ming arrived at room 307 of the physics building, most members of the Tongfeng class had already gotten there, taking seats in the center. The row wasn't full, with just a few people seated, spanning 6 rows. The 3 of them then took seats in the first row on the left. The Tongfeng class had a very strong academic atmosphere. Most of them were students from the national team. They had represented their district on the international stage in various physics and mathematics competitions. In a way, they had already formed their own groups. Upon the arrival of the new students, a very small number of people glanced up, but most kept their heads down, continuing with their own work or quietly discussing topics. Bai Lian sat on the inside, opened her laptop, and browsed through files. Another 10 minutes passed, and Su Jiue and Liang Wuyu entered with notebooks and pens in hand. Su Jiue, wearing a Jiang University t-shirt, glanced over and immediately noticed Bai Lian, taking the seat behind her with her notebook. A few members of the Boyuan class who were acquainted with Liang Wuyu from the laboratory greeted him. "Liang Wuyu, do you want to sit here?" Source: Web novel. Updated on New Omicron. The boy in the second row in the middle pointed at an empty seat beside him, as the scions of academic factions knew each other. Liang Wuyu scanned the 3 people in Bai Lian's row and noticed Su Jiue sitting behind Bai Lian. He hesitated in his step, declined the boy's offer, and took the seat behind Tang Ming. He, too, was counted as an acquaintance. Tang Ming chatted with Liang Wuyu for a bit, while Su Jiue didn't really look up much to speak. At 7:50, Zhou Wenqing entered. His gaze first swept towards the left side, and after introducing himself, he said, "I am the counselor as well as the head teacher of the Tongfeng class. As everyone knows, our class has exceptionally admitted 5 new students today. Student Bai Lian, please stand up and introduce yourself to everyone." Bai Lian reached out to close the lid of her laptop and stood up. Most eyes in the Tongfeng class turned towards her. "Ning Xiao, stand up and introduce yourself." Zhou Wenqing called on each of the 5 people to stand up and introduce themselves. Finally, leaning on the desk, he inquired, "Which research group has the fewest members? Take in the new students for now." The others in the Tongfeng class looked at each other, and eventually, a bespectacled boy in the 3rd row stood up. "Professor Zhou, it's our group. We have 6 people." The other groups in the Tongfeng class let out a sigh of relief. The thing they feared most was taking on new students. "All right," Zhou Wenqing glanced at them and nodded. "Bai Lian, you guys will familiarize yourself with the procedures with Ding Wenyang's group for now, and will reassign the groups next month. The Tongfeng class has only 2 lessons a day, 4 hours per lesson, with a break in between." Zhou Wenqing taught mechanics all morning, and during the break, he took his teacup to the office. Ding Wenyang sat next to Tang Ming, proactively greeting them. "The one on the farthest side is Wang Shi, the prodigy of our group. Wang Shi, say hello to the new students." Wang Shi glanced at Tang Ming and the others, nodded his head, then continued to look down at the printout in his hands. Don't mind Wang Zai's aloofness. He joined the Jiangjing Training Camps app 3 years ago and is now ranked 99th in overall points, Ding Wenyang said, sitting beside Tang Ming. At these words, Su Jiue and Liang Wuyu both looked up involuntarily. Liang Wuyu had just left the newcomers' leaderboard, now barely passing 1,000,000 points, ranked in the thousands. To break into the overall leaderboard's top 100, one would need around 7 million points. Tang Ming appeared to be much more composed. "So, Brother Ding, what does our research group need to do?" Ding Wenyang leaned back and spoke casually. "Actually, there isn't much to the research group, it's just to familiarize ourselves with the atmosphere in advance. Every 2 weeks, we have to report our learning outcomes and complete the paper reviews assigned by Professor Zhou. The paper review is the important part." "We're doing paper reviews now?" asked Tang Ming. Both he and Ning Xiao had a very limited foundation and had almost never read any research papers. Only Bai Lian had, he knew. Could it be that these national team members in the Tongfeng class also read them? "Yeah, new student," the boy from the 2nd row who had called Liang Wuyu over before walked up, overhearing Tang Ming's question and couldn't help but laugh, then turned to ask Ding Wenyang, "Has the new student studied advanced physics? Did you ask them?" Jiangjing University's advanced physics was not open to outsiders. Saying this, he gave Ding Wenyang a sympathetic pat on the shoulder. "Advanced physics?" Tang Ming looked up, puzzled. Ding Wenyang also remembered this detail and stood up to fetch 5 books from Zhou Wenqing's office and brought them back. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 645, 255 Versatile Alien, Second Update, _2 Tang Ming greeted Wang Shi amicably and took the book from Ding Wenyang. "So this is the book you mentioned? 5 volumes, with a familiar gem-green cover, and in white lettering on top. Physics at Jiangjing University." Below was the editor-in-chief, Jiang Fulai. As soon as Tang Ming saw the familiar name, he started to speak but stopped midway. Seeing Tang Ming staring at the book, Ding Wenyang thought he was curious about it and instinctively lowered his voice. "You must have heard about this book, right? Only undergraduates like us can read it. It contains many experiments from the main institute. We finished it in our 3rd year of high school at the national level. You guys need to work hard to keep up." "No, I meant the editor-in-chief of this book." "Sure." Ding Wenyang talked freely about other professors, obviously having taboos about this one. He stood up, Class is about to start. Familiarize yourselves with this physics book first. Tang Ming handed the book to Ning Xiao and Bai Lian. Bai Lian received the Jiangjing University physics book, not far away. Ding Wenyang returned to his seat, and the person next to him asked in a low voice, "They haven't systematically studied big physics. Can they keep up with us?" Source: web novel. Com. Updated on Omicron New. Upon hearing this, Ding Wenyang didn't reply, but his gaze shifted to the young man beside Tang Ming. Dressed in a long coat, his front bangs were kept long, and he only occasionally lifted his head to reveal a pair of slightly gloomy eyes. Like a cheetah lurking in the shadows. Ding Wenyang diverted his gaze and looked at Bai Lian once more, who was wearing a white shirt with sleeves a bit wider than normal clothes, tapping on the keyboard unhurriedly, a red ribbon falling on the keys. Unsure what she was looking at. Further back, Su Jiue had hardly lifted her face from the beginning to the end. From the look of it, among these 5 people, only Liang Wuyu, who seemed to have some lab experience, appeared somewhat reliable. "I don't know." "Don't just not know," his group mate whispered. "This also affects our GP. Don't you want to go to the Ross summer camp?" The Ross summer camp is a sacred place in the hearts of the university students, and the most important thing to join it is a recommendation letter. It will be from the School of Physics, and they only recommend students with high regular GPAs. Every 2 weeks, the topic group also has a scoring system. To put it simply, everywhere in the Tongfeng class is competitive. Ding Wenyang lowered his gaze. "We'll be switching groups next month anyway. We'll talk about it then." Evening. Student Union of the School of Finance. The art department handed the program list to the president of the student union. "This is the program list agreed upon with the School of Physics. Take a look." "Wait." The president of the School of Finance scanned the list from top to bottom and instantly noticed 2 items. By Lian, Song, Rewriting the Past. By Xiaoqi, Guzheng, Rewriting the Past. Rewriting the Past has been the most popular song since the college entrance exams and is still topping the charts across major music apps. Guaranteed traffic. Although it's a joint orientation party between 2 schools, there is also a silent competition. "Aren't these 2 the same?" The president of the School of Finance pondered briefly. "Go negotiate with the folks from the School of Physics, have them change to another song." By Xiaoqi and Song Min are both freshmen at the School of Finance this term. Song Min is the biggest financier of this welcome event as he started a business in Jiangjing this summer. And not just the head of external affairs, but even the president of the finance school would show face to Song Min. Everyone knows the relationship between Bai Xiaoqi and Song Min. And Bai Xiaoqi's online fame goes without saying. Most people are looking forward to this welcome event just because of her fame. The School of Finance will certainly stand on their own side. Bai Lian returned to the dormitory just after 9 o'clock. Room 407, Kong Wei leaned against her wardrobe, struck a pose, and asked the other 2 roommates, "Ladies, what do you think? Is my welcome pose standard enough?" Yu Simin placed a small bouquet in her hand. "With you like this, I'll just clap from the side when the time comes." "Sun Qian, what do you think?" Sun Qian was somewhat diplomatic. "I think, Bai Lian is probably not someone who appreciates such formalism." "Forget it, your opinion isn't important." Yu Simin dismissed Sun Qian's remarks. As Bai Lian stepped into room 407, bang, a small confetti cannon burst, and Kong Wei shook her bouquet welcoming her in. Sun Qian, with arms crossed, leaned aside, giving Bai Lian a look that said, "She tried to warn them." Bai Lian stood at the door of the dormitory, her posture straight, wearing a white blouse and black skirt with an ancient style, the jade hairpin coiling atop her head gleaming even more amidst the dormitory's light. Her slender fingers plucked off a piece of confetti from her forehead. "Thank you." She sighed, feeling somewhat regretful. When Yi Jingxian came to room 407, Yu Simin and Kong Wei were humming Yen Lu's songs while sweeping. However, she wasn't really in the mood to ask the 2 about it as she looked quite unsettled, having just had an argument with Ba Shiming and some people from the art department. "Junior sister." Yi Jingxian looked at Bai Lian, who was leisurely sitting in her spot, unsure how to speak. Bai Lian leaned back in her chair, still holding the phone, and told the person on the other end, "Jiang Fulai, Hold on, my senior sister is looking for me. Senior sister, go ahead. It's about the finance department. Yi Jingxian explained the whole situation in one breath, finally turning to Bai Lian. Junior sister, it's my fault for mishandling this. Why should we be the ones to change the song? Kong Wei tossed the broom aside and frowned. The finance department is playing hardball, talking about investments. Bai Lian listened quietly, her cold white fingertips tapping the screen. Yi Jingxian was observing Bai Lian's expressions. The finance department is probably afraid of Junior Sister's song as well. They want to make a name for their department during this orientation. She knew Bai Lian didn't wish to participate in the event initially and felt quite sorry for barely persuading her. How about this, Junior Sister? For this time Bai Lian picked up the phone, pushed her swivel chair to the side, and one leg lazily folded, her black and gold skirt swirling open. Fine, then I won't sing. I'll change to something else. Ah. Yi Jingxian and the others from room 407 didn't expect this response. Change to what? Bai Lian tilted her head, her body exuding a languid yet unyielding air. She replied casually, sword dance, spear, guzheng, choose one. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 646. 256 picked exactly what she's best at. Ma Institute academician invites to a meal _1 on Bai Lian's desk lay a basic music theory book, and at first glance, Yi Jingxian thought she had learned vocal music. Later, when persuading Bai Lian, Yi Jingxian didn't demand too much of her. Instead of involving her in a choreographed dance like Sun Qian's, Yi Jingxian simply let her stand there and sing a song, which Bai Lian didn't refuse. When it came to selecting the song, Bai Lian only mentioned that she was more familiar with Yen Lu's songs. After much contemplation, Yi Jingxian chose Rewriting the Past for her. Tonight, coming to discuss with Bai Lian, the best outcome Yi Jingxian had hoped for was for Bai Lian to change her song, but she had also considered the possibility that Bai Lian might not continue participating in the National Day and Freshers celebration. Sword dance, long spear, guzheng? Wait, Junior Sister. Yi Jingxian looked Bai Lian up and down, her eyes growing brighter. You also know all these? Bai Lian still leaned against the back of the chair, her posture slightly indolent, her features clear and bright. It's been a long time since I've tried. She last handled the long sword at Xiangqing No. 1 Middle School. Maybe the guzheng? Sun Qian, who had caught up, suggested, seeing Bai Lian's delicate and languid appearance and her attire which suited the classical beauty of the guzheng well. Knives and spears are too dangerous. She chose a guzheng that matched Bai Lian's temperament. The guzheng won't do. Yi Jingxian had another thought as she had already received the program list and knew that Bai Xiaoqi was performing the guzheng at the Freshers celebration. Source: Web novel. Com. Updated on Omicron New. C0 The finance school wanted the physics school to change their song because the two schools' music clashed. Bai Xiaoqi was very popular on her short video account. Both she and Song Min were good at winning people's hearts. The students' union of the finance department got along well with them, and Yi Jingxian felt that the finance school students' union president had already started grooming Song Min as the next president. Most importantly, Bai Xiaoqi had publicly claimed she studied under a teacher from Jiangyin. Her guzheng playing was definitely strong. This time, the program included solo singing, instruments, and dance sketches, but what Bai Lian had suggested, sword dance and long spear, were not listed. Not just for this fresher celebration, Yi Jingxian hadn't seen them on other stages either. Quite novel. In the past 2 months, because of Great Yong, there were many edits related to the backhand spear, and Yi Jingxian remembered Bai Lian owned a signed photo of Yen Lu. It seemed she was also a fan of Yen Lu. Not just Yi Jingxian, Kong Wei also chimed in. After sweeping the floor, she tossed flowers on the table. Senior sister, why not let her try the long spear or sword dance? I've never seen a performance like that. Bai Lian was fine with either. Resting her hand on the armrest, she said, You decide. Junior sister, are you sure you can manage the long spear? Yi Jingxian thought for a moment. I'll sign you up for the long spear. When asked about this, Bai Lian just raised her eyebrows slightly toward Yi Jingxian. Compared to the Guzheng, she was more familiar with the long spear that had accompanied her for years. Her senior sisters had quite the knack for picking. Okay, Yi Jingxian said, seeing her expression and settling the matter, then I'll sign you up for that. Do you have any requirements for the costume and props? Yi Jingxian and Bai Lian finalized the details. Bai Lian squinted slightly. Her old spear had a specific height and hardness, but that was for battlefield use, not for school performances which weren't so detailed. Besides, the material she preferred couldn't necessarily be procured by Yi Jingxian and the others. The spear can be a bit heavier, Bai Lian was used to it, but the accustomed material would have enabled a better performance. You don't need to worry about the costume, I'll talk to my grandfather. During the day, Ji Heng, now that he wasn't busy, liked to take a chessboard to the nearby park to play gamoku with university students or look for opportunities to go fishing with Chief Chen and others. Now he had added another activity, visiting Ji Mulan at the Su family. He had numerous descendants, but he hadn't seen the likes of Bai Lian and Ren Wanxian at birth. Ji Mulan's premature child was the only grandchild he had seen. Your grandfather can make clothes? Yi Jingxian and Kong Wei were somewhat surprised. Bai Lian lowered her gaze and smoothed her sleeves. All of my clothes are made by my grandfather. This outfit too is made by your grandfather? Kong Wei approached Bai Lian and touched the delicate stitches on her clothing, impressed. Your grandfather's craftsmanship is really good. Sun Qian also bent down to observe Bai Lian's clothes and was surprised. The last time Bai Lian had given each of them a hairpin, Sun Qian had a hunch about something. Bai Lian's clothes had no brand label, but each piece was stitched and tailored to perfectly fit her body. With Sun Qian's discerning eye, it was clear these were privately tailored. Their ready-to-wear clothes were customized a season in advance. Sun Qian had assumed Bai Lian's were too, but to her surprise, Bai Lian's clothes were actually made by her grandfather. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 647. 256 picked exactly what she's best at. Ma Institute academician invites to a meal _2. The people in the dormitory gathered around for a while to admire Bai Lian's clothes. Yi Jingxian finally stood up. All right, I'll go talk to the president about the details tomorrow. As for the clothes, that's up to your grandfather, junior sister. If there's anything else you need, just say the word and we'll fulfill your requests. Not only did Bai Lian not pull out of the performance, but she also changed to a different act, which was an unexpected joy. Yi Jingxian was very satisfied with her trip tonight. When she was about to leave, she saw the books on Bai Lian's desk, Jiang University Physics. Isn't that for next semester? Oh, you're in the Tongfeng class, it's different for you. After the roster for the Tongfeng class was leaked last night, only those in theoretical physics class 1 were crying their eyes out. Once Yi Jingxian had left, Kong Wei patted Bai Lian on the shoulder. How's your spear skills coming along? Bai Lian looked down at her phone, which was still on a call. Not bad. She turned her chair back around, gestured to Kong Wei that she was going to make a call, then, bracing her hands on the desk, stood up and walked to the balcony. Leaning against the small table on the balcony, she lowered her gaze and continued speaking to Jiang Fulai. It was my senior sister just now. On the other end of the phone, Jiang Fulai had turned on the speakerphone. While Bai Lian was speaking with Yi Jingxian and the others, he leisurely took away the Rubik's Cube from Jiang He, who was sitting on the carpet. Hearing Bai Lian speak, he casually stuffed the partially solved cube back into his hands, stood up, grabbed his phone, and turned off the speakerphone. Does your college have a welcome party? The senior sister has been looking for me several times. It was not air-conditioned on the balcony, and Bai Lian lazily stretched her legs. Jiang Fulai asked, when is it? Source, web novel. Updated on Omicron New 0, at the end of the month. I didn't ask for the exact date. In room 302, Jiang He looked at the Rubik's Cube in his hands that was almost completely solved. Looking up at Jiang Fulai, who had his back to him, he got up from the carpet with the still not completely restored cube, opened the door of room 302, and went downstairs. The door of room 301 was open. Ming Dongheng followed Jiang He all the way to room 103 and only went back after the door to 103 was closed. The next day, at 6 o'clock in the morning, Bai Lian got up on time. She changed into a set of sportswear and took out several pieces of iridium to tie on her arms and legs. Wearing Bluetooth earphones, she listened to English while running 2 laps downstairs. Now living at school, she couldn't see Ji-heng every morning, and she couldn't teach Ji-heng as she used to. It was so early that there weren't many early risers at Jiang University. Most of them had gone to the library to reserve seats. Bai Lian ran 2 laps around the dormitory building's main road before going back and took a shower, changing into casual clothes. Physics building, room 307. At a little past 7 in the morning, when Bai Lian arrived, almost everyone from the Tongfeng class was already there. Bai Lian and a few others, including Tang Ming and Ning Xiao, sat in their usual spots. When Bai Lian arrived yesterday, the Tongfeng class was studying seriously. Today, the Tongfeng class was more agitated, with groups whispering together about something. In addition to the Tongfeng class, Bai Lian noticed there were 2 rows of non-Tongfeng students sitting in the last 2 rows of the classroom. Tang Ming, as the representative of this group, went to inquire about what was happening. "You don't know." Ding Wenyang's group was very excited. When Tang Ming asked, they suppressed their excitement and said, "We have topology on Tuesday mornings. Gao Yuan told us that this year's class will be taught by Academician Ma." Hearing the title of Academician Ma, Su Zhiyue, sitting behind Bai Lian, couldn't help but lift her head. And Liang Wu evidently knew that Academician Ma was coming to teach today. After listening, he involuntarily looked towards the door. Ding Wenyang wasn't surprised by his reaction. That group of students in the back are here to listen to the lecture. Do you see that Dr. Gao in the middle? He lowered his voice. Dr. Gao Jiachen? When Bai Lian heard Academician Ma was coming to teach, she just slightly nodded her head, then nodded again without saying anything else. Unlike Bai Lian, Tang Ming's reaction was dull compared to the others. This wasn't Tang Ming's first time hearing Academician Ma. Academician Ma had previously attended a lecture at Buyuan Base, sitting behind a long row of professionals in the field, which had made Tang Ming very nervous. However, during the summer, Tang Ming had seen Academician Ma from a distance, who had also spoken to Bai Lian for a while. Now hearing that Academician Ma was going to teach their class, he was quite accepting of it. Ding Wenyang looked at Tang Ming, Ning Xiao, and Bai Lian, chuckling in embarrassment, wondering if their team accidentally got 3 outside students. 8 o'clock. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 648. 256 picked exactly what she's best at. Ma Institute Academician invites to meal _3 room 307 quieted down, and all eyes turned towards the main door. The classroom door swung open, and 2 individuals entered, led by an elderly man wearing glasses. He was dressed in loose clothing, his hair somewhat disheveled, and his attire unkempt. As soon as he appeared, everyone, including the group of doctoral students still studying in the laboratory behind, turned their gaze to him, their eyes filled with eagerness. Zhou Wenqing followed Ma Institute's academician, helping him turn on the projector and open his presentation. Ma Institute's academician, please use this. He handed the remote control to the Ma Institute's academician. Thank you. Ma Institute's academician coughed softly. He hadn't brought a teaching plan or books, and just stood at the podium. I didn't bring any books today, but everyone can rest assured, I know all the content in the books. The classroom was very quiet, everyone including Zhou Wenqing listened to Ma Institute's academician's lecture. Bai Lian glanced down at her topology book only briefly, the name of the editor-in-chief teacher printed clearly on it, Ma Tongfeng. Topology was also from 8 to 12, and even during the mid-session break, no one from the Tongfeng class left for a rest. Close to 12, Ma Tongfeng left a topic. He pointed at the question on the PPT. This is the assignment I am leaving for everyone. Hand it in to me next Tuesday. Zhou Wenqing had been sitting in the first row all along, serving as a temporary assistant to Ma Tongfeng. Source: web novel. Com, updated on Omicron New. 0. With still half an hour to go, Ma Institute's academician picked up his phone and left early. Behind him, the group of doctoral students sitting in the last row also stood up, with Gao Zhechen catching up with his notebook in hand. Ma Institute's academician. The rest of the Tongfeng class remained seated in the classroom. Zhou Wenqing, seeing the last 2 rows had emptied, then addressed this year's Tongfeng class. You are all very lucky this year because the Ma Institute's academician is teaching you. Of course, you all know that the Ma Institute's academician left a problem. I hope everyone will do well, and you can discuss it within your team. All these will be recorded in Ma Institute's academician's topology course individual contributions. As soon as he said this, the students of the Tongfeng class grew louder in their discussions. Gao Yuan, it's really the Ma Institute's academician. Your brother was right. The rest divided into groups for their tasks, each person equally excited. Ding Wenyang's group was also discussing. The problem given by the Ma Institute's academician is very important. Let's discuss it over lunch together at the cafeteria next door. He casually invited Tang Ming and Ning Xiao along. Bai Lian glanced at her phone for the message from Ma Institute's academician, pondered for a moment, and then handed Jiang Fulai's meal card to Tang Ming, telling Ding Wenyang, "I'll treat everyone to lunch. I have other things at noon, and I will share my thoughts in the group later." Tang Ming and Ning Xiao, guessing a bit, took Bai Lian's meal card. All right. Hearing Bai Lian offering to treat them to lunch, Ding Wenyang did not show any reaction. After all, she was a newcomer. He just took it as an opportunity to get to know everyone better and did not expect Tang Ming and the others to come up with some excellent suggestions. Ding Wenyang went to inform the rest of his group about the lunch. Wang Shi packed up his books, not having been to the restroom all morning, had just finished using the restroom and washing his hands. Upon hearing Ding Wenyang's words, he pulled out a paper towel and slowly wiped his fingers. Looking up, "She's not participating in the discussion?" "Yeah, at cafeteria too," replied Ding Wenyang, who left the restroom first. "Well, wait for you." After he left, Wang Shi took out his mobile phone, opened WeChat, scrolled down, found Zhou Wenqing's contact, and sent a direct message. "Professor Zhou, hello, I would like to request a change of groups. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 649, 257 Allocated Positions. Your niece's beam body is well written. Second update. _1 Academician Ma had a special resting room at Jiang University. Bai Lian had to ride the campus bus to get there due to some distance from the physics building. Having just alighted from the campus bus, she saw people from the finance college waiting at the bus stop. Bai Lian had become quite popular at Jiang University these days. Her face and the restrained temperament she carried were highly recognizable. She wore a simple long tee today, with black jeans. Ji Heng always liked to embroider something on her clothes. Today's t-shirt featured a simple yet lazy-looking black cat on the left side. The loose top made her look slender, and wearing Bluetooth earphones with an upright posture, she discouraged those who wanted to approach her for her WeChat. That's Bai Lian from the physics college. Yan Jiming, the minister of the finance college, turned to speak with Song Min beside him. Indeed, she's this year's People's Choice for Campus Belle. Did you know she has a performance at the welcoming ceremony? Song Min looked at the receding figure, came back to his senses, and remembered having seen Bai Lian at Jiangyin, feeling a slight stir in his heart. What performance? Singing? Yan Jiming scratched his head. I think so, but am not sure. Song Min came back to his senses and nodded without asking further. The two returned to the finance college, and Song Min mentioned this to Bai Shaoqi. Bai Shaoqi asked her senior sister about it. Source: web novel. Com, updated on N0 New. Omicron, you are talking about this, huh? The senior sister from the finance college chuckled on the phone. She was originally going to sing, but it clashed with yours, so our president had them change the song. Let me see, she now switched to rifle spinning. But whatever they changed to, it won't impact you much. I saw many of your fans say they want to come to our finance college's welcoming evening. Bai Shaoqi's influence was not small, and this was also a good publicity for their finance college. As for making Bai Lian change her program, the finance college didn't really care much. They didn't think it would impact them at all. The resting room for Academician Ma was in the comprehensive building on campus. Most of the professors had gone to lunch at this time. Inside the resting room, Dean Huang was sitting and talking with Academician Ma at the meeting table. Seeing Bai Lian, Dean Huang was not surprised and greeted her with a smile. Student Bai. Academician Ma, Director Huang. Bai Lian greeted each in turn. Assistant Yun already knew Bai Lian was coming. He was holding a disposable cup, preparing tea for Bai Lian. Sit down. Academician Ma took off his glasses and casually pointed at the seat next to him. I heard you participated in the mathematical modeling competition? Yes, she even won first prize, Dean Huang added from the side. Academician Ma's face showed satisfaction. It's good to participate in more competitions. How did you find today's course? Understanding Academician Ma's lectures wasn't easy for a freshman. He had something in common with Jiang Fulai. Tending to skip topics he found too trivial and obvious. Being accustomed to Jiang Fulai's teaching style, Bai Lian could keep up with the pace. It was okay. Bai Lian took the tea Assistant Yun poured for her and thanked him. Academician Ma was naturally pleased with someone he had taken a liking to at first sight, and of course, he would be even more pleased if Jiang he could be packed up and follow him as well. He had just returned and given Bai Lian several academic reports. Now he asked her several questions, which she was able to answer one by one. Dean Huang sat beside Academician Ma, holding his teacup while nodding and watching. There will be a research symposium in the middle of the term where one team from your Tongfeng class will be selected to participate in a project. Academician Ma finished asking questions and brought up business matters. Perform well, there aren't many engineering projects that first-year students can be involved in. At this stage, what is tested is the team's ability to cooperate. I understand, Bai Lian nodded. Also, there's a new quantum field literature that I'll send you later. Academician Ma considered for a moment, analyze it well and try to make a report. By now, Bai Lian had read enough reviews, and Academician Ma hoped she could get more academic exposure. After Bai Lian had left, Dean Huang put down his teacup and exclaimed, her comprehension is really high. The dining hall. Tang Ming and Ding Wenyang's group made a grand entrance and swiped their cards. Having found a place to sit, Ding Wenyang went to order food with Tang Ming. How come Bei's student card is different from ours? The new student cards all featured Jiang University's gates and the sky, exhibiting a blue color. The card Tang Ming had, although also from Jiang University, was predominantly brick red in color. This card belonged to Jiang Fulai. Tang Ming casually said, Bai glued a sticker on hers. A sticker? Why didn't she stick stickers of celebrities? However, Ding Wenyang didn't think much of it because the next second he saw the balance on the card. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 650, 257 allocated positions. Your niece's beam body is well written. Second update. _2998114. 8. Ding Wenyang was a local of Jiangjing and his family was fairly well off, but no matter how wealthy, he had never seen anyone recharge their meal card as if it were a bank card. Looking at the balance on the card, he fell into silence. Even when a group of people gathered together for a meal, Ding Wenyang still hadn't quite gotten over it. Today's lecture by Academician Ma was too complex. Someone at the table started to discuss the topology class they had attended, with few understanding it. Liang Wuyu, did you get it? Liang Wuyu was beside them, scrolling through her phone while eating, and upon hearing the question she looked up. I followed most of the class content, but the direction for the assignment isn't very clear. Lacking direction was quite normal. Ding Wenyang was also completely clueless. Tang Ming was looking at the group chat he had with Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai when Jiang Fulai sent just 2 words, 8 o'clock. He started to slowly pick at his food, wondering whether he should bring an extra voice recorder tonight. Hey, where's our group's ace, Wang Shi? Seeing that Wang Shi had not arrived, Tang Ming asked Ding Wenyang. Ding Wenyang said that Wang Shi was the key figure in their group. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Omicron New. 0, he'll be here soon, Ding Wenyang was saying when he saw Wang Shi coming through the main entrance. He quickly waved to Wang Shi, over here. Wang Shi approached and nodded to them amicably. Hello, everyone. The Tongfeng class had lessons from 2 to 5:30 in the afternoon. The subject in the afternoon was electromagnetism. There were no lessons in the evening, but there was self-study time, which was also when study groups exchanged and discussed academic matters. Aside from the assignment given by academician Ma, there was also a literature report assignment for the group meeting. Ding Wenyang and Wang Shi were quite familiar with the process. Professor Zhou asked us to find new literature to report on. I found several. Let's go with this one on quantum theory. Also need to look up some data to support it. He shared the literature in the group chat, mainly to ask the new students for their opinions. Liang Wuyu and Su Jiue had no objections. Ding Wenyang turned his gaze to Bai Lian and the other two. Bai Lian was receiving a paper from academician Ma, and looked up briefly. That's fine. Neither Ning Xiao nor Tang Ming had much experience with reading papers, but both had collected data before. Liang Wuyu pushed up her glasses and spoke up. I'll handle the review. Bai Lian can do the main report, Tang Ming suggested. As the regular performers in their group, the reporter was also crucial, someone who could calmly deal with questions from professors. Bai Lian's previous presentation at Boyuan Base had made a memorable impression on Tang Ming and Su Jiue. Hearing this, Ding Wenyang looked at Bai Lian. She sat in an elevated position, her back straight, her slender fingers resting on the keyboard, looking up as they spoke, her brows like distant mountains, her demeanor quite relaxed. Liang Wuyu and Su Jiue had both seen Bai Lian's spirited performance at the podium and had no objections. Seeing that even Liang Wuyu didn't object, Ding Wenyang also thought it viable. The professors would certainly appreciate such a clean, attractive, and highly intelligent student. All right, that's settled then. Bai Lian, familiarize yourself with the paper, and make a PowerPoint along with a summary. Okay, Bai Lian had intended to do the data and write the research background. She had reviewed a lot of literature, especially since the topic of this report aligned with her research direction. But since they decided to have her present, she didn't refuse. At 7:30, Bai Lian left with Tang Ming and Ning Xiao. You're leaving already? Ding Wenyang looked up, and Su Jiue also glanced towards Bai Lian. Seeing the others still studying intently, Tang Ming spoke in a low voice. We're going to learn from the experts. Don't worry, when I figure out academician Ma's question, I'll explain it to you. Solving academician Ma's question thoroughly wasn't easy at the moment, unless one had doctoral-level guidance like Gao Yuan. However, Ding Wenyang didn't want to knock Tang Ming's confidence. All right, I'll wait for you. At this time, there were no study rooms available in the library, nor could they find any empty lecture halls with tiered seating. Jiang Fulai was at the coffee shop beneath the number 1 doctoral building. The doctoral building was frequented by many who punched the clock, but the pressure it imposed on Jiang University students was significant, and few dared to enter the coffee shop below it to enjoy a coffee. By the time Bai Lian and her 2 companions arrived, Jiang Fulai had already been seated on a sofa against the wall inside. He sat slightly leaned back with his laptop before him, his features cold and stern as he tapped a few words on the keyboard to reply to a thesis, while his other hand impatiently drummed on the table. He exuded an aura that warned strangers to keep their distance. The waiter, holding a cup of coffee, hesitated to approach, standing 5 meters away from him. Bai Lian walked over, reached for the coffee on the waiter's tray. I'll bring it over for you. She approached Jiang Fulai, sat down beside him calmly, and slid the coffee towards him. Professor Jiang, your coffee. At the sound of her voice, Jiang Fulai looked up, took off his glasses and slowly straightened up. Did academician Ma give your class today? Yes, but he wasn't as clear as you. Bai Lian took out her phone, flipping to the exercises academician Ma had left them that morning. Tang Ming and Ning Xiao sat down opposite them with a hint of restraint. Only then did Jiang Fulai reach out for her phone, his demeanor nonchalant. Oh. After a quick glance, he already understood the gist and, with some patience, went over it twice. Of course, considering Tang Ming's intelligence on the other side, he was quite thorough. 10 o'clock. The mini-lecture ended, and with Jiang Fulai there, both Tang Ming and Ning Xiao tactfully packed their bags and left first. Oh, your grandfather mentioned to me. Jiang Fulai casually walked with her towards the female dormitory, recalling the matter. About the 1-month celebration for his great-grandson, he invited me. Are you going? No one dared to broach this topic with Bai Lian, except for him with his audacity. Su Jiue had seen Bai Lian for so many days, and although he often harassed her on WeChat, he never mentioned it either. Bai Lian stepped into the shadows of the trees, glancing sideways at him. Why are you asking me? Jiang Fulai's delicate brows raised in a manner that suggested, if not you, then who should I ask? And he spoke evenly, if you go, I'll go, if you don't, why should I go? He took it for granted. He was carrying Bai Lian's laptop while she casually clasped her hands and slightly tilted her head. Let's talk about it later. Meanwhile, at the Mu family, the butler also conveyed this message to Mu Yining. The 1-month celebration? Mu Yining had just finished her work, still smelling faintly of alcohol. She took off her jacket and considered for a moment. I'll check my schedule. If nothing else, Bai Lian was someone they had to show respect for. The butler poured her a glass of water, glanced around and mentioned, the son-in-law hasn't returned for a while. When the time comes, you can't avoid meeting the old master. You should bring the son-in-law to see him. By son-in-law, he referred to Mu Yining's husband, Dong Xiaobai, someone involved in the arts and seldom staying at the Mu family home. The Dong family was also quite prestigious in Jiangjing, a family of literary tradition, ranking alongside the current Leng family. Lately, he seems, Mu Yining paused in thought, to be getting quite close with Wan Xian. Miss Ren. The butler hadn't heard that name in a long time. And he hadn't seen Ren Wanxian much in recent days either. Yes. Mu Yining spoke as she took out her phone and dialed a number, which Dong Xiaobai answered quickly. Yining, from the other end of the phone, Dong Xiaobai sounded quite surprised. I'm still out. Did you know your niece's calligraphy surpasses both you and Mu Zhao by a lot? Her Liang style is also full of strength, though there's still room for improvement. I didn't expect your Mu family to have such a talented child with an artistic streak. My old man really likes her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 651. 258 Big Boss Operation _1 Originally, when Mu Qiong couldn't return from the snowy mountains, the Dong family was very understanding and allowed Mu Zhao to take the surname Mu and enter the Mu family registers. Mu Zhao did indeed favor the Mu family with his linear thinking. She has studied calligraphy? The Mu family wasn't very concerned about such things, and the apartment butler had never inquired in detail about Ren Wangshuan's affairs. Mu Yining listened with a smile as Dong Xiaobai spoke for a while before clarifying his intention. When can you come back for a visit? Make some time to meet with Xiaojun and the others. Ji Xiaojun had also studied painting before, sharing common topics with Dong Xiaobai. All right, I got it, Dong Xiaobai laughed. It seems your family appreciates Wan Xian a lot? Mu Yining could sense his good mood. Not really, many in the family write well. Wan Xian lacks a bit in style and technique. Dong Xiaobai paused for a moment before speaking seriously, but she is your niece. The two only had one son, Mu Zhao, and since Ren Wanxian was Mu Yining's niece, he naturally treated her with more leniency, adding a filter. After hanging up the phone, Mu Yining's brow furrowed slightly. Ren Wanxian was different from Ji Xiaojun and Shen Qing. Although Shen Qing was frankly mercantile, she was also terrifyingly clear-headed and had never done anything inappropriate since coming to Jiangjing. The apartment butler assured Mu Yining, "Don't worry, Miss Ren is unlikely to encounter any problems." Hope so, Mu Yining pressed her brow, but indeed, I hadn't considered that she just happened to have studied calligraphy, hitting right on what the Dong family values. Source: web novel. Com, updated on Omicron New. Omicron, there are many who study calligraphy in Xiangqing. The problem left by academician Ma was not easy. Bai Lian also used 2 days to barely calculate it down. On Friday, Ding Wenyang, Ning Xiao, and Bai Lian's group were still eating in the cafeteria next to the physics building. She habitually wore a Bluetooth earpiece in one ear, which was playing some professional terms and scholarly texts at a slow speed, and she listened while eating. Ning Xiao sat on her left, Su Jiue on her right. At the dinner table, the main discussion was between Ning Xiao and Liang Wuyu on the paper about quantum theory, with Ding Wenyang listening on the side. The more he listened, the more surprised he became, realizing over the past 2 days that although both had taken the college entrance exam, they were in no way weaker than any member of the national team. Ning Xiao was logically meticulous, and Liang Wuyu was obviously very familiar with various experiments and papers. Their division of labor and cooperation on the literature report for the seminar hardly required any worry. This gave Ding Wenyang and the others a lot of pressure. It feels like with you two here, Ding Wenyang took a sip of soup, our literature report for next week's seminar will definitely get a B. Yes, with Bai Lian presenting, another person also looked up, thinking, as long as you're not nervous facing professors like Zhou and can handle the pressure, even a B+ is very easy. Having been together these past few days, they naturally could see that among the 5 people in Bai Lian's group, Su Jiue, Ning Xiao, and Tang Ming followed only Bai Lian. Ding Wenyang looked thoughtfully at Bai Lian. It's already Friday, and we should try to finish all the literature this weekend. Also, don't forget one thing. Ding Wenyang remembered the problem posed by academician Ma and lost his appetite. That topology question, do you guys have any ideas? Su Jiue shook her head. Liang Wu slowly picked at the vegetables in her bowl. I've solved a bit, but got stuck in the middle. Wang Shi looked up. I have no ideas either. Tang Ming glanced at Bai Lian. She was holding chopsticks in one hand and leisurely swiping on her phone with the other, her eyes downcast, remaining unresponsive. He just bowed his head and continued eating his bowl of rice without speaking. After finishing their meal, they arrived at room 307. Only then did Tang Ming take out his backpack from under the table, and from it he pulled out his roughly drafted process and walked to the center of the room to hand it over to Ding Wenyang. Ding Wenyang was talking with other group members, with Wang Shi in front discussing the topology problem with Gao Yuan and others. Taking the A4 paper Tang Ming handed over, he was startled before realizing it was the topology problem. Study it yourself first, Tang Ming said, in going back to review literature. Ding Wenyang bent over the paper and pen all afternoon and hadn't completely finished when, just before the electromagnetism class, he looked up in shock and moved his place from the center to beside Tang Ming. Tang Ming was gathering data on the computer, and when he saw Ding Wenyang move over, he looked up to greet him. Hey, brother. Bai Lian, Ning Xiao, and a few others didn't stay on campus. Every weekend Zhang Xiais would come back, and Xinqing would also rush over from the neighboring area. Shanghai apartment would be bustling at this time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 652, 258 Big Boss Operation _2 Xinqing was holding a flexible ruler, taking Bai Lian's measurements. You've lost weight. While measuring Bai Lian's waistline, Xinqing jotted down the measurements. Jiang Fulai was sitting on the sofa. He was dressed in a white shirt, his fingers casually resting on the armrest without cufflinks. His sleeves were rolled up twice, revealing his somewhat bony wrists as his phoenix-like eyes lazily rose. With a teacup in his other hand, he nodded along upon hearing the remark. Ji Heng and Jiang He were sitting on a small carpet nearby, playing Go. Jiang He carelessly placed a piece, then looked up at Ji Heng. Holding a black stone, Ji Heng looked back at Jiang He expressionlessly. By the time Bai Lian had been fully measured, Ji Heng handed her the black stone and took the measurements from Xinqing, Alien, you're going to perform with a spear. Do you have any requirements for the costume? Bai Lian bent down, unhurriedly placing the black stone on the board and methodically picked up another, white, mainly simple. Ji Heng had originally planned to prepare a red performance outfit for her. Okay, said Ji Heng as he walked into the yard, his gaze lowered as he lit a cigar, thinking about the performance costume. By the glass doors, Bai Lian sat cross-legged opposite Jiang He, with the last black stone between her middle and index fingers. Her fingers appearing even whiter, she placed the black stone in one spot and said leisurely, Jiang Xiaoniao, watch closely. This move is called cabbage array. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Omicron New. Opposite her, Jiang He. On the side, Jiang Fulai, from the sofa, set down his teacup and came over to admire Bai Lian's cabbage array. Good, play like this next time. Speaking of cabbages, Shen Qing asked Ji Heng, can the cabbages in the flower pots outside be eaten yet? After finishing the game with Jiang He, Bai Lian looked down at her phone and saw a message from a friend. Ding Wenyang. Ding Wenyang. File? Ding Wenyang. So you're also a fan of Pick God. She had sent the documents for the research group to discuss. Bai Lian told Ji Heng, then returned to the third floor to start working on the PowerPoint presentation based on the files Ding Wenyang had sent. After she left, Ji Heng added more tobacco to his pipe. His gaze shifted to Jiang Fulai. Jiang Fulai came out holding Jiang He's Rubik's Cube. What did she say? Ji Heng asked whether Bai Lian was going to the full moon celebration or not. He always felt that Bai Lian had a weak kinship bond, and while she got along well with those friends, Ji Heng couldn't help but think that if he were to pass away in 100 years and Bai Lian's friends had all started families, how many people would still be by her side then? Su Wenyao and Su Jiue got along quite well with Bai Lian. Ji Heng hoped that the child born to Ji Mulan would take a liking to Bai Lian, so that she wouldn't be left with nobody behind her. She has an orientation at the end of the month. Jiang Fulai idly spun Jiang He's Rubik's Cube. If she can't make it because of that, she won't go. When is the orientation? Ji Heng also planned to attend. The afternoon of the 30th. Bai Lian didn't know the time yet, but Jiang Fulai had already found out in advance. Ji Heng exhaled a ring of smoke, the wisps spiraling upward. Il tell Su N. 303. Study. When Jiang Fulai entered, Bai Lian had just opened PowerPoint. She had never made a PowerPoint before. The previous ones were always done by Wang Su and the others. She had just opened PowerPoint, and the cover only had the words, Quantum Theory, written in large letters. A literature report? Jiang Fulai leaned on the table with his hand, bent over slightly, and considered for a moment. I have a template. I'll copy it to you, and you can just fill in the content directly. Being involved in scientific research, he often needed to make reports and wasn't surprised. He used his own template, which was straightforward and clear. Jiang Fulai took out his own laptop, sent Bai Lian his usual literature report PowerPoint template, sat down in Bai Lian's place, turned his head slightly. Shall I demonstrate it once for you? He opened the data report organized by Ding Wenyang and Liang Wu and the others. Just one glance at the abstract and his brows furrowed. He Wen's papers would be heavily critiqued by him, and the report sorted by Ding Wenyang, Ning Xiao, Liang Wu, and the others made him question his own knowledge with just one more glance. Bai Lian leaned in to watch his operation, then noticed his expression. Ding Wenyang and Ning Xiao are just freshmen, Professor Jiang. Jiang Fulai, with a stern face, filled in the PowerPoint, pointing at a replicated line. Look, this data is a standard mistake. Bai Lian. After Jiang Fulai finished the entire PowerPoint, he stood up to give Bai Lian her place. Want to try? I won't change yours. Bai Lian sat down, opening the paper Ma Institute scholar had given her. I'll use this one for practice. Jiang Fulai glanced at it, amplitude of spatial 2-photon states. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 653. 258 Big Boss Operation _3 It's definitely sent by an academician from the Ma Institute. With one hand in his pocket, he read the summary and conclusion written by Bai Lian, and only then did he feel as if his eyes had been cleansed. Very well written. Tuesday morning was the academician's class from the Ma Institute. Ding Wenyang and his group had completely mixed with Tang Ming's, and early in the morning he came to room 407 with A4 papers. Today, they had to hand in their answers to the academician. He purposely waited at the door for Bai Lian and Tang Ming's group. Wang Shi, how is your problem going? As soon as Ding Wenyang entered, he went over to where Wang Shi was sitting with Gao Yuan, and a few of them were quietly discussing something. Seeing Bai Lian and Ding Wenyang, they stopped and greeted them. Wang Shi stood up to explain, "I'm getting nowhere." Ding Wenyang's expression slightly changed. Wang Shi was the star of their group, but these past few days, Liang Wu and Tang Ming had shared their understanding of the topology problem given by the academician, while Wang Shi had hardly spoken. Nobody didn't want to leave a good impression with the academician. Although the academician was certainly not taking on students now, just one letter of recommendation from him, and they'd have significant clout, no matter where they went. Ding Wenyang glanced at Wang Shi but said nothing more. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Omicron News 0, Friday. At 7 in the evening it was time for the bi-weekly meeting of the Tong Feng class and the public literature report session. The Tong Feng class was very popular on the forums. Countless alumni inquired about where the bi-weekly meetings of the Tong Feng class took place. It's in the auditorium of the comprehensive building, Kong Wei and Yu Simin both said while holding their phones. Jiang University typically didn't have many classes on Friday nights. People from the school newspaper will be there to report, and a lot of people from the forum will come to cheer for you. We'll also go to support you. She specifically brought her hand-tied bouquet. Bai Lian picked up her laptop and went to the auditorium with them. Faculty of Finance Building. Bai Shaoqi was negotiating with the student council about the promotion of the welcome party when Song Min checked his phone and stood up with his books from the study room. Where are you going? Bai Shaoqi asked as she followed him with her phone. Song Min spoke softly, the auditorium in the Physics and Engineering building. The Tong Feng class is holding a public meeting today. The Tong Feng class? Bai Shaoqi was slightly stunned. Was it the class that Bai Lian was in? She followed Song Min to the Physics and Engineering building, where the auditorium was huge, capable of accommodating 400 or 500 people at the same time. Because of Bai Lian's connection with Ning Xiao and the others, the Tong Feng class was very popular this year. By now, the back of the auditorium was already packed with people, and everyone's gaze was focused on the students sitting in the middle rows. Almost all the gazes contained a sense of respect. Everyone knew that these were the individuals who represented the pinnacle of intellect at Jiang University. Wang Su and Pei Qin were among those observing from the back, and upon noticing Bai Shaoqi and Song Min, who they recognized, they spoke in hushed tones, "You guys came too?" Reporters from the Jiang University school newspaper were already on site taking photos. Song Min, observing the unusually expressive crowd, inquired about it. "Do you see that first row? That's Dean Huang sitting there," Wang Su explained to Song Min, the dean of the physics faculty, the second disciple of academician Ma. "We met him last time. He's attending the Tong Feng class meeting." This academic atmosphere indeed stirred one's soul. But the crowd watching from behind could easily cause nervousness. Bai Shaoqi's gaze lingered on the girls sitting at the end of the back row. The first group had already gone up to speak, delivering their presentations with neither servility nor overbearance, and the content was all academic papers, typically beyond the realm of what regular undergraduates studied. Dean Huang and Zhou Wenqing did not rate them highly. Most received CS and DS. This was Bai Shaoqi's first time attending such a report, and she turned her head to Song Min, commenting, "The scores seem a bit low. I wonder if my sister can keep up." It wasn't just her. Most of the students who came to watch were curious about the performance of Bai Lian and the other new students. The back of the middle row. After Gao Yuan's group finished their literature report, Dean Huang looked up and nodded rarely. "Very good, I give you AB+. This research exceeds what you can currently study." Bai Lian's group was the last one. However, ever since Gao Yuan's group presented, Ding Wenyang and his group had ceased discussing. Since Gao Yuan's group had chosen the same topic as Ding Wenyang's and had not only built upon the ideas of Liang Wuyu and Ning Xiao but also enhanced and optimized each detail and step, further exploring the subject. Zhou Wenqing smiled at Dean Huang. It's time for the next group. Dean Huang nodded as well. At the back row, Ding Wenyang's face turned pale. Not only were the regular session marks added to the total, but also the crowd that had gathered today, in addition to the school newspaper people reporting on the event. But more importantly, Zhou Wenqing and Dean Huang were present. It was already a problem that their group had chosen the same topic as Gao Yuan's group, with identical data, and Gao Yuan's group had even done optimizations. To make matters worse, Gao Yuan's group presented first, setting a precedent. Others might think that this group had borrowed the data and topic from Gao Yuan's group. Ding Wenyang's gaze fell directly on Wang Shi beside him, his hands clenched tightly. "I'll go and explain to Professor Zhou." "Do you think he'll listen to you?" Tang Ming held him back, his eyebrows showing a commanding presence. "The professors only need the results, and besides, we're not convincing enough." "But the data is ours." Ding Wenyang knew this better than anyone. The probability of choosing the same topic was practically zero, and the other group had done better than theirs. This group hesitated to go on stage, and the students watching from behind had already started discussing the situation. Bai Shaoqi narrowed her eyes slightly. "What's the matter with them?" Song Min also frowned. At the back row, Liang Wuyu looked up. He was somewhat familiar with Zhou Wenqing. "I'll tell Professor Zhou that we want present this time." The pressure to go up and present now was immense. Bai Lian pulled out her Bluetooth earphones, took out her laptop from her backpack, stood up, and wore a neat and tidy long green dress. "No need. When the professor asks questions later, you don't have to answer, just leave it to me." It just so happened that she had made 2 PPTs. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 654, 259 This year's Top Scholars Strength, Second Update, _1 Today's regular meeting is particularly buzzworthy because of Bai Lian, Ning Xiao, and a few others. For this reason, Liang Wu decided to hold off on giving a lecture, willing to forego this session's points. If they gave a presentation after Gao Yuan's group today, there would be many rumors and speculations about their group, and the baseless gossip would never cease in the future. Ding Wenyang and Liang Wu had the same thought. But they hadn't anticipated that Bai Lian would still dare to step up for her presentation at such a time, showing an exceptionally strong mindset. Recovering his senses, Ding Wenyang turned to Tang Ming. "Tang Ming, Bai Lian Lian has her own considerations," Tang Ming said, looking at Bai Lian. "He never doubted her, let's just watch and see." Ning Xiao nodded. The two had weathered many storms, and were composed even now. But Ding Wenyang wasn't as composed as them. He worried not only about the effectiveness of Bai Lian's presentation but also about the loss of the usual points and what it would do to their final estimated scores. Especially since the content of the PowerPoint presentation was almost identical, if not inferior to Gao Yuan's group, he could almost imagine the reactions of the onlooking alumni. At this moment, Bai Lian stepped up to present against the storm, and even Ding Wenyang felt her inner strength was too formidable. Source: Web Novel. Com, updated on Omicron New. 0 Bai Lian was already standing at the podium. In university, Bai Lian seldom wore the school uniform. Ji Heng was keen on making all kinds of clothing for her. Today she wore a long dress of celadon-colored silk with patterns outlined in crimson threads at the hem, which undulated with her movements. Behind her, Kong Wei held a hand fan but hadn't started waving it yet. Merely tilting his head, he asked Yu Simin, "I remember her PowerPoint was on a flash drive. Why did she bring her computer up?" Yu Simin was also nervous, her eyes on Ding Wenyang's group, sensing something wasn't right. With so many students watching and facing the cameras from the school newspaper, not to mention the dean of the physics department, Huang Yushua, being present, the pressure was immense and not something just anyone could handle. On the stage, Bai Lian had already connected her computer to the projector. There weren't many applications downloaded on her computer, aside from the video software from Jiangjing TV station. The rest were social and learning applications with only 2 PowerPoint icons on the left side. One was named 1, and the other was titled 2. Bai Lian reached out and clicked on the 2 icon. Ding Wenyang had briefly looked up at Bai Lian, but upon seeing her open the PowerPoint, he didn't dare to look up again, worried about seeing a title similar to the previous groups. Wang Shi sat on the far right, watching Bai Lian open the PowerPoint presentation with an expressionless face. Meanwhile, Gao Yuan and others sitting near the front squinted their eyes when they saw Bai Lian step up to give her lecture. Liang Wu and Su Jiue watched Bai Lian without shifting their gaze, their hands on the table tensing slightly. The opened courseware displayed a simple page in pale blue, with clearly divided colors and lines. There were no fancy icons, just blue dots and dividing lines. Zooming in on the image revealed 7 blue brush script characters: real-time photonic quantum entanglement. The focus of our group's lecture this time is on twin photon digital holographic imaging technology. Bai Lian held a red laser pointer, casually lifting it, the red light pinpointed on the section she discussed, her tone completely relaxed. These scientists applied the more advanced digital holography developed over the years to the entangled superposition state of twin photons. This camera's resolution is at the nanosecond level. This quantum entanglement paper was very new, and it was given to Bai Lian by academician Ma, who told her to ponder it thoughtfully. Nowadays, academician Ma rarely sent papers to Bai Lian. It was usually he who sent them, and Bai Lian needed to invest a lot of time to fully grasp each one that academician Ma sent. Bai Lian had spent basically all of the past 10 days studying this paper. She was accustomed to using the Feynman technique, and her approach to explaining papers was the same. She interspersed explanations of quantum entanglement phenomena, so even the first-year students, Kong Wei and Yu Si-min, understood the main content of her presentation. The moment she mentioned twin photons, Ding Wenyang felt unfamiliar because it wasn't their topic. Ding Wenyang suddenly looked up. Bai Lian had already moved on to the next page, half leaning on the podium, pointing at the image with the laser pointer in her right hand, gently tapping on the image in the PowerPoint. This image displays the interference pattern left behind by a pump beam through a yin-yang-shaped stencil. Another image is that of entangled photons which have reconstructed the amplitude and phase structure of the image. Bai Lian stood on the stage, clad in a blue attire, unflustered by the changing situation. With a gentle lift of her hand, the slide changed to the next. Sitting below were professors and the dean of the physics department. Members of her class from Tongfeng were seated, and a crowd of other students stood at the back, there to watch the excitement. The lecture hall, which had been bustling just moments before, was now silent as a grave. All eyes were focused on her, her demeanor clearly mild, but with every move, there was an unrestrained elegance exuding from her, soft yet with a trace of fierceness. Bai Lian spoke slowly and calmly, starting from the front and moving to the back, until she reached the last page. All PPT presentations usually end with a "thank you" or "thanks for watching" to conclude the session. But it was already quite polite of young Master Jiang to share his scientific research results with others. His signature style for the last page of his PPTs was always just one word. Not even a punctuation mark was included. For the quantum theory PPT, Bai Lian had changed the last slide to a thank you page, but she didn't plan to present this PPT, so she left it unchanged. She looked up, slowly staring at the blue English word, pondering for a while. After a long pause, she turned casually to the first row where professors like Zhou Wenqing were seated and politely said, "My presentation ends here. Thank you for watching." In the first row, Zhou Wenqing stared at the watermark in the bottom left corner of the last PPT slide with the words, "CRFS Dark Matter Research Institute," and didn't dare to speak right away. Even Dean Huang fell silent for a moment. Bai Lian switched the PPT back to the cover page. She didn't wait for a response from Zhou Wenqing or Dean Huang, paused briefly, and looked questioningly at the more familiar Dean Huang. As the class advisor for Tongfeng, Zhou Wenqing had seen some reputable projects and heard summaries of Jiang Fulai's projects. His project reports always featured PPTs he made himself, a template ever unchanged among science students. He was no different. Almost immediately, he and Dean Huang recognized where the template came from. Professor Zhuolan, sitting beside Zhou Wenqing, didn't recognize it. He simply looked up at the words, real-time photonic quantum entanglement, and then his gaze became very gentle when it landed on Bai Lian. So the purpose of these few diagrams is to analyze the wave function? Bai Lian looked towards Professor Zhuolan, who had posed the question, and answered with poise. It indeed portrays a wave propagating along the positive x direction with angular frequency. As she spoke, Professor Zhuolan couldn't help but nod along, the smile on his face barely concealed. It was all admiration for her. Professor Zhou Dean Huang, said Zhuolan, turning his head after she finished answering, I think Bai Lian's analysis is very good. Real-time photonic quantum entanglement was published less than a month ago. Very few people in the country truly understand what this paper is about. I given. Zhou Wenqing's gaze finally moved away from the PPT and settled on Bai Lian. After a few questions, they confirmed the capabilities of the girl before them. It is. The professors had no objections at this point. After all, Gao Yuan's group had received a B+, and Bai Lian's report exceeded theirs in both quality and depth, making a simple A seem insufficiently low. Dean, what do you think? Zhou Wenqing looked towards Dean Huang, previously expecting an average performance from the new students, yet the outcome surprisingly exceeded expectations. It's not easy for this group of students to achieve this level. Dean Huang looked in Bai Lian's direction. Zhou Wenqing thought that this PPT was made by Ding Wenyang's group, but Dean Huang knew that this paper had been given to Bai Lian by academician Ma. It was not likely to be a topic from Bai Lian's group, which meant this high level of completion was achieved by Bai Lian alone. He delivered the verdict. Once Dean Huang spoke, he finally set off the previously quiet crowd in the back. The silent lecture hall began to stir. And at this moment, Ding Wenyang's group finally realized, having barely interacted with Bai Lian, that this was their first experience witnessing her miraculous approach, and they all turned to look at Tang Ming. Having been published less than a month ago meant that Bai Lian had completed this PPT in recent times. So, while she was in the Tongfeng class, discussing quantum theory literature with us, she also took the time to study real-time photonic quantum entanglement on her own? Is this the strength of this year's top scholar of the college entrance examination? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 655. The 260 forum is about to blow up again. Come and catch on to Sister Lan _1 Tang Ming looked at Ding Wenyang and thought for a while. Then he shook his head deeply. Not exactly, she still has to do long-distance running during this period, and she will practice the spear at night, Tang Ming explained to Ding Wenyang. Ding Wenyang understood the part about long-distance running, but he couldn't follow Tang Ming's train of thought. The spear. He couldn't figure out what spear training had to do with quantum entanglement for the life of him. Yeah, exactly. Tang Ming saw an opportunity while the Finance Institute was vigorously promoting their academy's performance and seized the moment to pitch it to Ding Wenyang. Remember to come to the freshman welcome event jointly organized by the Physics and Finance Institutes on September 30th. Su Jiue raised her head, her voice very soft. September 30th? Liang Wuyu glanced down at her. Why couldn't she ever grasp the main point? When Bai Lian returned to her seat, Tang Ming was still selling the event to Ding Wenyang. The people in Ding Wenyang's group were all very excited, and as they looked at Bai Lian, they all wanted to say something. Her presentation on the amplitude of spatial biphoton states was simply too brilliant. Source: web novel. Com, updated on New Omicron. The people in her group hadn't even bothered to greet the professors in the first row, instead crowding around Bai Lian. Sis, from now on, you're my big sis. Ding Wenyang said, his peripheral gaze falling on Wang Shi, who was sitting alone to the right. It didn't take a genius to figure out who in this group was closer to Gao Yuan's group. You're just too cool, Kong Wei and Yu Simin finally squeezed through the crowd, and after complimenting Bai Lian, they greeted Liang Wuyu, Ding Wenyang, and the others with trepidation. Standing with them amidst this group of people certainly brought its own pressure. Behind them, the school newspaper team finally came to their senses and carried their camera over to interview Bai Lian. I just knew it, she definitely wouldn't be weaker than the previous group, Wang Su said excitedly in the crowd. Song Min, I'm going to find Bai Lian and the others, are you two coming? They all had been to Buyuan base and were familiar with each other. As soon as Wang Su spoke up, Song Min snapped out of it, you guys go ahead. Wang Su and Pei Qin didn't mind and went forward to find Bai Lian, Tang Ming, and the others. After the last group had finished their presentation, the professors seated in the first row still seemed to be relishing the experience, as listening to a high-quality academic report was a pleasure in itself. Gao Yuan went to greet the professors and Dean Huang. Gao Yuan, Zhou Wenqing got up with his documents in hand. Your group was very good, keep up the good work. The rising tide lifted all boats in the Gao family, and the professors were all giving face to them. However, today, the professors were all discussing Bai Lian's group's literature report, with admiring tones, and interacted less with Gao Yuan. Dean Huang didn't have any special relationship with the Gao family, he walked in the front, occasionally being greeted by students. Zhuo Lan packed his things and thoughtfully followed behind Dean Huang. He was already imagining how proud he would be to have Bai Lian as his student, leading her through various academic battlefields, watching her from below the stage. Zhuo Lan spoke to Dean Huang in a low voice about the possibility of this happening. Upon hearing this, Dean Huang's lips twitched, and he gave Zhuo Lan a look. I advise you to dismiss that thought. Why? Zhuo Lan guessed. Have you taken a fancy to her too? Dean Huang touched the top of his head and didn't reply. This was his junior sister after all. Master Jiang didn't even compete with the Ma Institute for her. Fancy her? How could he dare to fancy her? The crowd bustled, and Wang Shi, with his laptop and backpack, approached Zhou Wenqing. Zhou Wenqing recognized him and was surprised. Wang Shi, are you considering switching groups? Yes. Wang Shi clutched the strap of his backpack, looking downcast. I've already discussed it with Gao Yuan. The literature report had taken him by surprise, but Wang Shi had no regrets about his choice. As part of the Gao family, Gao Yuan had far more resources at his disposal than Ding Wenyang and the others. Zhou Wenqing nodded. As long as it's been agreed upon between the two groups, that's fine. But Wang Shi, I think Ding Wenyang's group has great potential for future development, so give it careful consideration. Great potential for development? Just how great could it be? Gao Yuan could enter any major laboratory without lifting a finger. Such resources were only available to those academic elites. Ordinary people had no chance to stand out. Meanwhile, Bai Lian here. When Wang Su and Pei Qin arrived, Kong Wei recognized the two of them and she nudged Yu Simin beside her. Damn, that's God Pei. I know. Yu Simin also immediately stood up straight. Although Pei Qin and Wang Su had not made it into the Tongfeng class, the two of them had nevertheless reigned over Ziqing's high school seniors, and were currently attending classes in the Buyuan class. Their influence was not weaker than Bai Lian's influence in Xiangqing First Middle School. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 656. The 260 forum is about to blow up again. Come and catch on to Sister Lan _2 hearing the voice. Pei Qin and Wang Su greeted Kong Wei and his companion friendly, hello. Immediately afterward, Wang Su complained to Bai Lian, Sister Bai, why don't you just join our Buyuan class? I really can't solve the math problem left by the professor. Who said on the forum that it's good Sister Lian isn't in your math class? Tang Ming mercilessly exposed Wang Su. When Tang Ming wasn't trying to appear deep, he talked more, chattering with Wang Su. Bai Lian picked up her computer and walked outside the lecture hall. All right, send me that problem later, and I'll take a look. Really? Wang Su perked up. Why wait for another day, I'll send it now. Without Bai Lian speaking up, Wang Su usually didn't dare to bother her. After all, Bai Lian rarely replied to messages, killing all conversations with a single one, or. She seemed gentle, but somehow intimidating. He opened his phone and just sent the difficult question left by the Buyuan professor to Bai Lian. Ding Wenyang's group glanced at each other upon hearing that someone from Buyuan class had to send a question to Bai Lian. The Buyuan class was asking Bai Lian for help with a math problem? They're from the Tongfeng class, right? Source, web novel. Com, updated on Omicron New. As this group gathered and chatted, Kong Wei took the opportunity in the crowd to add Pei Qin and Wang Zu's WeChat IDs. Ding Wenyang offered to buy everyone milk tea. Kong Wei held his phone, looking at the newly added contacts. He exchanged glances with Yu Simin. Pei Qin and Wang Su were the leaders of Xiqing High School and first-year students of the math department. They were also the new stars of the math department this year. However, it seemed that all these new stars were being led by Bai Lian. Hey, Ding Wenyang looked at the red slogan outside. Is the welcoming party on 9:30 the one you mentioned before? Tang Ming looked over. The finance department was mostly made up of capitalists, the richest department in Jiang University, naturally willing to spend money on advertising. 9:30 in the Great Hall. The finance department welcomes you to celebrate the National Day with high mountains and flowing water meet the Zither Master. While Tang Ming was not familiar with the finance department, Kong Wei and Yu Simin were staff members of the student union and knew most of the details. Yes, this high mountains and flowing water must refer to Bai Xiaoqi. She is a popular Guzheng blogger on short video platforms, and the finance department is using her as a model for promotion. Also, Kong Wei shook the hand flower he was holding, reminding, remember to be there to support Bai Lian. We can't let ourselves be overshadowed. Overshadowed by what? Ding Wenyang clicked his tongue. After tonight, the forum is going to explode again. Although the campus newspaper didn't manage to interview Bai Lian just now, they took a lot of pictures. It had been a long time since a first-year Tongfeng class had received an grade. Gao Yuan's group was considered high with A/B+, and most of the other groups were CS and DS. If it wasn't for being in the same group as Bai Lian, the thought of an grade would be despairing for him. Ding Wenyang respectfully handed a cup of milk tea to Bai Lian. Bai Lian held her computer in her hands. She took the milk tea from Ding Wenyang but didn't drink it right away. She just stood lazily by the roadside, scanning the path ahead. At the intersection ahead, a figure slowly appeared. Head slightly lowered, an aura of quiet, indifferent composure. You guys keep chatting, I'm going to leave now. Bai Lian bade them farewell. Ding Wenyang wanted to discuss with Bai Lian the issue of their project leaking. Seeing her about to leave, he hurried after her. Sister, my brother Ding. Tang Ming was startled. He quickly grabbed Ding Wenyang by the back of his collar. Brother Ding, whatever it is, you can talk to me or Ning Xiao about it. Ding Wenyang was over 1.7 meters tall and quite sturdy. Although Tang Ming was a bit taller, he was much thinner than Ding Wenyang, yet somehow, he managed to hoist Ding Wenyang up with one hand. Kong Wei and the others were very surprised by this. Tang Ming apologized and then let go. It's about Wang Shi. Ding Wenyang rubbed his neck, unfazed, and showed his phone to Tang Ming. Wang Shi had already left their group chat just now. In the past 2 weeks, Wang Shi hadn't interacted with them, but had grown closer to Gao Yuan's group. The topology problem given by academician Ma was difficult, and Ning Xiao and Liang Wuyu had been discussing it. Yet Wang Shi had been avoiding them the whole time. Ning Xiao took one look and said, if you mind that we are newcomers, we can talk to Professor Zhou about forming our own group. How could that be? I just didn't expect Wang Shi to do such a thing. The capabilities displayed by Ning Xiao and Liang Wuyu were enough to convince Ding Wenyang, not to mention the display of skill from Bai Lian that evening. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 657. The 260 forum is about to blow up again. Come and catch on to Sister Lon _3? Actually, it's kind of expected, a person in Ding Wenyang's group whispered. I've heard that in Gao Yuan's group, Gao Yuan's doctoral brother helps them with the topology problems assigned by academician Ma. Scoring high surely gets them noticed. Doctoral brother? Tang Ming heard this for the first time. The ones who sit at the back every Tuesday, among that group of doctoral students, Ding Wenyang explained to Tang Ming and Ning Xiao. Gao Jiechen, you must have heard of him, right? Him. Kong Wei knew of this person, the one said to be on par with Senior Hewen? Right, Ding Wenyang said, feeling envious. Being in Gao Yuan's group, their final topology grades will definitely not be low. Academician Ma might actually remember them. The lights at Jiang University were not bright at night. Jiang Fulai stood at the crossroads, carrying a paper bag in his left hand, his features deep-set and outlined by the hazy light into a cold curve, with lazy strands of hair draping over his eyebrows. Behind him followed a petite and delicately beautiful child. The child was dressed in a British school uniform, carrying a cabbage-patterned pouch that didn't quite match his outfit, bulging with unknown contents. He held a bottle of Wangzai milk, drinking with his head bowed, his eyes rolling around as he looked ahead. Passers-by dared not stare at Jiang Fulai, but they found the child behind him too exquisitely cute, cautiously watching the kid with sidelong glances. Wuxia World. Sight they wanted to take out their phones and snap a picture but were wary of the man standing beside him. As soon as Bai Lian arrived, Jiang Fulai dropped his lazy demeanor, raised his eyebrows, and upon lifting his head saw the milk tea in her hand. It wasn't cherry-flavored, nor was it lemonade. Presumably, it wasn't something she bought for herself. He gave it another glance. This is from Ding Wenyang. Bai Lian saw him eyeing her milk tea, pierced it with a straw, and offered it to him. You drink it. Jiang Fulai knew who Ding Wenyang was. He languidly took the milk tea and took a sip with an air of aloofness. Too sweet, he commented. Yes. Bai Lian's phone made a noise, she answered it and looked towards Jiang Fulai, nodding. It suits you. The caller was Yi Jingxian. Junior sister, Yi Jingxian's voice was gentle on the phone. How's your practice going? Can you come to the auditorium the day after tomorrow for a dress rehearsal? None of them had seen Bai Lian's performance yet and had no idea what it was like. Stepping in the tree shadows, Bai Lian looked down at Jiang He. I'm fine with it. She was always easy to talk to. Yi Jingxian sighed as she hung up the phone and looked at the people in the temporary meeting room. So, how should we arrange the program? With both colleges holding the event together, the finale is very important. Ba Shiming looked at the program list and pondered for a moment. The sequence is long. We can't have the audience leave before the end. President Ba, you don't have to worry about that, a senior from the finance college chuckled. With Bai Shaoqi as the finale, more audience members will show up, not fewer. Bai Shaoqi had millions of followers on short video platforms and quite a few fanboys and fangirls at Jiang University. She'd become a phenomenon at Jiang University. Then let Bai Lian open the show. The opening act was also crucial. Yi Jingxian looked up. Bai Lian was popular on the forums and also this year's top Gaokao scorer. No problem, right? No problem, Yan Jiming from the finance college smiled. As long as Bai Shaoqi wasn't opening, it didn't matter who else did. Otherwise, if the best act was first, the rest would taste bland. Who could stay seated? Who would want to watch the rest of the program? Novel Kuli 2. WP. com/Wuxia World. Site/chapter 658. 261 Sending flowers. Can she still play after the opening? Second update. _1. Let's arrange it this way for now. Yi Jingxian noted down the rehearsal schedule with Bai Lian for the day after tomorrow in her notebook. President. She sought Ba Shiming's opinion. Ba Shiming sat in the front, wearing a neat shirt and casual trousers, his fingers idly tapping on the program list. Yan Jiming, does your finance institute have any other requirements? Bai Lian would open the show, and a few people would support the middle, with Bai Shaoqi closing in the end. As long as Bai Shaoqi was the finale, there basically was no question. Yan Jiming thanked him. No more, President Ba. The auditorium is left to your physics institute. After the people from the finance institute left, Yi Jingxian and Ba Shiming still had trivial matters to discuss. They were behind the people from the finance institute, and when they were going downstairs, they happened to meet Dean Huang and Professor Zhou Wenqing, who had just returned from the lecture hall. Dean Huang, Professor Zhou, Ba Shiming, Yi Jingxian, and a few others stopped and stood on the right side of the staircase, making way for Dean Huang. Seeing the members of the student council, Dean Huang stopped. He didn't recognize Yi Jingxian, but he had seen the student council president from the Physics Institute. Ba student, you're still having a meeting this late? We're discussing this year's freshman welcome party. Ba Shiming showed the program list to Dean Huang. Dean Huang took a brief look, and Bai Lian's name was prominent right at the front. Bai Lian is participating too? When is your party? Ba Shiming was quite surprised that Dean Huang would ask about this event. It's on the 30th at 5 p.m. In the main auditorium. Dean, would you like to come watch? Wuxia World. Site, I will. Dean Huang handed the program list back to Ba Shiming. After Dean Huang and Zhou Wenqing left, Yi Jingxian finally spoke cautiously to Ba Shiming. I finally saw Dean Huang not just in the news, he's coming to watch our freshman welcome party? Yes. Ba Shiming straightened his sleeves, seriously adding, tell everyone to be spirited. This year the dean will watch our party. We must show them the best of our Physics Institute. As if you need to tell me, Yi Jingxian had already taken out her phone, spreading the news in the group chat of the staff. Ordinary students might only see Dean Huang's photo on the school's official website from their freshman to senior year. Ba Shiming and the others also didn't expect their institute's freshman party to catch the attention of Dean Huang. Shanghai apartment. Bai Lian returned to room 303. Today was Friday, and Zhang Xiais was sitting in the hall writing test papers, still wearing the t-shirt from the affiliated high school. The teaching intensity at the affiliated high school was much higher than that of Xiangqing First High School, but he had gotten used to this intensity over the year. Seeing Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai, he stood up. Sister Lian, Brother Jiang. His glance shifted behind them, not seeing Ning Xiao and Tang Ming return. Jiang Fulai was still holding a milk tea in one hand, almost finished. His narrow phoenix eyes coldly swept over Zhang Xiais, handing a paper bag to Bai Lian with his other hand. Do you have a monthly test next week? Yes. Zhang Xiais sat back down, venting his frustration. I was ranked last in the recent test. Everyone in my class is so abnormal. Bai Lian took the paper bag handed to her by Jiang Fulai. These were books listed by an academician from Ma Institute. She couldn't find them online or in the library, so she had Jiang Fulai buy them on her behalf. Bai Lian went back to the study room, and Jiang Fulai glanced at Zhang Xiais, speaking with a cold face to explain the problems he didn't understand during this week living in the school. Inside the study room, Bai Lian placed her laptop on the desk, lazily opened the paper bag, and was about to take out the books inside when she unexpectedly found a touch of red. She slightly lowered her head. 2 white books. A single rose lay diagonally across the white cover of the books, with its crimson petals spiraling open like rosy clouds. Bai Lian reached out, slowly and deliberately pulling the rose from the bag. There was no vase in the study, nor in room 303, and Bai Lian couldn't be bothered to look for one. She leaned against the window, holding the rose in one hand and texting her dog-loving friend on her phone in the other. Dog-loving friend, dead tired. JPG, dog-loving friend, I want to blow up Jiangjing, dog-loving friend. Drink this week? Both were in Jiangjing, but it was obvious that the dog-loving friend was also very busy and hadn't had time to see her. Bai Lian, 1. Dog-loving friend, you, 1. Me again. Outside the door, Tang Ming and Ning Xiao had already returned, taking over from Jiang Fulai to explain problems to Zhang Xiais. Jiang Fulai threw the empty milk teacup in the trash. Not seeing Bai Lian in the hall, Jiang he sat cross-legged next to Pu Xiaohan, watching Xiaohan clumsily solve a Rubik's Cube. Chapter 659. 261 Sending Flowers. Can she still play after the opening? Second update, _2 he went to open the door of the study. Bai Lian still lazily leaned against the window, squinting at the outside. The community lights were on. On Friday, most of the alumni renting rooms were at home, and the street lamps on Zier Avenue were as bright as daylight, now reflecting in her dark eyes. The fair hand loosely held a bright red rose, like looking down at the city's ramparts, gazing back at the sea of lights. Jiang Fulai's hand rested on the doorknob, silently watching her. Mountains and rivers vast, human world full of stars. Just one. Jiang Fulai turned sideways, closing the study's door, looking at the rose in her hand, suddenly smiled. Luckily, it's not crushed. Bai Lian turned to look at him. No vase. Jiang Fulai walked beside her, his tone light and breezy. Ask Ming Dongheng to buy one. Wuxia World. Site Wuxia World. Site at Jiang University's Grand Auditorium. When Yi Jingxian arrived, a crowd had already gathered. The finance department had gone to great lengths to promote the event. Journalists from Jiangjing Media would be there to capture the freshman night, and the dean of the physics department would also attend. Therefore, both departments took the freshman party very seriously. Yi Jingxian had arranged with Bai Lian to rehearse at 5:30. She saw a bunch of staff on the stage and asked Kong Wei what was going on. Bai Shaoqi has borrowed the sound system from Jiangyin, Kong Wei explained to Yi Jingxian. They are testing it now, and later Bai Shaoqi will also test the sound of her guzheng. As he spoke, Kong Wei pointed to the guzheng on the stage, watched by many. I heard her guzheng cost 39W. Hearing the price of the guzheng, Yi Jingxian also took a look. But the guzheng wasn't important right now. She looked down at the time. It was 5:10 p.m. Minister Yen. Yi Jingxian crossed through the crowd to find Yen Zhiming from the finance department to discuss Bai Lian's rehearsal. I have an arrangement with her at 5:30. Bai Lian was from Tongfeng class, and the Grand Auditorium wasn't always available for rehearsal. Can Bai Lian switch to another time? Yen Zhiming exchanged a glance with the president of the finance department. Minister Yi, as you know, the stage sound effects are also very important. Bai Shaoqi has managed to get professional sound technicians from Jiangyin for testing. In their eyes, Bai Lian could rehearse any time, but the sound technicians from Jiangyin weren't so easily available. Seeing Yi Jingxian's hesitation, Yen Zhiming quickly said, Minister Yi, you know how many people are coming to see Bai Shaoqi, and many will be live streaming our college's evening gala. Compared to others, the sound quality for Bai Shaoqi's performance was more critical. As the technicians from Jiangyin were setting up, Yi Jingxian could only use her phone to call Bai Lian to tell her about this. Not far away, Song Min emerged from backstage and noticed a group of people gathered together, walking over. Minister, have the people from the physics department arrived? It's fine, Yen Zhiming looked at him. They wanted to rehearse, but I asked them to change the time. Zir Avenue. Bai Lian stood under a tree, taking Yi Jingxian's call, her single hand slightly gathering the phone, her tone casual. It's all right, senior, I don't need to rehearse. Yi Jingxian, feeling helpless, I also wanted you to try the props today. Shall we set another time? No need. It was after 5. The sun over Jiangjing hadn't fully set, slivers of light filtered through tree leaves, casting a splintered glow. Dazzling. Bai Lian walked towards the bus stop across the street. Since she didn't have to go rehearse, she decided to take the bus directly to Yunshao District. Yunshao District, Azure Dragon Bar. At the bar, Sun Chun was dressed in a silver camisole, her lazy hair trailing behind her head, exuding a futuristic vibe, handing Bai Lian a cocktail with a blue gradation. Why didn't you let me know in advance that you were coming? Mr. Xiaoqi has stepped out. Bai Lian sat on the stool, her gaze contained as she looked at the message from Wen Jixia, her leg casually propped up. I had plans with a friend here. Her fingertips danced on the glass, and beneath the lights, the liquid in the glass shimmered. When Wen Jixia wearing a baseball cap arrived, she saw Bai Lian seated at the bar. Today, Bai Lian wore a retro cheongsam top with silk fabric, beautifully embroidered, a matching long skirt below, and a white jade hairpin in her hair. Ignoring the backdrop of the bar behind her, at first glance, she resembled a classic lady from the Jiangnan water town leaning against a stone railing. Why are you sitting here? When Jixia led Bai Lian to the reserved booth, summoned the server to bring a bunch of drinks, and ordered a few servers to come over to keep them company. Bai Lian held her drink while sitting next to Wen Jixia. Wen Jixia seemed to be in a bad mood, just drinking one glass after another. Seeing her drink more and more, Bai Lian stopped her. Shall we go out for a walk? Chapter 660, 261 Sending Flowers. Can she still play after the opening? Second update, _3 Su Nanjing said she had left a car for her. Speaking of drifting, when Zixia's expression worsened, no more drifting, the old lady keeps a tight leash. Bai Lian searched her memory. There wasn't much news about Wen Jixia, mainly just the two of them drifting in Beijing together, then drinking and bitching about Song Min. That was all. You do look quite the part when you're serious, Wen Jixia said, watching Bai Lian dressed in classic attire, sitting quietly in the booth with a languid expression while two good-looking young men didn't dare to approach her. With a wine glass in hand, there was this disconcerting sense of a traditionally educated miss turned up at a nightclub. When Jixia pulled a cigarette from the table, held it in her hand, and a boy immediately lit it for her, she slowly blew out a smoke ring. Damn, it's perfect. My grandmother's kind will definitely prefer someone like you. Acting the part at home is freaking exhausting. Bai Lian knew when Jixia kept up the facade of a lady at home. She leaned back slowly, listening intently to Wen Jixia. Sure enough, midway through the drinking, Wen Jixia dropped a bombshell. I'm getting engaged. As for who the other party was, Wen Jixia didn't say, but it was just a business marriage. At 8 o'clock, Jiang Fulai sent a message asking where she was. Wuxia World. Site Wuxia World. Said. Ko Bai Lian looked at the drunk Wen Jixia and sent him the address. She took Wen Jixia outside. The bar manager recognized Bai Lian and was about to ask if she needed assistance when he caught a glimpse of Bai Lian's cold eyes. He didn't dare to speak and silently followed behind her. Outside the bar, a gust of wind blew, and Wen Jixia seemed a bit more sober. She tilted her head to look at Bai Lian and suddenly asked, I noticed from the first glance. Are you an alter ego? Bai Lian was startled. When Zixia's eyes were blurry, and she felt like vomiting, can she come back? Is she still inside your body? Does she feel alright? Ji Mulan, Bai Qiming, and even Ji Heng hadn't noticed that she was no longer the her from before. Sometimes Bai Lian even thought that, aside from her, it seemed no one remembered who the previous Miss Bai was. When Zixia's ringing cell phone in her pocket startled Bai Lian awake. The one calling Wen Jixia was a contact saved as Butler. Bai Lian sent him their current address. The Wen family was likely in Yunshao district. They would arrive faster than Jiang Fulai, and the Wen butler soon came to pick up Wen Jixia. Thank you. The butler had someone help Wen Jixia into the car, looking surprised at Bai Lian's gentle attire. He probably didn't expect Wen Jixia to have such a friend. Bai Lian stood there, watching the Wen family's car drive away, her eyes slightly narrowed. She turned to the bar manager at an unhurried pace and said, Tell Xiaoqi to check out the Wen family. Wen Jixia, the only friend of the original host in this world. September 30th. Jiang University had one more day of classes. The holiday would officially start on the 1st of October. Bai Lian returned to the dorm after her morning run. The other three roommates were already awake, with Kong Wei browsing a forum in bed and greeting her roommate, Morning. While speaking, her eyes were fixed on her phone's screen. On the forum, Bai Lian's speech from the previous week had been circulating for a week now. In the past 2 days, there had been discussions about the welcome parties at the two major academic institutions, and Bai Lian's opening act had been promoted. I heard Bai Lian is opening, and I've already changed my ticket. There's also a famous zither player who's really good. I'm quite looking forward to the joint event between the physical sciences and finance departments this year. To be precise, mainly the finance college. I know, the twin stars of the finance college, that zither play was learnt from Jianjian's professor. Everything Jiangyin produces is top-notch. Today, the two institutions are hosting welcome parties. Kong Wei didn't stay in bed for long, as she had to go help out at the student union after breakfast. Yu Min had an early 8 o'clock class and didn't have time to go to the union. After showering, Bai Lian went to the cafeteria to eat, and Kong Wei went with her. In the school, Tang Ming, Yang Lin, and Ning Xiao and others all used Bai Lian's meal card. After grabbing her meal, Kong Wei sat next to Yang Lin. She hasn't had her rehearsal till today. "I'm a bit worried." Across from her, Tang Ming took a bite of his fried egg pancake and asked, "What are you worried about her for?" He continued nonchalantly, "Sister Lu's shooting skills were taught by her. What you should worry about is, with her opening the event, how will anyone follow that act?" Chapter 661. The charm of this 262 gala. Brother Jiang and Dean Huang present the performance costume _1 Yen Lu had practiced with a long spear in the Zhang family's backyard for over a month, and Pu Xiaohan had filmed some raw video material. At that time, Tang Ming was not acquainted with Yen Lu, but he was aware of it. After Great Yong was aired, Yen Lu's rise to fame was unmatched, and during the filming, she never used a stunt double. The production team even revealed that no action director could give her any guidance. In the University Town Forum, Ning Xiao would not take a second glance, and Bai Lian had no time for it. However, Tang Ming was all eyes and ears. He knew the hottest topics recently discussed on the forum. The finance department spent time promulgating the event, so there were many attendees specifically for Bai Xiaoqi today, but there were also a substantial number of students who had long heard of Bai Lian. Bai Lian's famous posts on the forum had become 3. The post from her initial trip to Jiangjing last year captured by chance, the thread with 2 images as the masters, this year, and the last one was taken by the school newspaper in a lecture hall last week. The program list for the joint event of the 2 institutions was posted on the forum. After seeing Bai Lian would open the event, Tang Ming forwarded the news to Pu Xiaohan, and both discussed whether such an arrangement by the student union was really appropriate. In the morning, the cafeteria was crowded. Kong Wei, with Bai Lian's matter on her mind, didn't really catch what Tang Ming was saying. "Wuxia World. Site Wuxia World," said Ko, but she pinpointed the words, "Sister Lu," with accuracy. "Sister Lu." Tang Ming. He didn't continue speaking. Fortunately, at that moment, Bai Lian came over with her meal tray and sat beside Kong Wei. Kong Wei didn't pursue the topic further, chewing on the straw of her soy milk. After all, ever since Bai Lian had given her and Yu Simin Yen Lu's autographed photos, they had speculated how Bai Lian got them. And to give away 2 large photos at once, along with that intimidating black-clad bodyguard who handed them over. Even someone with a background like Yu Simin was unable to guess the ins and outs of Bai Lian's connection. Kong Wei sipped her soy milk, glancing over at Bai Lian, who rarely spoke during meals, her back always impeccably straight, something that seemed etched into her genetics. Even when reading in the dormitory, she maintained the same posture, a lazy kind of grace. She was that kind of person, always giving others a sense of security. Reflecting on what Tang Ming had said earlier, Kong Wei also felt assured. After eating, Kong Wei, as an officer of the student association, needed to help set up the auditorium for the event. Bai Lian was off to her Tongfeng's class, while Yang Lin hurried to the biology building. Shen Qing had packed her things early in the morning and headed to Shanghai apartment. Ji Xiaojun was busy with work and felt sorry that he couldn't go to Jiang University to watch the program today. Last year, during the anniversary of Xiangqing No. 1 High School, Bai Lian did not inform them. This year, she had mentioned it, but unfortunately, Ji Xiaojun didn't have the time. "Take plenty of photos," Ji Xiaojun, putting on his suit jacket, said as he smoothed out his dark red tie, "and videos. Like you need to tell me." Shen Qing was in a hurry to leave, not even waiting for Xiao Jie's car, choosing to take the subway to Shanghai apartment instead. At this hour, traffic was bad, so she'd rather squeeze onto the subway. After she left, the butler asked about Bai Lian's performance in the welcoming party tonight, expressing surprise. "Is Miss Bai going to perform on the guzheng?" He remembered Bai Lian learning the guzheng, even frequently reviewing basic music theory during the summer. No, Ji Xiaojun shook his head. But he didn't elaborate on Bai Lian's performance, instead taking his briefcase and leaving. The butler had come today indeed for a reason. Miss Mu Lan's child's first full month is today. The young mistress and her husband will be there, and neither you nor the elder have met the groom yet. The groom? Mu Yining's husband? Ji Xiaojun greatly disliked dealing with these affairs, along with the inheritance issues he shouldered. Settling into the back seat of the car, he began contemplating. He didn't even consider Ren Wanxian. Bai Lian could take over some affairs, but Ji Xiaojun thought about Shun Yu, who had traveled to Xiangqing, and there was talk of a dean from the Ma Institute. Even Dean Jian returned defeated. Reluctantly, Ji Xiaojun silenced the thought. There was still an option, the child born to Ji Mulan, but that would require waiting for a significant amount of time. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Jianghe's school let out early. Ming Dongheng took Ji Heng to pick him up. A row of first graders, like little turnips, came out holding hands one by one, with Jianghe the cool big brother among them, carrying his own backpack with both hands in his pockets, chin up and proud. Ji Heng, who habitually carried his smoking pipe, stood aside. Since this was a place full of children, he didn't light up. Upon spotting Jianghe, he lifted his other hand to show him. In that hand was a bag of sugar-coated hawthorns, dusted light with sugar frost. Ever since learning that Bai Lian favored sugar-coated hawthorns, those from the Ji family would always pick some up when they saw them on the street. Today was no different. Chapter 662. The charm of this 262 gala. Brother Jiang and Dean Huang present the performance costume. _2 Ming Dongheng's gaze swept the surroundings, ensuring the safety of the two. Let's go, Ji Heng said, handing the candied hawthorn to Jianghe and carrying his small backpack, heading to the front intersection to get in the car. Both of them were going to watch Bai Lian's performance today. At this time of day, the road was already getting a bit congested, so they didn't plan on returning to Shanghai apartment, heading straight to Jiang University's Grand Auditorium instead. Pu Xiaohan had no classes that afternoon, and along with Xin Qing, she had arrived early at Jiang University's Grand Auditorium. She had even saved seats for Ji Heng and Jianghe in advance. It wasn't even 5 o'clock yet, but the auditorium was already filled to capacity. Pu Xiaohan, who had taken a spot on the left side, was wearing her camera around her neck. She stood up and waved to Ji Heng and Jianghe upon seeing them. "Grandpa, over here. It's really bustling here." Xin Qing, who didn't visit Jiang University often, looked at the red banners outside the auditorium bearing Jiangjing University School of Finance and Jiangjing University Department of Physics, and naturally felt a sense of pride and grandeur. Every passing student was a pillar of the country. And her niece was one of them. The grand auditorium was spacious, able to accommodate thousands of people at once, with seating radiating out from the central stage. Wuxia World. Sight Wuxia World. Sight. The performance hadn't started yet, and popular music was playing from the side speakers. Ji Heng took a seat to the side, resting Jianghe's backpack on his lap, while Jianghe sat next to him, nibbling on his candied hawthorn. Outside, Song Min and Bai Xiaoqi had also arrived. Bai Xiaoqi was dressed in haute couture today, wearing a purple gown that revealed her fair clavicles, her demeanor cold and composed, neither humble nor arrogant. Even as an illegitimate child, the etiquette her mother had taught her since she was young was impeccable. Mrs. Song looked at Bai Xiaoqi appreciatively and nodded. "I told you this dress suits you." The two of them entered with Mrs. Song. Song Min had distinguished himself as a member of the Student Union of the School of Finance, and the Student Union had reserved the 2 front rows in the middle, with the second row set aside for some of the key personnel, naturally including seats for Song Min and his companion. By this time, more than half of the first row had already been filled. The first row was reserved for some leaders and investors. 2 spots were also set aside for photographers, and the reporters had already arrived, making the scene extremely lively. The president of the School of Finance's Student Union was up front, speaking with Ba Shiming about crowd control. "There are too many people, we need to put up a banner to restrict the flow." When they saw Song Min and Bai Xiaoqi, both of them greeted them. It was at that moment that the president of the student union's phone rang, and after taking the call, he froze for a moment and then immediately turned to walk towards the entrance. Soon after, he returned respectfully with a middle-aged man with a leather collar suit. Ba Shiming recognized the man at a glance. "Dean Feng, hello, I'm Ba Shiming from the Department of Physics." The president of the student union of the School of Finance introduced the man to Song Min and Bai Xiaoqi, This is Dean Feng of our School of Finance. Dean, these two are new students in the school. He didn't introduce anyone else in depth, given that Song Min's popularity was decent among the new students, but that wasn't something particularly noteworthy in the presence of Dean Feng, much less by Xiaoqi. In fact, he wasn't clear on why someone of Dean Feng's status would come to a new student's welcome performance. Dean Feng, chairman of the Jingjiang Business Federation, an individual specifically mentioned by President Yin Song Min and by Xiaoqi, exchanged a glance. He really came? They both greeted him respectfully. Dean Feng didn't say much. He left the middle seat open and sat down beside it. This year our school's new students are quite impressive. He started conversing with the professor from the School of Finance next to him. In the row behind, Mrs. Song regretted not inviting President Yin, and only after Bai Xiaoqi and another had returned did she ask, "How come your dean is here?" It might not only be Dean Feng. Song Min looked at the two empty seats next to the dean, shaking his head. "I just found out too. It's really strange." Ba Shiming also felt something was odd about this time, as Dean Huang had asked him to reserve 2 seats, and now Dean Feng had arrived as well. What exactly is so attractive about our new student orientation this time? Bai Xiaoqi? Ba Shiming thought it unlikely. Ah, the junior sister is still in class. Yi Jingxian glanced at the time on her phone. She's always in class with no time to rehearse, and I haven't seen her performance outfit either. Deans of both prestigious institutions were present, as well as the media invited by the School of Finance. Along the way, there were also students who started live broadcasts for traffic, putting huge pressure on the student union of the physics department, especially Yi Jingxian, who was afraid something would go wrong at the opening. It was also because Bai Lian was this year's new star of the physics department, and everyone recognized her ability. Otherwise, Yi Jingxian would never have taken her word that it would be fine without a rehearsal. Senior sister, don't worry, Kong Wei was now much more at ease than Yi Jingxian. As they were talking, Bai Lian came in from backstage. Seeing her, Yi Jingxian felt halfway relieved. She looked at Bai Lian, who was dressed in casual everyday clothes. "Junior sister, where is your performance outfit?" 4:45. Bai Lian glanced at the time on her phone. "It's time." It was crunch time, and Yi Jingxian quickly handed Bai Lian over to a makeup artist backstage. "Junior sister has good skin, no need for heavy makeup, just add some shading to adapt to the stage lights." The makeup artist examined Bai Lian's face and indeed found no further need for correction. As the makeup artist was applying shading, Bai Lian's phone lit up. Unable to move her head, she replied to the message while saying to Yi Jingxian, "Senior sister, my costume has arrived. It's at the entrance. Can you fetch it for me?" "Your costume has arrived? I'll get it." Yi Jingxian had never experienced such an unreliable start before. There were only 15 minutes left, and she hadn't even seen the performance costume. She hoped there would be no mistakes today. She went out to get Bai Lian's outfit. At this point, there weren't many people at the backstage entrance. Most were at the front. Yi Jingxian only saw 2 people as soon as she went out. One was a middle-aged man, scholarly, but with a somewhat balding crown. She recognized him as Dean Huang. The other was a young man standing beside him, lazily stationed behind Dean Huang, his black casual pants accentuating his long, straight legs, his pristine white shirt with sleeves casually rolled up a bit, and his extremely sharp profile exuded an air of nobility and inaccessibility. He was holding a bag, lazily conversing with Dean Huang. Dean Huang was slightly behind him. This was the first time Yi Jingxian saw Dean Huang speaking to someone with such politeness. But the young man's overpowering presence prevented her from stepping forward. Jiang Fulai glanced at his phone, his pale phoenix eyes lifting, and upon seeing Yi Jingxian he stepped forward, extended the bag to her with a polite yet distant tone. "Hello, this is Bai Lian's performance outfit, please take it in to her." Dean Huang, with hands clasped behind his back, also nodded kindly towards Yi Jingxian. Chapter 663. The King of 263 Warriors. It seems like an old friend returns. Second update, _1 Yi Jingxian did not immediately react. Dean Huang, accustomed to such occurrences, gently reminded the girl in front of him, "Isn't it almost time?" Right, it was almost time. Facing that cold gaze, Yi Jingxian steeled herself and took the white paper bag from Jiang Fulai's hand, not forgetting her manners as she bowed to Dean Huang. Dean Huang, goodbye. She took the paper bag and went backstage. It was only then that Dean Huang turned around, looking at Jiang Fulai. Mr. Jiang, shall we go to the front? Jiang Fulai's gaze lingered on the curtain at the back for a long while before lazily following Dean Huang toward the auditorium. At this point, the student council members outside the auditorium had already closed the doors, no longer letting spectators in. The financial college had over-promoted the event, and with Bai Lian naturally attracting a large following at Jiang University, the auditorium was packed early on. After Dean Huang entered, the doors were shut completely, yet outside, there were still many people holding up their cell phones to record. The main lights had been turned off, leaving only the ambient lights on the stage. Only 2 seats in the middle of the first row were vacant. Dean Feng had been sitting in his place early on, and when he looked up and saw Dean Huang come in through the door with a tall man following him, he quickly got up to greet them. Dean Huang. He greeted Dean Huang in a low voice, his eyes then shifting to Jiang Fulai. Mr. Jiang. Source, web novel. Com. Updated on N0 New. Jiang Shijue, a financial prodigy from Jiang University's Financial College and the executive president of Zhongxing. But everyone knew who was behind Jiang Shijue. It was this student whom Dean Feng relied on to sit in the position of chairman of the Federation of Industry and Commerce. Dean Feng. Jiang Fulai nodded to him lazily, sitting down in the empty seat beside Dean Feng, leaning elegantly against the chair back, his fine features slightly composed, exuding a sense of aloof indifference. He didn't speak to anyone. Dean Huang sat on the other side of Jiang Fulai. Dean Feng only sat down slowly after the 2 of them had taken their seats. It was clear that he didn't fully sit back, showing his restraint. The noise of conversation in the front 2 rows quieted down around him, and the volume of talking decreased significantly. The students in the row behind, who had witnessed this scene, all took notice. Given Dean Feng's current status in the financial college, getting up to greet the guests and the presence of 2 deans seated next to him, just who was this person? With the front row lights off, one could only see the back of the person in the middle, which seemed particularly somber under the lighting. Backstage. The makeup artist was not that professional, but Bai Lian's complexion was fair enough. She only added some shadows and applied some lipstick to Bai Lian. This face, I dare not add anything more to it, the makeup artist remarked as she looked at Bai Lian's face, sighing. Yi Jingxian took out the clothes from the bag. They were not as lavish as Yi Jingxian had imagined, but simple white silk garments. Without much time to ponder, she passed the clothes to Bai Lian. Junior, let's change first. The 2 hosts were already waiting behind the curtains, ready to go on stage to announce. In the changing room, Bai Lian lowered her eyes to spread out the white gown, putting on not only the outer robe but also the practice pants underneath, before picking up the white sash and loosely tying it around her waist. Outside, Yi Jingxian was waiting for Bai Lian to change. She was still not entirely at ease when her phone rang with a call from Ba Shiming. Today, both deans are present, and there's a distinguished guest, Ba Shiming said seriously over the phone. It's strange that they all came. The financial college is responsible for the conclusion. We won't have any issues, right? A distinguished guest? Yi Jingxian naturally thought of the person she had just met. President, rest assured, the junior won't have any issues. She reassured Ba Shiming. After hanging up, she continued to wait for Bai Lian to come out. Where is the prop, the long spear? Yi Jingxian remembered this and Kong Wei hurriedly brought over the spear. Bai Lian came out of the changing room. She was wearing a simple white gown, bound at the waist by a white silk ribbon, her demeanor casually nonchalant. Yi Jingxian handed the long spear in her hand to Bai Lian. Junior, try this spear. This was the prop Yi Jingxian had prepared for Bai Lian. It had arrived last week, and she had wanted Bai Lian to practice with it during the rehearsal, but the rehearsal hadn't happened due to sound equipment issues. Some of the student council members nearby overheard Yi Jingxian and exchanged glances. Bai Lian hadn't even practiced with the spear? Would that be all right? As these people were pondering, Bai Lian stretched out her hand to take the red-tasseled spear, placing it upright on the ground. the spear was even taller than herself. The red tassel at the tip of the spear slowly fell with her movements, and the silver spearhead gleamed coldly. Everyone around noticed that the moment she took the spear, the atmosphere around her changed. She became like a lazy white tiger sunning on a rock that suddenly senses an intruder, inspecting her territory with majestic dignity. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 664, The King of 263 Warriors. It seems like an old friend returns. Second update, Yi Jingxian looked at her, and her restless heart instantly calmed down. When is my turn to go on stage? Bai Lian glanced at the phone lying on the table. It was already 5 o'clock. Yi Jingxian snapped back to reality. The hosts just went up. After they come down, you're next. Oh right, the music. Is the musician ready? Don't worry, President. The guy sitting in front of the computer, controlling the music, looked up at Yi Jingxian and gave her an okay gesture. Members of the Finance Student Council curiously came over to take a look. The music file that Bai Lian had was simply marked with the character Jian. What song is this? I've never heard it before. I don't know, said the guy controlling the music after listening to it, but it's not a song, it's an instrumental piece. Bai Lian sent it over. She probably found it herself. Outside on the stage, the two hosts dressed in a suit and evening gown were smiling and reading the opening lines, welcoming the new students to the university. In the first row on both sides, photographers had already set up their cameras. Nearly 1,000 seats in the auditorium were filled, with people standing on the steps and in the aisles, many of them live streaming on their phones. Source, web novel. Com, updated on new. The guy sitting in front of Tang Ming was among those live streaming short videos. Holding a selfie stick, he was doing self-media at Jiang University, usually live streaming meals and study sessions. Now, with 700 viewers watching online, his live stream was attracting more and more traffic after being promoted. I couldn't get in, so I can only rely on the broadcaster to relay it. Watching a bunch of valedictorians perform for us is really something. I heard Bai Xiaoqi will be there, is that true, broadcaster? While streaming, the guy said, I've posted the program list. Yes, Bai Xiaoqi will be the last one. No worries, I deliberately changed my ticket to go home tomorrow morning so I can wait with everyone. The backstage area was small, so Kong Wei and Yu Simin didn't stay there. Instead, they returned to the front to watch the performances. Without seats, they squeezed together with latecomers Tang Ming, Ning Xiao, and Yang Lin. Yu Simin, seeing many people live streaming the event, said to Kong Wei, won't there be any trouble? Kong Wei patted the back of her hand, signaling her to be at ease. While they were talking on the left side of the stage, the two hosts had already bowed and exited. The stage lights went out. The evening had just begun, and the crowd couldn't stop moving, greeting, eating, and talking continuously. On the pitch-black stage, a beam of light shone down, directly illuminating the person standing in the center of the stage. Everyone saw the girl standing in the middle, dressed in a white robe with a belt of the same color tied around her, her ink-black hair entirely bound at the back of her head with a red ribbon, a strand of which hung down her neck, shining against the white collar of her dress. Above the stage, a huge screen displayed her figure. Her long black eyelashes drooped, and in her right hand, she held a long spear, the tip resting on the ground. She wasn't heavily made up, but even with just the spotlight on her, her face could captivate an era. The crowd fell silent for a moment before erupting into cheers. In the front row, Jiang Fulai, who had been lounging lazily, finally sat up straight, his narrow, phoenix-like eyes turning toward the stage. Dean Feng, who was conversing with a professor to his right, noticed that the young master of the Jiang family had suddenly become serious. He ceased speaking and lifted his gaze to the stage, along with the other leaders in the front row, who also stopped their conversations. In the second row, Song Mint's wife, sitting beside him, recognized Bai Lian and was slightly startled. Bai Lian is also participating in the evening party? Yes, Song Min said, looking at the stage unconcernedly. Seems like it's the spear. Song Min's wife nodded, no longer concerned, and bent her head to remind Bai Xiaoqi about the precautions. Boom! A drumbeat sounded, the stage's wind machine blowing the girl's skirt and hair, the tassel on the spear beside her fluttering frame by frame. She lifted the spear to begin. The drumbeats were majestic, like the inspiring war drums before 1,000 troops set off. The stage's sound system, borrowed from Jiangyin, was extremely effective. The awe-inspiring drumbeats of the first half caused everyone present to stop what they were doing and involuntarily turn to watch the stage. The girl pulled back the spear, pressed down its tip, then twirled around twice, the spearhead trembling slightly with her movements. As the drumbeat abruptly fell, the sound of the flute began to rise. The spotlights on top of the stage went out for a second with the disappearance of the drum sound, then violently focused on her just as she took a leaping step, thrusting the long spear into the air. Above the stage, on the huge screen, everyone could see the moment the spear was thrust forward, the flexible spearhead shaking continuously. The frosty spear tip reflected a chilling light, flickering between solidity and void, breathtaking. The intense and ominous sounds of a peep arose as the girl turned around, the long spear swirling like a dragon in her right hand, her left hand suddenly pressing down on the spearhead, stepping forward to drive the spear. The audience in the auditorium held their breath. The girl still held the spear in her right hand, lifted the end of it over her head, the spear tip spinning to her left as she took the spear with her left hand under her arm, hiding it as she continued to pass it behind her back, the spotlight flashing again. Under the lights, she leapt into the air with the beat of the drum, her white dress billowing, the spear striking like thunder. The moment she hung in the air, captured by the camera, was like a slow-motion frame, pausing in midair before thrusting forward with the spear. The music tugged at the audience's hearts, the waving long spear captivating their gaze. It was like a prelude to a battle on the campaign field. The sound of the zither subsided, and in the middle of the stage, the girl faced the audience and retrieved her spear. Just as the audience finally started to relax, the final drumbeat fell, and the girl thrust the spear backward, spinning around at the same time. The sound of slicing air arose, filled with aggressiveness. A spear longer by an inch is stronger by an inch. This was Yen Lu's back-thrusting spear, recently famous throughout the network. Countless people had recreated it online, yet only the audience present today could feel the killing intent behind this thrust, king of all weapons, truly deserving of the title. In that moment, the entire auditorium fell into absolute silence. On the big screen, the moment was frozen in time. Behind her was a black backdrop, with only one beam of white spotlight above. The girl's almond eyes were dark and profound, a strand of black hair with a red ribbon falling beside her rosy lips, quivering slightly. As the drum sound faded, she casually retrieved the long spear, bowed slightly to the camera with a composed and serene smile, her eyes lazy yet enigmatic, exuding a wild tension magnified on the big screen. Behind her, the group holding phones live streaming, the barrage in the chat room paused for a moment, then started exploding with activity. In white clothing with a cold spear, the young spirit carefree and audaciously unrestrained. As if an old friend had returned. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 665, 264 The True Moonlight, by Lien, can also play the Guzheng_1. This was a feast for both the eyes and ears. Jian Zhongyo and the group of teachers from Jiangyin made professional arrangements. The spear technique demonstrated control and fluidity, strength alongside softness, without any unnecessary flourish or reliance on wirework. It was only that final move, the unreplicable turnabout spear, which could not be replicated by anyone else, that made one truly feel the oppressive aura on sight, unmatched. The show ended, curtains closed. Bai Lien turned around to head backstage, where the two hosts waiting behind the curtain didn't come out on time. Standing by the curtain, motionless with scripts in hand, watching her. The backstage wasn't large. Bai Lian, with her right hand casually holding the spear, exuded an air of vitality that naturally made its way out, giving a slight nod to the two hosts. Is it your turn now? Ah. The female host's stunned face finally reacted, straightening her silver dress. Right, it's our turn. She tugged at the male host and walked through the curtain to the front. From backstage, few people could see the program through the curtain, but the thunderous applause and shouts from the audience were unmistakable. Yi Jingxian, unable to calm her nerves, had lifted the edge of the curtain to watch the performance till the end. Source: web novel. Calm, updated on Omicron New Zero. Her face flushed with excitement. Now seeing Bai Lian return backstage single-handedly holding the long spear, the impact made her feel momentarily dazed. Senior, Bai Lian said, placing the long spear against the wall with one hand and greeting her before heading to the dressing room to change. This outfit wasn't unsuitable to wear outside, but at the end of September, Jiangjing was unseasonably hot. Outside, in the front row, the hosts were speaking on stage. Dean Huang and the professor beside him finally recovered from the overwhelming performance. They were closer to the stage and nobody could understand the pressure of the performance better than them. This spear, said Dean Feng, forgetting about the young master Jiang Fulai to his right, turning his head to speak with a familiar professor from the School of Finance, is even better than the kid named Yen Lu who performed this summer. Yes, and, muttered the professor from the School of Finance, pushing up his glasses and speaking softly, didn't she look a lot like our senior sister when she held the spear just now? Exactly, Dean Feng agreed immediately, nodding his head. Who is this person? This wasn't just his impression but the first impression of everyone present. Senior sister was the term all students at Jiang University used to address the female disciple of Liang Zuan. Of course, Liang Zuan had more than one disciple, but his other disciple was Emperor Jiangwen, who had made numerous contributions for the Daong in the first half of his life, only to become suspicious and persecutory, causing harm to the loyal and good, making the people of the great Yong dynasty suffer. His merits and demerits couldn't offset each other, but in the end, the historians still awarded him the posthumous title, Wen. Because of him, the Bai family left no descendants. 3 heroes of the family died on the battlefield, and even now, mentioning his name incurs more criticism than praise. General Qinyi might not have had military talents as remarkable as the Bai family, but he still helped Emperor Jiangwu unify the land. If Bai Li and Bai Zhongyu were alive today, things might have turned out differently. Every year, the Daong dynasty is reviewed in videos, with Emperor Jiangwen criticized by many netizens with each review. Thus, Jiang University had a senior sister but no senior brother. After all, even General Chen Yi led the refusal to erect a statue of Emperor Jiangwen. The two hosts read from their scripts on stage, and Dean Huang let out a deep sigh. Bai Lian's performance had impressed him deeply, and he planned to describe his younger sister's performance to his teacher the next time he saw him. She truly is our junior sister, possessing such skill. While thinking this, he glanced at Jiang Fulai. Young Master Jiang was as silent as usual. He sat in his chair, his long fingers resting on the armrest next to him, his profile as calm as jade, his gaze directed at the center of the stage, but his deep, pale eyes showed no focus. Dean Huang looked at Jiang Fulai, intending to say something, only to see him suddenly stand up. The next performance was a dance troupe, with only the main lights on the stage turned on. Dean Huang was surprised to see him get up. Are you leaving? Jiang Fulai said, checking his phone. Bai Lian had sent him a message. She was not coming in to watch the program anymore and was heading back to solve math problems for the Buyuan class. He was here only to watch Bai Lian's performance, after all. Dean Huang nodded, not surprised, considering that Jiang Fulai's attendance at the evening party had already been unexpected for him. He escorted Jiang Fulai to the main entrance. In fact, Dean Huang also wanted to leave, but it seemed inappropriate to walk out just after the event started, so he returned to his seat, planning to watch a few more performances before leaving. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 666, 264 The True Moonlight, by Lien, can also play the Guzheng _2 Jiang Fulai walked out the door to the outside, where quite a few people were still gathered, watching in groups. Occasionally, he heard words like spear, video, and by Lien. Jiang Fulai glanced at them and, with a cold face, went to wait for Bai Lien down the road behind them. Bai Lien had changed clothes and came out with her backpack, Yi Jingxian holding onto her arm the whole way out. Yi Jingxian wanted to talk more with Bai Lien, but as soon as they came out, she saw Jiang Fulai standing opposite, looking unapproachable. Yi Jingxian suddenly let go of Bai Lien's arm, not daring to hold onto it any longer. The auditorium's second act was a group dance, which was lively as well. Pop dance, with the music played loudly. But most of the audience was still engrossed in the spear performance and the music they had just witnessed. Compared with the classical arrangement of the drums, flutes, pipa, and zither, this pop music sounded somewhat crude and didn't strike the heart as deeply. Many in the audience were no longer in the mood to listen. That included the people in the second row. Lady Song had been talking to Bai Xiaoqi, advising her to stay composed and perform well later, so that she could be remembered by the professors and dean of the finance college. That way, people and social circles would seek her out, and as the saying goes, when the phoenix sings, the world listens. But once the music started, she couldn't help but look towards the center stage. Source: web novel. Com, updated on New Zero. Had that face not been the one she was familiar with, Lady Song might have doubted whether this was the same Bai Lien she knew before. She was truly shining. Is that really Bai Lien? Lady Song leaned back in her chair. Beside her, Song Min and Bai Xiaoqi said nothing. Song Min had also been looking at his phone. He had been investing with a group of people since the summer break, and even while watching the show, he was discussing these matters. However, his eyes began to wander from his phone. Xiaoqi, Lady Song, very attuned to Bai Xiaoqi's feelings, said, "You play the zither very well, no need to feel pressured." As Lady Song spoke, Song Min's attention gradually returned. Some in the front row had already left. And not just the first row, spectators from other sections were also trickling out. Back row. Tang Ming's classmate in front of him was as excited as if he had been injected with adrenaline. "Yes, it's Bai Lien, my live stream doesn't have playback? Is there already a high-definition recording online? Hey, don't leave everyone, there's still the final act to come." The evening event hadn't even ended yet, and the opening performance had already been posted online. Kong Wei and Yu Simin also snapped out of it. Both were fans of Yen Lu. Her performance was even better than Lu Jie. Isn't Bai Lien actually from a traditional martial arts family? Yu Simin opened Weibo and the videos, unable to help herself. Indeed, the eyes of the netizens are sharp. There's a trending post online. The power of short videos is immense. The words Jiang University and Bai Xiangjuan were already popular on their own. Once Jiang University's opening performance came out, it shot up to the top 5 on the trending searches. When Tang Ming heard what Yu Simin and Kong Wei said, they all clicked into the trending searches and saw various videos of Bai Lien from different angles, with the most popular being shot by 2 reporters in the front row. The full version, 28 minutes long, had already received 1 million likes and 120,000 comments. Wow, did you see that smile she had at the end? She's not just a sister, she's my husband. Please, let this girl act in a movie. I'll definitely watch whatever she's in. Wake up, guys. She's this year's valedictorian from Jiang University. If you want her to enter showbiz, will the university's president and professors not cry themselves to death? Indeed, I knew all the beautiful people were claimed by the state. Who is this lady? She's so compelling, it's like truly seeing my white moonlight who died a millennium ago coming back to life. Who knows, after watching Daong, Bai Li dying in the snow, the brother dying in battle, the princess being married off far away. Seeing her on stage today, the moment the light shone on her, I felt even my beloved Lu Jie was outshone. At the prime of youth, filled with charm and spirit, in white with a cold spear. My big sister finally has a face to show off. Yen Lu's elegance and acting skills along with her spear performance received unanimous recognition from netizens, and many would think of Yen Lu first when mentioning the historical figure by Xiangjuan. As long as she didn't disappoint, this role would ensure her enduring fame in the entertainment industry. However, today, the professors at Jiang University and the students who were present felt as though they had truly seen the statue from Celebrity Square come to life. She didn't need to conquer everyone with superb acting like Yen Lu did. Just standing there with a cold spear, appearing before them, was enough to win everyone over. Tang Ming put away his phone, reflecting that it felt a bit like watching Pu Xiaohan's first video go viral. He put his phone away and turned to ask Ning Xiao and Yang Lin, "Are you leaving? The homework the teacher gave today is tough, and Brother Jiang is here." Ning Xiao, always aloof, nodded, "Let's go." As for Yang Lin, there was no need for discussion. She had a part-time job in the evening, and she had come only to support Bai Lian. The students from Xiangqing were scattered but united in spirit. Seeing Tang Ming and the others getting ready to leave early, Kong Wei and Ding Wenyang said, "You're all leaving like this?" Bai Shaoqi has the finale. She plays the zither beautifully, with millions of fans. Many are still waiting for her performance. Aren't you going to listen? After watching the opening performance, even the most exquisite dances and songs seemed somewhat lackluster. Some people had already left from the back rows, but others, burning with excitement, stayed on, convinced that if the opening was this thrilling, the finale wouldn't disappoint. The Finance College had been heavily promoting this year, and with such a thrilling opening performance, numerous spectators were looking forward to the final act. Tang Ming, upon hearing Kong Wei's words, scratched his head. "It's nothing special, she doesn't play as well as Sister Bai." He had also been involved in that incident involving director Jian in Xiangqing and had specifically listened to Bai Shaoqi play Gambling with Liquor. To be honest, even he could feel the gap. It wasn't a problem of technique, but of emotion. What? Bai Lian never brought a zither to their dorm, and Kong Wei was hearing this for the first time from Tang Ming. Bai Lian can play the zither too? And she's good? Of course, Ning Xiao and Yang Lin had already left, and Tang Ming, carrying his backpack, smiled at Kong Wei. "Sister Bai became famous in our school precisely because of her zither performance. Pu Xiaohan gained popularity because of that video, and director Jian traveled all the way to Xiangqing. Was there even a need to discuss Bai Lian's skill level on the zither? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 667, The Retreat of 265 by Lian, the barely satisfactory finale, second update, _1 Tang Ming and Yang Lin, among others, left through the back door. "You guys go ahead," Pu Xiaohan said to Yang Lin. "I still need to stay and watch the performance with Brother Niao and Grandfather." It was quite rare to be able to get in this evening, and Ji Heng and Shen Qing were still watching the show. Pu Xiaohan did not leave with Tang Ming and the others. Studying media, she had now achieved some success in her profession and didn't have as much academic pressure as the others. The people around Ding Wenyang listened to the sounds around them and also came back to their senses. "Ding Guo, are we leaving?" The courses in the Tongfeng class were always intense. Ding Wenyang and the others had come today to honor their appointment with Tang Ming. They had originally come to see Bai Lian, but the opening act was shockingly impressive. Ding Wenyang initially wanted to continue watching, as the business school had also put a lot of effort into publicity, even putting up banners in the Tongfeng class area. But after hearing what Tang Ming said, he lost some interest. "Otherwise, let's go back and do our homework." In the last few weeks, Tang Ming and Ning Xiao had been progressing a bit too quickly. Initially, only Bai Lian and Liang Wu could keep up with the 4-hour-long lecture pace of the Tongfeng class. Now, Ning Xiao and Tang Ming were thriving in the Tongfeng class as if they were fish in water. This adaptability placed immense pressure on Ding Wenyang and his groupmates. Since Tang Ming and the others had decided not to continue watching and chose to go back to work hard, Ding Wenyang and his group unanimously decided to return to the study room. Source: Web novel. Com, updated on Omicron New Omicron. With that departure, nearly 10 people left, and the slightly crowded area at the back suddenly became a bit emptier. Why has everyone left? Kong Wei, as a member of the student association, had to stay to clean up the venue after the evening party, manage the props and backstage, and therefore couldn't leave. Yu Simin couldn't leave either. Let's watch a little longer. Let's look forward to the business school's program. As the two talked, the male student broadcasting live was also trying to retain his audience. With such a fiery start, everyone think about it, the later part will definitely be even more exciting. Outside the auditorium, Yang Lin and Ning Xiao and the others went to the bus stop to wait for the school bus. Ding Wenyang and his group caught up. A professor, holding books, stood sternly by the bus sign, waiting for the bus. Today was a holiday at Jiang University, so there were fewer people around the campus. The professor glanced over the crowd and noticed Yang Lin behind them, narrowing his eyes slightly. Yang Lin was checking her part-time job messages on her phone when she noticed the glance. She recognized the person, Professor Xia. This was an old professor who taught freshmen in the biology department. During classes, he only introduced himself with the surname Xia, and did not mention his first name. Yang Lin wore the uniform and pants of Jiang University and was always unapologetically herself at school, having applied for financial aid soon after joining her class. Professor Xia asked Yang Lin casually without a smile, "Are you busy during the holidays?" "I have 2 part-time jobs," Yang Lin responded with great respect to her teacher, even though she used to ignore everyone else, 1 in the morning and 1 in the evening. Yang Lin cast her eyes down, her overly long bangs hiding her pale forehead, with only her exceedingly cold, black eyes occasionally becoming visible. "I've seen the homework you've submitted. It's been completed to a high standard." The school bus arrived and Professor Xia got on with her. Ning Xiao and the others gave up their seats to the old professor, who thanked a few students. Yang Lin just held on to her phone, always taking her homework seriously, never skimping on it. This summer, Bai Lian had been studying professional papers, and Yang Lin had also read a lot of literature related to bioengineering. She also spent time in the Jiang University library reading books related to her major. This summer, Yang Lin had already far surpassed the other freshmen of her batch. It was quite normal to catch the professor's attention. Professor Xia only rode 2 stops. Before getting off, he handed Yang Lin his business card. "If you finish with your part-time jobs, you can come help in my lab." Yang Lin looked down at the business card, which bore a name, Xiaozhuiyu. Below it, an address for a laboratory and a contact number. Ming Dongheng was still waiting at the auditorium for Jiang He and Jiheng. Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai returned to Shanghai apartment first. Jiang Fulai had come in Director Huang's car and the two did not wait for the school bus but walked out through the west gate. It was only 5:30, and the sky was still light. Jiang Fulai flipped through his phone. It seemed Su Nanjing had come across a video of Jiang University and was cautiously asking on WeChat why no one told him about Bai Lian's welcome party. Jiang Fulai glanced at it but ignored it. He was still holding the bag with Bai Lian's performance clothes. Bai Lian walked on the left side, scrolling through WeChat. On WeChat, Xiaoqi had just sent her a message. "Sister, I've sent the Wen family's information to your email. On WeChat, data would be archived." Bai Lian had been interacting more with academician Ma and had learned to use Jiang University's email service to receive files and send data. Once Xiaoqi was done researching, she directly sent the information to Bai Lian's dedicated email address. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 668. The Retreat of 265 by Lian, the barely satisfactory finale, second update, _2 by Lian sent back a message and lazily returned to the Jiangjing Preparatory Camp app, browsing through the challenge question bank, Su family's second child's full-month celebration. She was the first to speak up. Her tone was light and breezy. Jiang Fulai, holding her clothes and several books from her classes at Tongfeng, stepped through the shadows of the setting sun and listened to her calm words, "Are you going to go?" Bai Lian had long since deleted Ji Mulan. Ji Mulan never hid her utilitarian heart. The child was a tool for her to prove herself. As for Ji Heng, before Bai Lian left for Xiangqing, he had decided to take her back to that little courtyard. To Ji Heng, not understanding the previous Bai Lian might not have been a bad thing. "I suppose I will," Bai Lian said, tapping the screen with her fingertip, "but I'm planning to visit Academician Mas Project during the National Day holiday." Although Su In did not look like a member of the Bai family, Ji Mulan did bear a striking resemblance to her own mother. She had not yet seen that child and wondered if he might also bear a slight resemblance to Bai Zhongyu. Jiang Fulai nodded slightly, not surprised by this, and walked to Bai Lian's right side. His eyebrows and eyes were cold, and his tone also appeared lazy. "Go after you're done with your commitments. It's fine even if you really can't make it." He said nothing else, which made Bai Lian finally turn to look at him. Source: Web novel. Com. Updated on Omicron New. Jiang Fulai always gave Bai Lian the feeling that she still had a way out. In her 2 lifetimes, the only time she was driven to a dead end was the final battle in Xiangqing. Even then, she had managed to find an escape route for Qin Yi and the army of the Bai family, allowing them to defect to Jiang Yi. She wasn't acquainted with Jiang Yi, but at that time, as she and Jiang Sui were learning the Qin from Qinjiu, she knew that the renowned 7th prince, a peer in reputation and age, lived next door. After Bai Li went to the battlefield and did not return, Bai Zhongyu and Qin Yi went off to distant battlefields, and no one came to fetch her back to the general residence anymore. She had once received a lantern sent by a young servant by his side. Back then she was still afraid of the dark. Later on, when he was exiled to his fiefdom by Emperor Jiangwen, Bai Zhongyu did not return, and Bai Lian was no longer afraid of the dark. When Xiangqing was under siege, she thought of the 7th prince she had never met. The Bai family was a thorn in Emperor Jiangwen's side, and wasn't this brilliantly talented 7th prince also a thorn in Emperor Jiangwen's heart? She asked Qin Yi to take Bai Li's token and seek him out, and fortunately, neither of those 2 men disappointed her. Bai Lian slowly withdrew her gaze, remaining calm and collected as she said, "It won't do, I can't miss it. My grandfather will overthink and be upset." Because she remembered this, she became somewhat silent. The 2 walked towards the gates of Jiang University. The setting sun cast a golden glow on Jiang Fulai's profile. He looked noble and haughty like a prince with his features of jade, though sometimes his words seemed to carry a mocking tone. "Your grandfather is watching a performance right now and is not the slightest bit upset." He took out his phone and showed Bai Lian that Ji Heng had just liked a post in Shunqing's social circle. Bai Lian looked down, and as Jiang Fulai spoke, his long, cold, and pale fingers leisurely liked the post from Shunqing. The post from Shunqing was a photo of Bai Lian's performance. Bai Lian looked at Jiang Fulai, and under the dim yellow sunset, his stunning features were somewhat blurred. She couldn't help but smile, and the melancholy that arose from thinking of Bai Zhongyu and Qin Yi dissipated a bit. At 6:30 in the evening, the auditorium. Ji Heng had just finished watching a recitation in the middle of the program, and beside him, Jiang He had been looking down, flipping a Rubik's Cube, except for Bai Lian's act and a skit that he had looked up to watch. During the other acts, he had been focusing on the cube. Ji Heng also had a Rubik's Cube in his hands, mixed up into a certain state. Jiang He had already learned how to restore the cube to its original state. He had just returned his cube to its pristine condition, then compared it against Ji Heng's mixed-up cube, returning the restored cube back to the scrambled state of Ji Heng's cube step by step. "Damn, little bro," a student from Jiang University said in astonishment. "That's really impressive." Jiang He expressionlessly put the cube into the small vegetable bag and reached for Ji Heng's sleeve. Ji Heng, holding the cube and a smoking pipe, looked down at him. "Ready to leave?" Jiang He blinked and nodded. Ji Heng was actually getting a bit bored by now. After Bai Lian's performance, there were hardly any other interesting shows, and since he didn't smoke in the auditorium and saw that Jiang He didn't want to continue watching either, he led Jiang He to stand up and leave. Shen Qing also felt a bit tired from sitting and left with Pu Xiaohan. Meanwhile, in the front, Dean Huang, who had been sitting for 2 hours, couldn't sit still any longer and began to wonder why he was watching a performance here instead of working hard in his office. A little after 7 o'clock, Dean Huang stood up. Ba Shiming had been paying attention to Dean Huang, occasionally refilling his cup with water and asking if he needed anything. Seeing him stand up, he quickly approached. "Dean, are you leaving?" The student union of the School of Finance has a student who will play the guzheng later. Do you want to stay and watch it? No need, you've done a very good job with the program this time, Dean Huang complimented Ba Shiming. I've seen what I wanted to see. He had come today just for Bai Lian's program, which she had performed right at the start. That Dean Huang stayed until now before leaving was already quite remarkable. After sending off Dean Huang, Ba Shiming wondered, what exactly did Dean Huang want to see? Less than 10 minutes after he left, Dean Feng also stood up, ready to leave. The 3 conspicuous seats in the middle of the first row were vacated in an instant. Bai Shaoqi had been preparing the guzheng backstage all along, with Song Min and others helping her check the props, while Yan Jiming reminded Bai Shaoqi, "Our dean is watching below. You perform well and make a name for the Finance Student Council." Due to the arrival of the 2 deans, the staff of the Finance Student Council had all been as motivated as if they had been injected with adrenaline. There were 3 more performances before Bai Shaoqi's, and she was backstage trying out the guzheng. Yan Jiming came out from behind the curtain and immediately saw Dean Feng at the entrance, preparing to leave, with their president seeing off the dean. "Dean," Yan Jiming approached, "are you leaving already? Our school's new student Bai Shaoqi hasn't performed yet. Want you watch her performance?" The auditorium now had far fewer people than at the start of the event. Earlier, the back rows were crowded, but now one could see quite a few empty seats at a glance. When Dean Huang left, he took a lot of students with him. Dean Feng looked at Yan Jiming and sighed. "I heard that Dean Huang came because of, but the top scholar from the Physics Institute this year is indeed impressive. Their institute is lucky. You've organized this welcome party well." After saying that, he went out the door. Yan Jiming exchanged glances with the people from the School of Finance, worried about this very scenario, which was why they had Bai Shaoqi as the closing act. "Minister Yan, now a lot of people live streaming are waiting for our closing performance." A member of the student union of the School of Finance suddenly spoke up. "Should we have had Bai Lian as the closing act?" Bai Lian had already been trending for 3 hours now. But before this, who could have known Bai Lian's performance would be so explosive? Yan Jiming also felt somewhat uneasy. The penultimate performance. Bai Shaoqi went on stage with her false nails equipped. Sitting before the guzheng, she also noticed the 3 empty seats in the first row and tightened her fingers slightly. In the last row, a boy who had been streaming with his phone the whole time perked up. "Look quickly, the much-anticipated live stream of Bai Shaoqi is on." Bai Shaoqi played "Rewriting the Past" as she struck the strings in time with the beat of the drum. The song was already an inspirational type and the sound quality in the venue was good, but "I've been waiting for so long, but why doesn't it sound as good as the opening accompaniment?" Professional speaking, do not compare this guzheng piece with the BGM of the opening dance. There is no comparability. Taken on its own, Bai Shaoqi's performance was very good, but in comparison, not to mention Bai Lian's spear dance, even her opening music was composed with the involvement of Jian Zhongyo, with flute and shao melodies, all recorded by teachers from Jiangyin. Do you understand the value of a piece co-created by so many masters of Jiangyin? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 669, Little Sister 260 SIXS Divine Move, Impromptu Arrangement. Simple_1 The auditorium borrowed Jiangyi's sound system, which delivered a full, clear, and well-rounded sound, with the layers of various instruments distinctly overlaid. The bass was turned up to the max. The enjoyment was as thrilling as listening to a master-level music ensemble live. So after the opening performance, even the second dance group to take the stage seemed lackluster in comparison. Not to mention the final instrumental solo performance. It was too bland. The bullet screen comments were still discussing it. Moreover, the guzheng doesn't sound as good as the song Everlasting. Of course, only my Yenlu can pull off that song best. Where have you placed the god of picking and the simplifier? Speaking of which, did anyone else think that the background music for the opening dance was really good? I've been trying to identify it for ages but can't figure it out. And the style, who dares to tag Dean Jian? Source, web novel. Com, updated on In0 Omicron. The bullet screen comments started to chat idly, as the live broadcast room had lost interest in the final Guqin performance and began discussing where exactly Bai Lian's opening tune came from. But after 3 hours, there were hundreds, if not thousands, of edited clips on the internet of Bai Lian's spear segment, yet tens of thousands of netizens were unable to trace the music's origin. Those present at the evening gala were also whispering and discussing among themselves. Disappointment was thick in the air. Everyone originally thought that after such an explosive opening, the finale would be even more spectacular. They didn't expect that even the opening BGM couldn't be outshone, and the whole event ended on a downbeat note. Bai Lian was responsible for the explosive start, while the rest ensured the low ending. The people who had managed to secure seats in the front few rows were already leaving with their phones. If I knew it would be like this later, I wouldn't have rescheduled. My 7 p.m. high-speed train would have been just right, leaving after the opening. Yeah, me too. Yan Zhiming and the folks from the Finance Student Council were standing in the first 2 rows, and they could overhear these quiet discussions clearly. The finale hadn't even finished before half of the audience had left. Even some of Bai Shaoqi's fans felt that the finale content was mediocre. The gala opened with a bang but closed almost without a whisper. Everyone only remembered Jiang University and the physics department, along with Bai Lian, who even made it to the trending searches, while hardly anyone mentioned the finance department that had put effort into promoting from the start. When it did come up, it was mostly remarks about the later programs lacking in excitement. President Ba, Yan Zhiming looked at Ba Shiming. If your student council's program was that good, why didn't you say something earlier? If they had known earlier, they wouldn't have scheduled Bai Lian's performance so soon. Yi Jingxian thought about last week, when they were not even granted a few minutes for a dress rehearsal on stage, all for the sake of the finance department's newcomer sound check, and she smiled. Minister Yan, we wanted to rehearse first last week, and you didn't let us. Yan Zhiming and the others had no response. Who could have known? Aside, Kong Wei and Yu Simin were packing up their things, both feeling that Bai Shaoqi's Guqin playing was actually quite pleasant to the ears. It just lacked the bombastic impact of the opening dance music. Not to mention the visual effects. We're talking about tens of millions of Yen Lu's fans who felt that Yen Lu's spear wielding couldn't match up to Bai Lian's. What do you think? Kong Wei collected the cups beside the first row and lowered his voice. Tang Ming said Bai Lian plays better than Bai Shaoqi. What would it be like if she played the guzheng? Yu Simin picked up the water bottle. Don't mention it, I'm curious too. It just felt like a missed opportunity this time. Shanghai apartment. Bai Lian was in the study room 303, pressing down a piece of draft paper, working on problems from the Jiangjing app. The window was half open, with the breeze moving the silver desk toy next to it. Her phone rang. It was Dean Jian's call. Bai Lian's fingertips were still pressing down on the draft paper as she lazily hit the answer and hands-free button, leaving the phone to the side. Dean Jian. Lao, who had sent the viral video of Bai Lian to Dean Jian. Bai Lian's online popularity that night was no less than that of an list celebrity. Almost everyone's social media and short clips were flooded by that final, defining smile. How was it? Dean Jian raised an eyebrow. The sound system I provided worked well, right? Bai Lian jotted down a string of numbers. She had washed off the contour the makeup artist had applied and sat in her chair, barefaced, with the hair at the back of her head pinned up again by the white jade hairpin. What sound system? She inquired, unfazed. Oh, Dean Jian remembered her dedication to studying at the physics department, oblivious to worldly affairs. Jiang University borrowed a sound system from us. No problem there. The effects tonight should have been good, but have you specifically trained with a spear? On the other end of the phone, Dean Jian was still in his office. He leaned back in his chair, his muddy gaze fixed on a tablet on his desk, with its screen displaying a slow-mo clip of a scene. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 670, Sister 260 SIXS Divine Operation, Impromptu Arrangement. Simple_2 by Lien's 4-minute and 28-second spear performance was edited into various shots, mostly featuring the final still frame. Some included the spotlights at the beginning and her retreating spear move. No matter which edit it was, each video garnered at least 200,000 likes, with the most popular one reaching several million. The one director Jian was watching featured her final aerial turn and retreating spear move. The comments on this video were, "Now I finally understand what my sister Heron meant when she said her skills were far from perfect. Compared to her, my sister Heron is out of her league." Spear and Guzheng. As it happened, Bai Lian was skilled at both. "I've studied them," Bai Lian said, somewhat surprised. "You called me so late just to ask about this?" "Of course not. There is an international music exchange being held in Jiangjing." Director Jian began on the main topic. "A gathering of the masters from the musical instrument field. You should come and find some inspiration when the time comes." This was Director Jian's unique way of urging her to write a new song. Bai Lian had to attend classes at Tongfeng, complete homework left by the professors, help Wang Su and the others with Buyuan class questions, and even discuss ancient texts with Jianzhe during her spare time. During holidays, Director Ma would summon her to the laboratory. Her days were very fulfilling, but she hardly had any time to visit the music room. Source: web novel. Com. Updated on Omicron New. 0. Sure, Bai Lian said, scribbling down another equation, her mind clearly elsewhere. "I have an old friend who I think would really like you." Director Jian, recognizing the dutiful but distracted tone in her voice, knew she must be doing her homework. "Never mind, you finish your homework first." He hung up the phone. Looking again at the tablet, proficient in Guzheng, interpreting the white robe journey so beautifully, and this retreating spear move that became an overnight sensation on the internet, Director Jian remembered that back in Xiangqing, Bai Lian was quite familiar with the head of the Calligraphy Association. Even his own great-nephew heeded Bai Lian's words closely. All members of the Jian family could write in the Liang style, and although Director Jian was not highly skilled, he could write it as well. He had seen Bai Lian's writing, which was neat and carried a unique style of guangabadi. So he wondered, could she also write in Liang style? If she could write in Liang style too, Director Jian thought. On the first day of vacation, countless tourists visited Jiangjing. The entrance to Jiang University was especially crowded with tourists. Although Jiang University had always attracted many visitors each year, none compared to this year, when tourists crowded the entrance early in the morning. Jiang University restricted the number of reservation visitors each day, but those who couldn't enter didn't leave and simply used their phones to take photos at the entrance. Those who could go inside would first visit the square, then the auditorium to see last night's venue, and finally search for the physics faculty. The number of people coming to check in at the physics faculty was beyond counting. The usually low-profile physics faculty had never expected to rise in popularity this way. Dean Huang lived in the university-provided housing. Staff from the academic office and teachers of advanced mathematics, who lived next door, came over early to discuss the situation with him. The influx of visitors was too great. Bai Lian's traditional Chinese music coupled with her martial arts, already a high-achieving student from Jiang University, was driving traffic to her videos on social media. It sparked a trend of Jiang University style and traditional martial arts. Many official bodies wanted to contact Bai Lian, but no one had her contact details. Unable to find any information, they all turned to the physics department. What does the Martial Association want with her? Dean Huang, while grading the topology problems submitted by the Tongfeng class, couldn't help but retort, "We don't give out her contact information to them, no, and as for the general netizens, Dean Huang chuckled. I hope they work hard and get into our physics faculty one day, to be in the same major as classmate Bai Lian. Your physics department scores are already ridiculously high. Are you going to set them even higher next year? The calculus professor couldn't help but put down his teacup. Leave some students for us, will you? Dean Huang didn't respond, moving on to the next answer sheet. Neat and attractive handwriting. It was immediately pleasing to his eyes. While academician Ma was busy and could only spare time for one class a week at Tongfeng, it was rare enough, and the homework problem sets were corrected by his disciple, Dean Huang. Whenever he encountered a remarkable answer, he would send it directly to academician Ma. These were the papers by Lien and the others submitted last week. Dean Huang nodded. The handwriting looked nice, but something felt a bit off. Next to him, the advanced mathematics professor also noticed this. He, out loud. Isn't this our Buyuan class exam paper? What Buyuan class? Dean Huang's brow twitched. He quickly pushed that paper to the bottom of the pile. This is a Tongfeng class exam paper. You saw it wrong. The next one was still by Lien's exam paper. Thankfully this time it was a topology question. That is our Buyuan class logo. The maths teacher put down his teacup and insisted on taking the exam paper from Dean Huang's hands, examining it carefully from top to bottom. He taught first-year university physics students advanced mathematics, but the mathematics majors didn't take advanced mathematics. He taught real variables in the Buyuan class. This question was the one he assigned last time. He could recognize it at a glance. Dean Huang watched expressionlessly as the look on the maths professor's face grew brighter and brighter. Inside, he was frantically complaining. What was Bai Lian up to? How did she even have time to do Buyuan class problems? What kind of slick move was his little junior sister pulling? I think. The advanced maths professor, holding the exam paper, looked at Dean Huang. Dean Huang snatched back the exam paper, looked up. You shouldn't think. Be careful or I'll have the teacher hit you. The advanced maths professor. Bai Lian was unaware that Tang Ming and Ning Xiao had turned in both of her answer sheets together after reviewing them. She was popular these days, but her high school and university classmates were nice, and they didn't sell her WeChat info everywhere. Her phone number also wasn't exposed. Basically, nobody was harassing her. Bai Lian herself was very relaxed. Of course, that was except for the daily harassing messages Su Jiue sent her on WeChat. Su Jiue, JP, Su Jiue, sister, are you coming today? Su Jiue, sister, are you coming today? Su Jiue, she began flooding Bai Lian's screen again. Today was the 2nd. The Su family was holding a full moon celebration for Su En's child, with the banquet set at noon. Bai Lian had just returned from her morning run, sent her a symbol, and Su Jiue stopped. Scrolling down, the next message was from Yi Jingxian. Yi Jingxian. Junior sister, where is your opening BGM from? A lot of netizens want to know. The student council's phone lines are being blown up. Bai Jian. Just improvised. Doesn't have a name. On the other side of the phone, Yi Jingxian was startled by Bai Lian's message and sat up from her bed in the dorm. Such a rhythmic music that had caused so much noise among netizens and could be called a divine composition was actually made up on the spot? Yi Jingxian looked at the student council's group chat, thought for a bit, then asked Bai Lian. Junior sister, can you post this music online? Netizens are all begging for the original track. The student council had the original audio sent by Bai Lian. There were also recordings from the event online, but live recordings always fell short in quality. This music wasn't related to Bai Lian. She took a screenshot and sent it to Dean Jian. Dean Jian. 1.5 hours later, Jiang University's Physics Department Student Council posted an audio source on Weibo. Frowny face. Hey Race, the audio source everyone has been searching for. Asked junior sister and she said it was improvised with no name. Just have a quick listen. Attached. Din. MP3. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 671. 267, are we still going to see the snowy mountain together? Second update, _1 by Lien was in Mr. Ma's laboratory yesterday. She didn't go out today though. After her morning run and a shower, she changed clothes, and when Jiang Fulai came to find her, she was standing in front of the desk writing calligraphy. Everything needed for writing, including brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, was neatly arranged in the study. She was dressed in a simple dark blue top and a long white skirt. Her black hair was pinned up with a white jade hairpin, her eyelashes cast down. Traditional colors always seemed to set off her temperament. When she was seriously practicing calligraphy, it wasn't the library style. It was the Liang style. The strokes were bold and unrestrained. Jiang Fulai looked down at what she was writing, and it was just one phrase: knowledge and action are one. The motto of Jiang University. The Calligraphy Association has many interpretations of Liang style nowadays, emphasizing the balance of solid and void, penetrating deeply into the wood. Source: web novel. Calm, updated on Omicron New. Her writing was always casual, but it revealed a clear presence. When are we leaving? Jiang Fulai, wearing a white shirt and standing leisurely beside her, admired her writing. In the morning light, his silhouette was exceedingly smooth. Bai Lian put down the brush. Let's go early. I'm skipping breakfast. I still need to visit Mr. Ma. Ji Mulan had a baby, and the entire Su family was very happy. Su En's reputation had shot up in Yunshao district over the past half year, especially in the past 2 months with Chief Chen's presence. His status rose even further, prompting even the main branch of the Su family to send someone over with early congratulations. Flying too close to the sun, even Su En was on edge, so this time he didn't throw a large banquet, but only invited close relatives and partners. The venue was at the Su family's place. Bai Lian and Ji Heng arrived relatively early. By the time they got there, Chief Chen was already there. He was quite familiar with Su En and knew that Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai would also attend, so he arranged his only 3 days of holiday in advance. Ji Mulan was recuperating on the upper floor and didn't come down. The baby was in the arms of the old Mrs. Su, who had a chrysanthemum-like smile on her face when she saw Bai Lian and Ji Heng approach. The 1-month-old child, although premature, had grown a bit plumper and was fair and tender. Ji Heng, who habitually held his large tobacco pipe, didn't speak, but his expression softened considerably while looking at the baby. Jiang Fulai stood by Bai Lian's side, his phoenix eyes gently lowered, calmly watching the infant. His cool demeanor made the old Mrs. Su want Bai Lian to take a closer look at the child, but she didn't dare approach because of Jiang Fulai. The old Mrs. Su paid close attention to Bai Lian's expressions. Bai Lian always carried an easygoing and elegant air that made it hard to guess what was on her mind. The old Mrs. Su sighed. She hoped Bai Lian would take a liking to the child. Even if she didn't like the baby, the old woman hoped Bai Lian wouldn't despise it. Su Wenyao and Su En bore no blood relation to Bai Lian, who was never formally inducted into the Su family genealogy. Such relationships maintained by feelings alone were too fragile. After all, the child was born preterm, the old woman thought, while handing the baby over to the nanny. She had the nanny take him to the nursery above. Uncle Ji, Chief Chen talked with Ji Heng. Let's go fishing tomorrow. I still have 1 day of holiday left. With his hand rhythmically tapping the pipe, the other hand leading Jiang He, and Chief Chen being a vigorous new official, it had been a long time since they had made arrangements to go fishing together. All right, I have the fishing rods. It's summer, let's choose a different spot to fish, Chief Chen suggested. Su En poured tea for the two. His demeanor was refined. I'm fine with any location. Let's go and talk in the back. Someone just brought over a few tiger fish. Since leaving Xiangqing, it had been a long while since Su En went fishing. Busy for so long, the Su family was gradually settling into the right track, and Su En could finally take a breather. All 3 men were fishing enthusiasts, so they headed to the back to admire the tiger fish Su En had just received. In the hall, the old Mrs. Su took the walking stick passed to her by the butler, staring in astonishment at Ji Heng's retreating figure. She had never expected that the Ji family would be knowledgeable about such ornamental fish. Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai didn't go to see the tigerfish, as Bai Lian was not particularly interested in fishing. She and Jiang Fulai went upstairs to the nanny's room to see the child. Jiwei was also upstairs, leaning on the crib. The child's name had already been decided, Su Siki. Siki, the great responsibility, the mother of King Wen. Such a grand name. Jiang Fulai commented casually on the child's name while holding his phone, his hands in his pockets, and glancing down at the infant. To his surprise, the baby in the crib had already opened his eyes, and they were almond-shaped, somewhat resembling Bai Lian. Jiang Fulai glanced over indifferently. He no longer seemed to find the child objectionable. "Let's go," Bai Lian said to Jiang Fulai after looking at Su Siki. "Aren't you eating?" Su Wenyao had been leaning on the doorway all the while, not disturbing them. When he heard Bai Lian say they were leaving, he approached. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 672, 267, Are we still going to see the snowy mountain together? Second update, _2 Su Jiwei also looked up, her eyes behind the lens. Bai Lian stood up straight and walked downstairs. "I have something else to attend to today, and Director Huang is looking for me as well." As soon as he heard it was Director Huang, Su Wenyao did not insist on keeping Bai Lian, and he accompanied her downstairs. After Bai Lian left with Jiang Fulai, Su Jiwei still leaned on the iron railing, watching Bai Lian's car until she finally spoke her first words. "How could sister leave so quickly?" "You don't talk when alien is here," Su Wenyao said, looking down slightly. Su Xiu's hands did not loosen as she uttered hesitantly, I didn't dare to speak." Now she regretted it. Su Wenyao expressed his inability to assist her. He returned to entertain some other relatives, while Su Jiwei stood at the door for a while. Just when she was about to leave, she noticed a child squatting at her feet. He held a Rubik's Cube in his hand, squatting beside her, leisurely twisting it. A white t-shirt with overalls that had cabbage pockets stitched on both sides. Su Jiwei knew this was a child who often followed Bai Lian closely. Thinking Jiang he was concentrating on the Rubik's Cube, she squatted opposite him and took the cube from his hands. To help restore it. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Omicron New. 10 minutes later. Jiang he extended his hand to take back the Rubik's Cube from Su Xiu's hands without any expression. In Su Xiu's doubtful gaze questioning her own scholarly status, he restored the Rubik's Cube. Su Jiwei. She took out her cell phone and sent an exclamation mark to Bai Lian. Mu Yining was at her temporary residence in Yunshao district. She looked at Dong Xiaobai sitting on the couch. She and Dong Chuan? Dong Chuan was Dong Xiaobai's brother's son. They knew each other because of Dong Xiaobai and walked together. Taking advantage of the National Day holiday, they invited Ren Wanxian to the Dong family. It just so happened to be the 2nd of the month. The Dong family was known for its scholarly heritage. Mu Yining had never expected these two to come together. "I just found out too." Dong Xiaobai was also frustrated. "She's going to the Dong family. You know my dad really appreciates her. It's not right for me not to go, so I'll have to visit your granduncle another day." "Sure, then she probably can't make it today either." Mu Yining glanced at her phone. Xiaojia was already downstairs waiting with Ji Xiaojun. She picked up the gift box in her bag and went downstairs. Dong Xiaobai saw her off. "How is the old man's health?" "He always stays in the ancestral hall." The family doctor said his health is about the same as that of the Qin family. Mu Yining stepped into the elevator. The medical summit is in Jiangjing, and several researchers from the MTR and WMA will be coming. "Well, see then." Dong Xiaobai sighed too and asked no further, escorting Mu Yining to the car. Today Xiaojia was the driver, with only Shin Qing and Ji Xiaojun in the car. Mu Yining handed the gift box to Xiaojia and sat in the passenger seat. The car drove towards Mingfeng district. Most of Mingfeng district was populated by fringe families. Neither Xiaojie nor Mu Yining paid much attention to it. At 11 o'clock, the car arrived at the Su family's front gate, a very ordinary villa district. Zu's assistant had been waiting by the iron gate early to welcome Ji Xiaojun and Xin Qing. Seeing Mu Yining, who got off from the driving seat dressed in a professional style, he was a bit startled. His gaze shifted to Ji Xiaojun. "Mr. Ji, this lady is?" Ji Xiaojun briefly introduced Mu Yining. "Hello, President Mu." Zu's assistant bowed and invited them in. "The old master and the others are at the back watching tiger fish. Would you like to head back first?" "Sure." Ji Xiaojun nodded to Zu's assistant. Xin Qing quickly noticed Jiang He squatting next to Su Jiue, and he went to find them. Xiaojie meanwhile followed Mu Yining, feeling puzzled why the Su family didn't come out to welcome Mu Yining and Ji Xiaojun and instead let the two guests go looking for them at the back. Quite pompous, he thought to himself. Beside him, Ji Xiaojun and Mu Yining discussed some business matters. By the artificial pond in the backyard, an official named Chen held a lit cigarette, pointing at a tiger fish swimming in the pond, and turned to Ji Hung above him. "This one indeed has good quality." The smoke twirled around. Chen caught a glimpse of Ji Xiaojun and waved at him. "Ji brother, you've arrived just in time. I was discussing with Uncle Ji about fishing tomorrow. Are you free?" "I am free." Ji Xiaojun approached, greeted Su En, and introduced Mu Yining beside him. "As I mentioned before, the guest I brought today, my cousin Mu Yining." Su En had not met Mu Yining before. But, having attended countless banquets with the Qin family, Qin knew Mu Yining. He snuffed out his cigarette in the nearby ashtray. He politely smiled at Mu Yining, somewhat surprised inside. "Miss Mu, I didn't expect you to be Ji brother's cousin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 673, 267, Are we still going to see the snowy mountain together? Second update, _3 Director Chen knew her, and Mu Yining was of course more familiar with Director Chen, the politician who was often the talk of the Yunshao district headlines. The rising star put forth by the Chen family. Not to mention Mu Yining, there were countless people from both the Su family and the Chen family eager to take the opportunity to participate in a banquet related to Chen Yongkuan. Mu Yining didn't expect to see Director Chen in a place like the Mingfeng district, so even she was taken aback before regaining her composure and speaking. "Lord Chen, I have long admired you." Both of them were too formal. Ji Hung still stood by the railing, looking down at the tiger fish, occasionally turning his head to speak with Director Chen. Mu Yining stood by, shocked to hear how respectfully Qin Yongkuan, with his current status in the Qin family and comparable to Qin Beixian, was treating Ji Heng. Especially, calling him Uncle Ji and Brother Ji. Mu Yining could naturally tell that Director Chen's respect for Ji Heng came from the heart. The Mu family had declined, and could no longer compare to the Qin family. How did Ji Heng come to know Qin Yongkuan, and why did the latter treat him with such courtesy? And Su, source, web novel. Com, updated on Omicron 0. Su En, the nouveau riche from the Yunshao district. The Institute. In the second-floor meeting room, Director Huang took out yesterday's exam paper and handed it to Bai Lian. "You. Bai Lian, why did you take the Buyuan class exam?" Bai Lian looked down and saw that it had been marked with a 100. "Ah, sorry," she admitted her mistake. "It won't happen again." Director Huang wanted to say something, but seeing Jiang Fulai standing beside Bai Lian with his hands in his pockets and an indifferent expression, he held back the words that were on the tip of his tongue. God of Wealth was not to be trifled with. Otherwise, the teacher would have to expel him from the mentorship. He couldn't even reprimand the little sister apprentice, as her status with their teacher was definitely higher than his. After pondering for a while, Director Huang could only silently take Bai Lian to see the newly arrived quantum magnetic instrument. Jiang Fulai not only showed up today but also had someone bring the quantum magnetic instrument. Ming Dongheng wasn't allowed into the laboratory of the Science Academy, so he escorted the instrument to the front gate of the academy and stopped there. Returning to Jiang Fulai's side, he handed over a sealed document, the MTR report. Jiang Fulai didn't bother entering the quantum information lab. He pushed up his glasses, headed to the lounge next door, and opened the report with a glance. It was the blood test he had sent in. Ming Dongheng glanced at the envelope. It wasn't English nor French, and judging by the incomprehensible symbols, it should be Hebrew. Anyway, Ming Dongheng, had never learned it. He stood silently beside Jiang Fulai. Jiang Fulai held a grudge against Professor Ma for not letting Bai Lian off, and the researchers on this floor had been tiptoeing all day long, not daring to pass by the lounge even if it meant taking a detour. By 5 in the afternoon, Bai Lian had finally finished reviewing the quantum magnetic instrument. Professor Ma let her go. Jiang Fulai took the car keys, joined her in going to the parking lot. As Bai Lian sat in the passenger seat and buckled her seatbelt, she spoke in her usual casual manner. "You seem very happy today." Jiang Fulai drove out. Today everyone around Professor Ma couldn't wait to stay 800 meters away from him. Even Ming Dongheng didn't dare to get too close to him, only she would say such a thing, a little. The car slowly drove out of the institute, and in the evening, the wind blew in bursts into the passenger side, diluting the cool scent inside the car. Today, Ji Heng wasn't at Shanghai apartment, and Jiang He wasn't around either, so Jiang Fulai took her to Kangyu Tower for dinner, to a small private room on the top floor, where opening the window provided a view of the bustling ancient city. The lights on the ancient city towers twinkled. Jiang Fulai spoke briefly about the dish preferences with the manager outside before re-entering, and when he did, Bai Lian was lazily leaning against the window, gazing at the neon lights below. Her eyes and brows were softened by the gentle light, her long lashes casting a shadow on her eyelids as she finally viewed the world without distancing herself, at last settling on this land. The very soil of her homeland was beneath her feet, and the most desperate thing was the time that could never be returned to. "Why aren't you coming in?" Bai Lian crossed one hand over her chest and leaned on the window with the other, not turning her head, only continuing to lounge by the window lazily. The area below used to be the imperial city. Jiang Fulai closed the door and walked over to her with composure, looking down at her hand resting on the window. "My parents died young, and the only relative is an aunt. She probably will still be working at the Dark Matter Institute, semi-free with a body that should still be in relatively good health." He spoke slowly and deliberately. Outside the window, 1,000 lights shone, casting their glow on Jiang Fulai's face as he looked at Bai Lian's eyes that turned to him and sighed softly. "It seems like I don't really have much, but Bai Lian." "Jiang Fulai lowered his eyes to look at her, his strong and slender palm resting on her waist with a slight coolness, his distinguished and cold face shrouded in the confusing light of the lamps. He set his glasses aside, tilted his head down slightly, and with restrained passion, moved in for a kiss at the edge of her lips. "I may not have a home to speak of, but do you still want to go with me to see the snow-capped mountains? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.